everybody! Welcome to This Week in Right-Wing Infighting.
We're in power, quickly!
Yeah.
Everyone!
Yeah, we're in power, quick, everybody attack each other. So this is, just
burn
to
the entire ship down to the ground!
We're surrounded, those poor bastards can't get away now.
Exactly. To recap, I actually forgot about one of them until 30 seconds ago when Spoon reminded me of one of the things that originally I meant to cover this week, but the other fights were just way more interesting because the one I forgot about, was women fighting.
Boo! They do that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just petty and unbelievably bitchy, and Pearl Davis is involved because, of course, she is. That's just her bread and butter. But then, we've got Pearl Davis versus Sarah Stock et al. On right-wing female purity testing and or ring size and or coal burning.
Whoever wins, we lose.
Whoever wins, we all lose.
I don't think she was the one who kicked that off. I think it was like Emily Saves America or some shit. She was the one who kicked it off.
Yeah, it was Emily Saves America. Pearl Davis got herself
for being involved in anything at all, to be perfectly fucking honest.
Yeah, it's just the whole thing was very cringe and gay, but it was also very funny to watch the women all eat each other.
It's kind of weird. Sydney Sweeney happened, and then everyone that is blonde and is not ugly looking suddenly went, oh look, white women are suddenly back, and it just degenerated into a shitfest over who can get more attention for the dumbest shit. It's like, oh god, look, it's sex, shock, and stupid all fucking over again.
As usual, yes. Then the same week we had Nick Fuentes versus Tucker Carlson. The fight of the feds. I don't care.
Alien versus Redditor.
I mean, I think it technically happened last week. I think Nick had just put out his response maybe the night before of last Wednesday, but I didn't cover it because I hadn't had time to listen to it. I had time to listen to it.
He pisses everyone off.
Yeah, he does. He certainly pisses everybody off. And I, at first, I've been dismissive of Fuentes for a long time because he's
cringing.
He's very cringe and very quite literally gay. And I had a very negative, not negative, just weird. I mean, I guess negative. It was so weird. It is sort of a negative. My only real life interaction with Nick Fuentes was very bizarre.
Getting gang-stalked through CPAC by Nick Fuentes should be enough to turn anyone off of interacting with him.
Well, it's just like, when I hear things about how he goes around his house with a black light searching for his friend's cum,
that aligns... Crew.
Yeah, but it aligns with the one that...
Yeah, but how he's cleaning it up is what I'm worried about.
Oh, god damn it, Bill.
So, look, the thing that's bizarre is that I guess a lot of people didn't know that Tucker Carlson had very real Fed relations in terms of his familial. Yeah, which I thought was well known.
I should have gone with Alien versus Feditor.
Yeah, I thought that was well known, but I guess a lot of people didn't, or at least a lot of young people didn't know that. So Fuentes sort of exposed, I guess, that aspect of Tucker Carlson to those who were unfamiliar with it. But I don't know. It was just, it's Fed versus Fed to me. I don't think necessarily that, well, Fuentes' family's got some connections potentially as well. But then certainly after Jan 6, I think it's unquestionable that he's probably sold some people out. That seems to be at least heavily implied.
I think if you come from Chicago, you should just be disregarded by default.
I actually agree with that. We will be talking about the Persian versus the Greek. I naturally, of course, side with the Persian.
Yeah, and that's the third one. Yes, that is the third one.
Is obviously correct, and it's not even.
How many times do we have to have this fucking fight? It has been thousands of fucking years. We continue this song and dance routine. How about this? Just come back when one of you becomes Roman.
Or in this case, English.
One of you.
Well, this one's going to be the hardest one to cover because we both like AA, and I don't have any problems with Stelios, but they got into a bit of a beef, and it concluded yesterday, or at least for the time being, although very bizarrely, and I wanted to respond to that as well, because that's just strange, honestly. Anywho, that's the main topics of the evening are that there's fighting in the right-wing war room, which we were explicitly told not to do, but there's been a lot of it.
I will say, I will side with AA, not because I'm a fan of his or anything. It's just because he's correct.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah.
That's just
I'm going into this blind.
No, I've criticized AA where I've disagreed with him before. I mean, and I think I left a bad impression on him in one of our first interactions because one of the first times I think we didn't even talk about it, but it was over Adam and Sitch, who went crazy at him over his. And to be fair, he was kind of spurging about that tomboy abs thing. This is like 3 years ago, and I couldn't understand what he was so worked up about. I get it now.
Video.
I think, yeah. And then I watched it. I was like, oh, okay, I get what where he's coming from. The social media spurging was also happening, but yeah, I understand his point. At the time, I didn't, because didn't hear his side of it, which is why it is important to listen to both sides on these kinds of debates. Not so much the women arguing. I mean, maybe we'll look at it. It's women being petty and jealous, from as far as I can tell.
Also,
that's what that one is.
Someone said I should debate Razorfist. Like, I will not debate Razorfist for one single reason. The man thinks that left versus
oh yes, there's
right,
that one too.
The left versus right in the American dichotomy is still Hamilton versus Jefferson. And like, if you think you can compare the American who just barely forged a new state to the world hegemon that now holds the world reserve currency, you're a fucking idiot. And that's the end of it. I really have nothing more to say. That was the other one I forgot. Yeah, I saw him say that, and I went like, that's just deranged. Like, if you honestly think that, you're fucking nuts. I don't
right, which was the other intra-right conflict is. But see, that's just. We'll talk about that. That's just.
That you tell you I don't know. That's Razorfist being Razorfist. That's just nuts.
Okay, here's the question: what does it actually gain us if this debate were to happen? Fucking nil, because he's not going to ever change his position, and he's not actually convincing enough to change anyone else's position on it. So it's just depending on zealot violence. And at the end of the day, we've got enough infighting at the minute. Maybe throw some bricks outside the glass house.
Yeah, the stuff with Stelios fail that's just happened the last couple of days.
Yeah. Finally got our asses into seats in the Crystal Palace, and here we are arming bricks.
Yeah, this always happens, though, of course, right? It always happens, of course. The right starts to gain a little bit of momentum, seemingly.
Look at changing hands back and forth. We went in there and very politely walked about the place. We finally have the place for ourselves, and we might as well be shitting on the floor.
We're still white, Bill.
So folk have been really stretched to the definition these days. I'll be telling you that much.
I thought we'd start, though, with... Bill came across this the other day. It was a local news headline. So we start with some good local news, just because...
It's from Jersey, I should stress this.
Local-ish.
You wouldn't get someone that swarthy from over here unless they were from, like, the south of the island.
But just, like, what...
Swarthy. That's a phrase I've not heard.
He is swarthy.
Aliens.
Yeah, he's clearly from the south. I mean, like, south of Guernsey. Look how brown he is.
Jersey.
You know? Jersey, right? Okay. So, it's just... There's something about this headline combined with this picture that's really deeply amusing and disturbing at the same time, which is former Shinzo owner and convicted rapist pleads guilty to £700,000 fraud. And then accompanied by this image of him, thumbs up, in cuffs, about to be led away by the cop.
I'm assuming going to his court case with his little astral clock tower style watch on. No, nothing says I didn't commit 700 grand's worth of fraud like wearing probably a 20 grand watch.
Yeah. The BBC will hire him to present MasterChef. I know, probably. He does kind of look like the MasterChef guy who got disgraced, but if you like dipped him in coffee. A little bit.
This is player 2 colours.
I could go with some more coffee. I already had a cup today, though. The other thing that I have forgotten 2 weeks in a row to mention, but I'm not going to this week, is that our friends over at the Dragon's Treasure Tea are doing a big sale this month. He's trying to, beat his former records. I did not assist in this by forgetting to mention it the last 2 weeks, but I did want to mention it now, to go check out the Dragon's Treasure Tea. It's linked in the description. All different types of teas. Yeah, there's stuff that's really good. I am a
colossal fucking tea snob, and I can vouch for it.
All different types of tea that are themed after different anime and manga characters and other such nerdery. And specifically, if he hits his goal this month, or surpasses the goal, he's going to donate $1,000 to the Texas Guandi Temple. So they need help, of course, maintaining this temple, and he's going to donate money to help them maintain it, which it is... beautiful, and as you can see, it's been damaged by the recent Hurricane Beryl. But not recent. I guess it's been God damn, that was last year. and hurricane season coming up again soon this year. So they're trying to rebuild this temple that was damaged last year, and so that it'd be really awesome if he could get to. I don't recall off the top of my head what he said his goal was. But if you are looking for some genuinely good tea, and I am serious, that the guy's teas are the tits. What did Ivan did?
With the Earl Grey, cream Earl Grey, that was really nice.
The tea? Oh yes, the Earl Grey one. Oh, this cherry green tea, actually, this one right here, I really like too. That it's very sweet, sweet and sour, because it's that sour cherry kind of one. But all of the ones that I've tried, he sent us a huge sampler of them, and they're all very good teas. So if you are looking to buy some tea, he's also got coffee and soap. If you're looking for anything like that, definitely go check him out. And of course, if he hits the goal, thank you, Nelthina, by the way. Let me go ahead and pin that there. Thank you so much for posting that. Pin.
Yo, there's a super chat for you, by the way.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Rap Bartholomew Cheesington for 10. Thank you, man. Says, Bill, I'm trying to make a character called the Grand Wizard. His whole thing is believing he's a wizard and throws colored bricks at folks, like a 40k orc. How can I build this in Pathfinder? Well, you might want, Bill, I'm sure you have an answer to this in detail.
Just so we're clear, you don't want them to actually have anything magical related. You just want to throw bricks at people.
Based.
Okay, I can work with this. Hang on, let me have again his exact wording.
Well, I do that. I'm going to show off some more of these.
No, if you wanted to go have him actually conjure bricks, you could go with Spellburst Savant, go down the Kaizo feat chain, which allows you to, when someone does anything, you can conjure invisible or multicolored blocks of force, like the Kaizo Mario games that were notoriously unfair, and use them to like physically block them from movement or attacks. That'd be one avenue. Alternately, you can go down improvised weapon mastery, which makes bricks hilariously strong. I've seen a really nasty maneuver where you take serpent stone bricks, which, when struck, emit some kind of magical illusory effect, and you can do some really fucking vicious shit with those. But for best results for getting as many bricks down range, probably old 3.5 prestige class master thrower, or no, let's do it properly. Bloodstorm Blade. That way you can take one brick and hit the whole room with it. Then I'd say count them as boomerangs. Use boomerang, ricochet, boomerang days. Every single attack is a fort save all days. Your DM will throw you out off the table within about half an hour.
And that's the goal, isn't it?
Every attack will hit 2 people. They will all have to take fort saves versus dazing, and the damage value is the DC, which is hilariously strong. And it's Bloodstorm Blade, so you get maneuvers. You can throw them at every single person in the room. And go into Hulking Hurler. That way you can spec into how much weight you can physically pick up and pitch at someone. For best result, if you just want raw force, Pack Mule Fighter into Hulking Hurler. For a good colleague John, who wrote the Road Rumbler style, he managed to get it so much that he managed to get his carrying capacity so high he could pick up every living being on Earth and pitch it into the sun in a single turn.
Damn.
That's pretty
also, Michael the Doberman, or the Dober Dad, for 5 Canadian says, smash the like button if Aiden and Spoon should face cam. We have done it before, but we should some other time, but not tonight.
No,
I'm not. Anyways. Oh, okay. He's gonna be precious about it. All right.
You don't have to see my dumbass. I look like PS1 Hagrid.
He does look like PS1 Hagrid a little bit, in a based way. Let's cover the news first before we get into the drama. So, Wikipedia is found to not be exempt from the Online Safety Act, which will treat it on par with social media. Remember, this is about protecting children, and apparently Wikipedia is a social media website, according to the Online Safety Act. Remember that this has fucking nothing to do with protecting children. It has to do with politics entirely. Yeah, they don't want...
I don't even want to entertain the idea that it was ever about that. I think it's ridiculous to even insinuate it.
Well, that's why I'm just evidencing it. Because if it had anything to do with protecting children, there wouldn't be a problem with Wikipedia articles.
Now, there are a couple of sketchy ones in there. I'm looking at you, CBT. Now, I'm not talking about behavioral therapy.
Yeah. Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. Cock and ball torture. Yeah. Okay.
Mirror on the wall. What is torture? Cock and ball.
Yeah, okay, so there might be some Wikipedia articles you could make this argument for, but, the Wikimedia Foundation lost its legal challenge against Category 1 classification that would require it to comply with additional obligations under the UK's Online Safety Act, as the judge declined to rule on whether Wikipedia falls under Category 1 or not. The Online Encyclopedia claims that these additional obligations can lead to the violation of editors' privacy, as the law mandates the verification of editors. Now,
also, it's not even that they were declared something or the other. They were, like, the judge just said, I'm not saying shit
about it, yeah.
Because no one knows.
They just left the decision to Ofcom, and you know what they're going to decide. That's absolutely absurd.
The whole point of this was to just give Ofcom infinite power.
Essentially,
there is because no one has the criteria by which this is to be invigilated. There is no precedent for anything. This is literally just the most draconian shit possible. They have just handed up at most fucking power of censure to the Ofcom, a notoriously shit at their job organization.
Of course. Rep Bartholomew Cheesington for 5 says, "Thanks, Bill. Is there something online that can show me everything you just said? I've only got 1/3 Pathfinder campaign under my belt, so I'm very new." Are you in Bartholomew? If you're in the Discord, and if not, there should be now a working link in the description. Join the Discord, and then Bill's a member of the Discord, so let me know. Okay. I guess I'm
gonna go by memory.
Tag him, you know.
Call me out if I'm wrong on these. Hulking Hurler, Complete Warrior, Bloodstorm Blade, Book of 9 and Swords. That's Ender 3.5. Pack Mule Fighter is Ultimate Combat. I want to say that's Pathfinder middle stage, first edition. What was the other ones? Master Thrower. That's Complete Warrior, or was it Scoundrel? I think it's Scoundrel. Complete Scoundrel. Most of these you'll find in the Complete Scoundrel Warrior etc. line. I'll
hearing this.
I used to be able to rattle all this shit off just off the top of my head.
I have no idea what's going on.
But...
Well, I think the best way to... Yes, he is in the Discord, same name.
It is going to be on Realm Help. Go look in the Prestige Class section, you'll find it. Or just look up something similar as the Throwing Handbook. You'll find a bunch of stuff there.
He loves talking about it and helping people out. I think you do, right? So you seem to.
It's a living.
It's a living. There you go.
I'm just very confused.
Don't worry, it's nerd stuff.
Look at it this way: if you ever want to play ever want to play in D&D,
which I'd like him to do. I would love for Spoon to play at least a game.
I can help you. Nerdy shit.
Too late now. You were inquiring.
Yeah, you've inquired. That indicates interest.
You're already fucked. You've already got the me itchy brain.
That's not
so Wikipedia.
That's what you think.
Oh, and Sven B for €2 asks, have you had to deal with N3GR0 behavior in South Africa yet? I assume so.
My wives.
Oh yeah. All right. Okay. You're outside of that. Good. Lucky. Well, more than luck. But let's see. Wikipedia has described itself as a user-driven content platform, a non-profit charity. The encyclopedia says it operates transparently and democratically, with open source computer code that anyone can access and inspect.
No one's fucking innocent in this story.
Platform is user-driven. So here's what it comes down to. Wikipedia said that if Ofcom classifies the platform as Category 1, then Wikipedia has to take steps to avoid that classification. Those steps include blocking access to UK users once the monthly limit of 7 million visitors is reached, which is 10% of the UK population. According to Wikipedia statements in court, the platform is being accessed by around 26 million people in the UK every month. So, please
block Wikipedia in the UK. It would be really funny to watch the government grind to a halt.
Yeah, what are they going to do? And this is all based around the fact that Wikipedia is...
let's just go whole hog. Let's switch the internet off for the UK for like 2 weeks.
I mean, essentially.
I want to see. Then we'll get the reports back after the 2 weeks. You know what politicians taste like, for instance, and after you fry them, and other such like tidbits of information that we've been denied all these times. I guarantee you, if you switched off the internet for the UK for 2 weeks, it would make the film Doomsday look like the fucking Care Bears.
Yeah,
it would. It would be the fucking Country Bears Jamboree.
Well, I don't know. They're probably all using ChatGPT and stuff now. Which, speaking of, yesterday I integrated and had ChatGPT.
Integration, not in this chat.
Yeah, integrate the Vulcan language dictionary, so now it can very easily translate things into Vulcan from Star Trek.
That is the nerdiest thing I've ever heard you say ever. It's just like, fucking hell.
Because I wanted a more accurate translation of the opening monologue. rather than the one I had to try to remember because the old Vulcan language website I was using that had a translation of it is gone from the internet. Yeah.
That's it. Keep popping up at the mouth. I'm going to start citing Jan van Riebeek in fucking Pathfinder.
You want to read it? I think I'm pretty sure it's correct because I remember a lot of it sounds very similar to what I recalled of it in my head, which was Faujucht Kim Shadel Namtor Aifa Yut Devunlar Tumashali Enterprise Devishto Kafta Kraiwek Taltor Uz Akankar Tartor Uz Hakiv He Uz Sovhau Haltor Valo Fakaki.
I'm going to stop you right there.
Haltor Vesh. There you go.
And just like that, we're getting protested by the Palestine crowd. Cheers.
What language was that?
Vulcan.
Okay.
From Star Trek.
I find it bizarre because you still sound like you speak in a Japanese accent.
Everything sounds... my Spanish sounds like it's a Japanese accent because I started learning Japanese. It's the first foreign language I learned, so everything that I say that's not English apparently is a Japanese
so that
accent.
explains the kind of cadence.
Yes, autism.
The respect for private and family life.
From the core to the void until Kronos is less annoyed.
So it appears, by the way, with the Wikipedia stuff, that the issue is that people can make these edits to it anonymously. Which, I mean... No, I think people should be allowed to make anonymous edits to Wikipedia. So it seems like maybe Wikipedia will thereby be shut off to the UK. We'll see what happens, considering they determined that, that Ofcom gets to fucking decide what they want to do with Wikipedia.
Cool. I don't like Wikipedia. I think it's a den of fucking villainy and bullshit.
It is.
Everyone on there is usually a shyster leftoid. And I don't... But that said, if they want to fucking exist right there and do their thing, that is their prerogative. They should not be molested by the powers that bleed and be. And if they want to, if they want to reward my words of support here by just having a fucking page about me where they call me a blithering moron who punches horses, that's their prerogative.
Markman 7170 for 5 says, couple of interactions I found interesting where Fukuyama and Sargon and Dev and Sargon with Carl stating that liberalism is flawed at the foundation. Yeah, I also listened to the little spat, I suppose, or disagreement, whatever it was, between Carl and Fukuyama, which was interesting. But
when did Dev get involved?
I didn't know Dev was involved at all. I don't care.
Well, let us go and have a small gander as why the Leaf homosexual was once.
Yeah, I didn't even hear about that.
Every time Dev gets brought up, I'm reminded of it kind of the vibe it gives me is like when I'm at work and I think to myself, "Ooh, next door's drains need cleaning."
Right.
Like every night, we only really recognise when Dev's there because of the stink.
So there's also a bill that's been proposed by Mike Lee, GOP senator, that is going to redefine obscenity in order to empower prosecutors to punish those who make and distribute extreme content online. So this is another bill that's just been announced, and it's going to make pornography, I guess certain types of pornography, a federal crime. Now, look, I do agree that degeneracy is harmful to society, but I don't think any of this is actually being done to protect children or to protect anyone from obscenity.
It doesn't matter what the content, like barring like legitimate like trafficking, like footage of actual crimes ongoing. Even the most degenerate shit that the pornographers in all its shall we say parentheses glory can churn out would not equal 1/1 billionth of the fucking insidious influence of giving this kind of power to the powers that be.
And that's the problem is. Whenever you hand over additional, or you acquiesce, like you don't really have a choice, but whenever you go quietly with this stuff, because you also find the degeneracy disgusting, as is, I think, a normal reaction to purity, response, moral foundations, many of us have it, it very quickly becomes a way to open the doors to all kinds of other shit that you're not going to like. And that's just the way that it always gets used.
Never bring a weapon to a fight that you wouldn't.
If you give the government more ability to spy on you, I don't know where money came from. You give them a greater ability to spy on you, determine what you can see, what you can think. It never stops at just porn or degenerate
freedoms
stuff.
Freedoms, liberties, powers are like spinal fluid. Once you lose them, you're not getting them back.
And that's the thing too, is that
people
it only
in charge
ever goes one
really want your spinal fluid. I mean, power.
Yes, and it does. But Bill's completely correct. It only ever goes one direction. You never ever get these liberties back once they're taken by the state. Hatswap5 says Gamergate opened a lot of people's eyes regarding how flawed Wikipedia is. Yes, it did. Look at their article on Gamergate to this day. It describes it as a hate campaign or something similar.
Wikipedia is a mid-wit fucking containment board. Let's be real here, boys and girls.
But here's the value in Wikipedia, and it does have value because one second, let me take this allergy pill. Dang. Here's the value of Wikipedia. Wikipedia is a good place to find the sources that mainstream pundits, that the mainstream in general, uses for their information. So you can go find where it is they're getting this crap from and backtrace it. That part is actually quite useful.
And it also allows you a place to go and look, and if your opponent, who is a leftist, is using these talking points, you can just say, you just got that off Wikipedia, you lazy bitch.
Well, they don't seem to find that as an insult. I mean, that's like Destiny's entire career is looking stuff up on Wikipedia, you know? But anyway, back to this. So the wording of the bill, the authors say, are consistent with the Communications Act of 1934, which defines a piece of content as obscene if taken as a whole. It appears to the prurient interests of nudity, sex, or excretion if it depicts, describes, or represents, actual or simulated sexual acts with the objective intent to arouse, titillate, or gratify the sexual desires of a person, and if taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value.
So instantaneously, the powers that be now have complete carte blanche to make whatever they want because it's artistic, and nothing you make will ever be allowed.
Yeah, they can put out right. I mean, there's nothing about this that says that they can't look.
Titillate, gratify, or
understand.
Person, they can just declare anything sexual.
Well, let me just put it this way. I know woke's going away and it's over, but understand that under this definition, you could very easily say that all of the drag queen story hours and the rainbow dildo butt monkey thing where they had the guy with a rainbow monkey costume with a dildo strapped to it reading books to children, that's educational now, isn't it? Political, scientific, educational value. Those books that were in schools
when you see criteria, they're not there to protect you. The criteria are a method to fucking flagellate you. It's the matter.
Yeah, exactly. Nelson, I'm not sure. Let me just share IO link. Hello. Let's see. Where are we at with this? Anyway, so yeah, we'll see where this goes. But I think it's just going to be more of the same with us. Again, the things that they want to be made public will be fine. Things that they don't want will be deemed obscene. And all of your personal whatever, pornographic or not, personal habits are going to be spied upon to a greater degree, and people will clap for it like seals, like they have with the OSA and the other similar legislation that has been proposed and is being voted on in the US and in Australia to save the kids without realizing you don't get these liberties back once you hand them over to the state, which is going to take them anyway, so you can't really do too much shit. But you could at least complain, I suppose. Instead, people are cheering for this kind of shit. There was an interesting EO, though, related to this, which is on debanking. Trump signed. It was weird. I saw in the tweet about this that people were like, I've never even heard of anyone getting debanked except people who deserved it. And that's part of the problem. But Trump has issued an EO directing bank agencies to adopt policies to ensure that financial institutions do not use reputational risks as a basis for restricting access to banking services, known as debanking. This all depends on whether or not if this is going to do anything. And I'm skeptical about whether or not it will. Excuse me. Because I don't think it's actually going to stop anybody from being debanked. Individuals, their businesses, and their families have been subjected to debanking on the basis of their political affiliations, religious beliefs, or lawful business activities, and have suffered frozen payrolls, debt, and crushing interest, and other significant harms to their livelihoods, reputations, and financial well-being, Trump said in the order. Such practices are incompatible with a free society and the principle that the provision of banking services should be based on material, measurable, and justifiable risks. He continued, it is the policy of the United States that no American should be denied access to financial services because of their constitutionally or statutorily protected beliefs, affiliations, or political views, and to ensure that politicized or unlawful debanking is not used as a tool to inhibit such beliefs, affiliations, or political views. Banking decisions must instead be made on the basis of individualized, objective, and risk-based analyses. I think they're still going to conduct this individual, objective, and risk-based analysis and debank people. Is just going to be my fear there. Now, I like that he signed it, I guess. I mean, the sentiment is nice, but we'll see where it goes, right? I just am not getting my hopes up that this is actually going to protect anyone from getting debanked. And Nick Fuentes, speaking of, is an infamous case of someone who's been debanked. Quite extremely, Fuentes has been debanked. And which is absolutely fucking
strange. It's the only thing that's ever happened to him, though.
Well,
I found
it's pretty significant.
Thing.
On the Fukuyama. And what was it?
And
what happened here?
With liberalism is why countries being filled with the brown ones doing all the pillaging.
Hang on, you cut it. You cut out there for me for a second.
I said the one where he said liberalism is why our country is filled with the brown ones doing the pillaging, and why people go to jail for speaking out. And Dev is coping and seething because it's not real liberalism. Bro.
Do you have it?
Yes.
No. We'll pull it up when we get to the. I don't think that counts as. I don't really know what Dev is. I think he's just self-motivated. He just wants to goon. I think that's about it.
What motivates Dev?
Goon.
Attention.
Pretty much just that, and attention like that too. That's why
I don't think
we should not trouble ourselves.
Anything.
Yeah, I don't think we should bother troubling ourselves with the desires and wants of someone who eats paint for a living.
Speaking of deplatforming, this article from Hacker Noon is about this is from earlier in the year, obviously, but it's the rise and I saw Josh Moon posted this on Twitter the other day. Rise, fall, and return of Kiwi farms after deplatforming efforts. And what this article basically is, it shows that they weren't able to successfully take down KF. And this is, with all the Wikipedia stuff, etc., I think that it's really sticking in their craw that they were not able to take down Kiwi farms. And I think that also a lot of this is, again, by framing it all as to protect the kids, it's going to make it easier for people to agree with taking this stuff down because they become acclimated to it. So and this whole article is just, this whole section, it's worth reading if you're interested. I guess I'll post it here. I'm not going to belabor it too much because we do have a lot of videos to get to. It's just them seething that they weren't able to take this website down, despite, Josh Moon essentially being debanked, that he can't get any payment processors to work with him. And I know that people have problems with the website because it hosts people's docs and things like that. They got it, no AdSense, MasterCard, Visa, PayPal, all removed in 2016. And they're still operating. The fact that Kiwi Farms is still operating, despite the big attempt from Keffels to get them dropped from Cloudflare, etc., just 2-3 years ago now, they're still up. And they're back on the clear web. So, yeah, just understand that the obvious point is to be able to... They're seething they weren't able to do it with KF, and I'm sure they would like to, obviously. So, particularly because it contains so much information about people that they would probably rather not be out there. So I just see that as the clause on the free internet, such as it exists at all or ever did, are quickly closing in on it, I think. Another thing that's interesting that's happening around the world all simultaneously is this implementation of psych evaluations, or proposed implementation of psych evaluations for people in positions of power.
Yeah, Raj did that one as well.
Yeah, Reform is also doing this, as I'll bring up in a minute. And here we have also, in Illinois schools, implement universal mental health screenings. The problem with this stuff is I can tell you what these mental health screenings are going to do. And what they're looking for.
That we need to needle.
That you need to get rid of. Yeah, they're not. They're going to be looking for
potential mavericks that will challenge
we're familiar
the regime.
If you're familiar with the MBTI, the Myers-Briggs Personality Inventory, what that basically does, it's largely a horoscope. But what it is supposed to be used for by organizations is making it so, you have this type of personality, and this other person in the office has this compatible personality, so maybe you get along and work together well. It's fucking horoscope shit. There's there's no real evidence that it means anything or works or matters in any way. But there are obviously different personality types that people have, moral foundations. Again, you could go back to, introversion, extroversion, the big 5 personality types, all these things. And you want to find people to work in these kinds of positions who are, let's just say, feminine-minded, highly group-oriented, and very unlikely to rock the boat, right? And that's what I read when I hear they're implementing psych evals. No, they want to clog everything up with people who will just mostly do what they're told, obviously. Women who are highly compliant and will force others into compliance as well.
Look at
all the women.
Look at the stereotypes on parade here.
Jesus Christ, actually, wow, I think this might be a person of gender. I don't know. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
This is a real sex offender shuffle of people.
It sure is. Nightmare blunt rotation right here. You do not want to be in this blunt rotation. Oh my God.
Whatever teachers union they belong to has to put in a lot of work for this district, and you can tell.
So here it says students, so this is actually for students as well, but this is for jobs in general. Like, they know this is going to carry over into everything outside of it. This is not for the employees. The psych evals are for reform, though. That's the plan for that. Students in 3rd to 12th grade in Illinois will be able to take annual mental health screening starting in 2027. Let's see. Screenings provide early. Yeah.
It's not mandatory.
I don't. Well.
Go ahead.
Is it going to end up being mandatory, though?
Take the psych evaluation. It won't get you completely destroyed financially in the long run, as they disqualify you from a bunch of government programs.
Problematic kind of personality.
What's that? You're a depressed teenager. Congratulations, you can never have a gun again.
Right, that kind of stuff. Help improve academic and social outcomes. They help us break down the stigma that too often is a barrier to seeking help. Yeah, and then make it so that, exactly, you've got a psychological malfunction that we've identified because you don't fit into this mold well enough, so you're not allowed to own a gun because you're a dangerous right-wing lunatic.
You can think more than everybody else does. We need to hamper that.
Yeah.
People need to realize the old adage is true. Therapy is when you pay to be in a room with a leftist until you agree with them.
And right now they do say they can opt out, but again,
like being with a woman.
How long?
Parents can opt their students out.
Parents children
can opt their students out of mental health screens. You notice that wording?
Yeah, interesting language used there. Not their children, out their students out of mental health screenings. Yeah, let's see how long that lasts. This is going to be, again, when you see the exact same things being pushed internationally in particular at the same time, there's obviously another motive behind this kind of stuff. So the mental health screenings, I think, dangerous rise in right-wing opinions of the youth.
Are they going to be carried out by trained professionals, or are they going to be carried out by school counselors?
Well, I can tell you about how long it takes to become certified in being able to administer the Myers-Briggs personality inventory, because at one point takes about an hour. So that it's like you have to be training for a couple of days, and then you take a test.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, I do regret to inform you that despite what you may have heard, there is no alternate version of the Voight-Kampff test to test if someone's a lesbian.
My point is, it doesn't take a lot of... The test takes about maybe an hour. I don't remember actually how long the test was. But it's like a week of classes, which are pretty short. That's at least what I did. It might be different now. This was over 10 years ago. Takes a couple of classes, take a test, and hey, now you too could administer the Myers-Briggs. I imagine this will be much the same. And teachers, by the way, have to do continual education credits, or continual learning credits, CLEs. Which means that they already have to take these sort of classes every couple of years or so to say, I'm still improving as a pedagogue or whatever. And I'm sure that they can all get certified in administration of the psych evals.
This is not just handing power to fuck up someone's life over to barely trained, heavily, socially entrenched.
Well, understand that what they believe is normal, a normal psych eval, is female. Female mentality is what's seen as good and normal.
Yeah, if you've got any kind of masculine traits or whatsoever, say goodbye to any chance you ever had of owning any firearms.
Get longhouse.
Fuck up your financial future as well. Mm-hmm. Because if they decide that suddenly you're a threat to yourself or others, well, you're probably going to get sectioned. You're probably going to lose all your rights.
And then here's the same thing.
And they'll probably get rewarded for every person that they ruin their future like this. I guarantee there'll be quotas to find people like this, to find the school shooter types, quote unquote.
Oh my god, this fucking website. Reform UK sends candidates for psychiatric testing as part of vetting process. Party says it is to avoid another Rupert Lowe. He sure would want to avoid that. Someone with, I don't know, any degree of fucking temerity.
Popularity?
Yeah.
Someone with any scruples whatsoever.
You shouldn't want, you sure wouldn't want anyone like that in politics. Absolutely not. Be sure to, clear them out.
Screening for anyone who would dare talk shit to us at all.
Here it is. There's reform saying they're doing just that. We don't want another Rupert Lowe, so we're going to make everybody take psych evals, which is again going to detect essentially masculine traits.
Basically, the exact thing that the left I've accused doing all the time. Good enough for the goose, good enough for the gander, apparently.
Right? Senior party source said tests could be used to identify potential future leaders and will help reform avoid another Rupert Lowe incident.
Oh, so now your psych evaluation is going to dictate your power in structure location.
That's what I just said. Yeah, that's obviously it's the same thing in general. They identify children. If you've got a wrong psychological profile, your life's fucked. Because
now there will be an optimum path for questions on to position yourself into positions of power. How long will this take to break down, and how quickly will leftist infiltrators figure that out to make sure that they are put directly into the inner circle?
When approached for comment about the psychiatric testing, Lowe said, "I won't take any lectures on behavioral issues from a party that is happy to put a bloke in a woman's prison." Beast. He added that reform was a steaming woke mess. Correct. Unfortunately, they're probably going to do pretty well, but this is just absolute bullshit, clearly. This was also some absolute bullshit, since I've got some UK-heavy news in the front. Let's see. This was working earlier. If it's broken down... I seriously was looking at this. There we go. Wanted poster of shoplifters may breach privacy law, says Watchdog Group. So this is what it says. Due to scumbag shoplifting, please ask for assistance to open the cabinets. Thank you. Business owners have been told they should not put up pictures of suspected shoplifters in their shops in case they breach data protection laws. So you have to hand over your fucking face and ID and information to be able to use the fucking internet like an adult, but you can't put up a picture of a shoplifter because that's a data protection breach. Make this shit make sense to me.
Meanwhile, the UK government loses everyone's details every 10 minutes.
Yeah, to private companies. Again, the fact that the OSA went into effect the same week as the massive, it's not a data breach, it wasn't hacking, of the utter incompetence of the TAP people was certainly something. And then, you're violating people's privacy by putting up the pictures of shoplifters.
They're not people and they shouldn't have privacy.
Right? It follows reports that police told a shopkeeper in Wales to take down a sign calling shoplifters scum because it could cause offense. Rob Davies from Wrexham, who runs a vintage clothing and accessories shop called Run Ragged, was informed that the sign could be seen as provocative and offensive. Yeah, that's very cool. Don't take pictures of the suspects. Don't take pictures of these people. Despite the shop owner giving police a CCTV card details and number plates, Lamb said no action was taken apart from visit to the police who told him to take down the pictures because of the general data protection regulation. He's got this guy on camera shoplifting. No, you can't have a picture of a shoplifter up for data protection. Meanwhile, show a picture of your face to use Wikipedia.
Well, if we take pictures of criminals, then maybe people will be able to cross-reference it versus the roster of the police force and realize there's a lot of overlap between the two, and if not the two, then certainly the families of the two. How many police chiefs' children are out stealing shit because they think they can get away with it?
All of them.
Businesses are sharing images with each other or in a staff room was considered inappropriate, so you can't even share them in private, according to the ICO. It's also advised against putting images in the local area, such as shop windows or lampposts. You must only share personal information in a way that is proportionate and necessary to achieve your purpose. If it's a fucking shoplifter, the purpose is to deter shoplifters by saying, if you shoplift, I'm gonna put your picture in the window that you're a fucking shoplifter. To shame you. If it can't actually do anything else, at least to shame you. So if somebody knows that person, of course, the people who know these people are all their cousins that don't care.
Punishments are for people who disagree with the government, not for people who do crimes.
I'm curious, which absolute dysgenic little fucking pleb was shoved into a locker at school so many times that he became this much of a twat in his adult life that he now needs to impose like his little Napoleon syndrome on a level that is just draconian evil. Because I guarantee
I'm glad you asked.
Anyone that does this kind of shit, I guarantee you was bullied his entire fucking life for the little shithead that he was.
Well, I'm glad you asked, because Downing Street said on Monday that Sir Keir Starmer would not call shoplifters scumbags.
I call him scumbag.
It's not the language I would use. We have been very clear through our actions that we take shoplifting very seriously. That's why you can't call us shoplifters. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, who's the guy who got bullied and shoved into lockers? That's Sir Keir. That Sir person shoved into lockers to you.
Absolute
Good
twat.
lord. Oh, I know, right? Speaking of absolute twats, whatever. Razor fist.
Well done, you can take that. Oh god, yeah, I managed to piss him off.
Well, this pissed me off, right? So he never stops talking about the Chi-coms. China funds the woke cult to the tune of billions. This is back in July.
Okay,
just as Soviet Russia funded degeneracy in Hollywood for 7 decades. He's just ranting about China. China is the cause of all of your problems. China is doing the woke. It's all China. It's a big conspiracy.
You guys need to understand something about the two things that exist in Razorfist's mind is one, China is responsible for every bad thing ever, and monarchy-funded communism. Not a monarch or a monarchical country. No.
Monarchy is an idea.
The government model has funded communism. I don't know how the fuck that makes any sense, but he literally said that word for word, because I quote tweeted and took the piss out of him, like, how the fuck does that make any sense? He's insane. He's absolutely possessed by this fucking crazy. And if you scroll down there, that line right there.
This is what pissed people off more
Eurotrash
recently, though,
is a philosophy, not a locale. I don't know how that makes any sense. Philosophies come from locales. Razor.
No. You have to understand, it's all man and nature shit, right?
Okay.
We're disconnected from the land. We're just living on it. Okay.
Okay. It's a member of the right to identify within the European left or right binary fascism versus communism. Tell me you don't know anything about European politics, because no one who actually talks about politics.
No, but he's of that particular American mindset where I'm going to talk about European politics while proudly proclaiming that I'm an American and European politics don't fucking matter to me. Then shut up about them.
Yes.
No, I can't do that. Has to have say his opinion. Will be intentionally ignorant.
European politics is like, and it's not true. And also, rather than the American right-left binary of Jefferson versus Hamilton, first of all, anyone who thinks Jefferson is the right one and Hamilton is left is fucking insane. One. And two, if you notice this, the America that existed during the Jefferson and Hamiltonian spat is not the same as the American today. America today is the world hegemon and has the world reserve currency. It is not the same fucking paradigm, Razor, you absolute spacker. Like, anyone who thinks that binary still applies today, is insane. Like, just
what was the other argument that you got in with him? Let me find it.
Did you think?
I think I've got it. Yeah. Oh, here it is. Here was your post with him as well.
Oh, the Uncle Adolf joke? Yeah.
Yeah, he said, let's see, what was this in response to? Almost every history tuber is an undercover leftist ideologue whose career as a public school teacher was undermined by a conduct disorder. Oh, so he also wants them to have psych evals, I guess.
Yeah.
You have been warned.
If you scroll down,
what was this about? Hardcore history. And then he says, yes, this guy, Canones, says, aren't you the guy who won't acknowledge? I don't like when people start tweets like this. It's always just don't do that. It puts wrong puts people.
It's the probe, yeah.
Yeah, who won't acknowledge international Jewry's role in the Bolshevik Revolution. You and Carlin conveniently leave out the forces behind history. Leaving out the forces behind it. History is noted. You mean the vast Jewish conspiracy that ended with the most famous Jewish commie Trotsky waking up with an ice pick in his brainstem, courtesy of Joseph Stalin, a non-Jew, that brilliant Jewish conspiracy. Who could fault that sterling logic? Quite the shrine to intellect.
Yes, and that's when I quote tweet.
So we can never ascertain whether there was any Jewish ancestry to Stalin or any of the Georgians, because guess what? Georgia was a good chunk of Georgia was part of the Khazarite, Khanate. So we know for a fact that trying to discern their genealogy from their physiognomy is impossible because they're from the same region.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean,
you can read that.
Well, again, he is kind of, as this points out, there's more than one Jew. Yes, we're well aware, but that's
the point.
Putting it on Trotsky.
Yes.
This guy, I think, didn't get you. But, yeah, he's putting it all exclusively on Trotsky.
Yeah, so
which is a little bit odd.
Yeah, and also, if you've noticed, there was quite a lot of
there was Metatron in there.
There's quite a few of them when it comes to sort of the upper echelons of who created communism and was pushing the Bolsheviks. Right, that's kind of fucking obvious. And so, if you wanted to use this and I don't know, take power, you would naturally want to get rid of a lot of them. The same thing happened in fucking the Third Reich. Like,
Yeah.
And
look
at,
by the way,
your current government.
Yeah.
It's like, hello.
I like Peter Quinones. I wasn't trying to attack him. I'm following him obviously, but I just, whenever you sort of, aren't you the person that the people who often begin statements that way are being very bad faith. That was my only statement about that.
It's style by association, basically.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but it's like a stupid thing. Like, Razor, do you honestly think that just because Trotsky was killed, there's no more influence, Jewish influence outside of, like, ever? Like, what are you trying to say with this? Like, really?
I don't know exactly what he's trying to state. Well, I can tell you what he's trying to say, probably, which is Israel is our greatest ally, because that's the brand of Christianity he and others appear to align to.
It just seems very bizarre if you just look at fucking even the present day.
Yeah, I don't really get what he's arguing for either, honestly.
It's very weird. Yeah.
Oh no, piss off. Someone mentioned this, I did have this originally. I was thinking about putting it in the docket, and then someone mentioned it in the chat earlier, so I didn't think I'd bring it up, is that David Lammy has referred himself to Watchdog after fishing illegally with JD Vance. He didn't have a fishing license, so he I guess reported himself.
That is like the whitest thing I've ever seen David Lammy actually do.
I know. Foreign Secretary hosted Vance and his family at Chevening House in Kent last week, where the pair fished from the property's private lake. Anglers aged 13 and over must own a rod license to fish for freshwater species such as carp in England and Wales. Lammy failed to land a catch, but all of my kids did, Vance said. Oh wow, I couldn't even catch a fish either. Damn. So you didn't even catch anything, and then you had to admit you didn't have a license to do it.
I am terribly sorry,
I don't know.
Sir. Do please beg my pardon. Sir, that is the whitest thing I've ever seen him do.
Yeah, it's an incredibly English thing to do. I
kind of admire him for that in a strange kind of way. But he actually went to go and did that.
That's by far the most English
very
thing
British.
he's ever done. Yeah.
The irony being, as I understand it, this is the case over here at least, it wouldn't matter. The only way it would matter is if you didn't have someone on site who you could land the fish under their name and would count towards their quota.
Well,
so if there's anyone on site,
this seems very performative because he knew he was going to get in trouble. He didn't even catch a fish. It doesn't matter, right? It's just, look, everyone else should be like me and report yourself to the watchdog groups when you don't have a license to do something and you did it illegal. Because they'll be equally as fair with you as they will with David Lammy, I'm sure. So, Idubbbz is spiraling. We covered, obviously, his video on immigrants last week.
He was belittling one of my countryfolk, and for that he must piss off.
Okay.
Yes.
So, do you want me to? Okay, let's drop. We talk about the dream. Okay.
God, he looks like he's
doesn't he? Oh, right. Bill had a dream about Idubbbz.
I have this thing that toward the end, whenever I do dream, which is very, very rarely, like toward the end, I'll get what can best be described as filler dreams, which are just absolute horseshit, fucking dead end thoughts that go nowhere. But for some reason, this one was very vivid and stuck in my memory. It was a reboot of Sock 'em Boppers, and like an ad in very classical, like 80s way, like usual, the old Sock 'em Boppers advert, like kids in the fucking 80s spirally, like purple void, beating the absolute shit out of each other with Sock 'em Boppers, as you'd expect. Though in this case, they had chosen Idubbbz to be the person to represent the brand, and they had. Like, he was just in the void by himself, clearly completely alone, just completely abandoned out in the 80s void, and they had rebranded as Cuck Knuckles. And I'm just saying, and even at the time, as I was experiencing, like, what the fuck is going on here?
Oh my god!
So it's just a voiceover talking absolute like complete fucking gibberish about this product, and then Idubbbz shadowboxing the literal fucking void.
We now have the technology to make this very easily with AI.
Yeah, it seems like something made with AI.
Cock knuckles. Somebody print it. There you go.
Sock and boppers, but without any of the class.
It should be made out of like a very soft foam or something, so nobody gets hurt.
Well, considering there's not much left to hurt in his fucking skull.
No, so he's been streaming daily, which is probably to do with the fact that he's deeply, deeply broke.
Well, yes, ever since he lost the PG Tips advertisement contract, it's not been the same.
Right?
He really does look like the monkey.
He does look like
and
the
monkey. Best thing is, it doesn't matter what version it is, like he looks like all of them. The version of live action chimp, the sock version.
That's
the one I'm thinking about.
In case you forget.
Yeah.
Just to be clear what we're talking about.
Can we get an edit?
Monkey.
Sorry, just the what version which says it gets worse. That could be anything about the fucking Jomas. Though if the option was between the Jomas and Johnny Vegas and the Sock Monkey doing a fucking podcast, I bet you'll get way more with Johnny Vegas and the Sock Monkey.
Yeah.
Could I make that into a T-shirt? I probably could, actually.
You should. He has been. Oh yeah. He's been streaming again on the regular. His brain does not work well enough due to all the CTE to do this, so he's constantly blinking.
In 2016 forever, people. Fucking hell.
Right. But he has now moved on to doing probably the worst fucking thing you could possibly do. He is arguing with his... Yeah. But he is now arguing with Reddit comments and his YouTube comments about his video. This guy used to have 7 million subscribers, or 8 million subscribers. No, it's just...
Those numbers are greatly exaggerated, if not a complete hoax.
He did at one point have 8 million subs, now he's at 7. And arguing with Redditors. Let's just take a look at what Idubbbz, the man that people were once terrified of because he could end your career with a content cop. This is what he's now doing, arguing with fucking Redditors.
In Somalia and many more countries in the Middle East, so already trying to generalize the Middle East, 48.7%.
No, he's saying Somalia and the Middle East. Maybe Ian doesn't know where Somalia is, I'm guessing.
Not anymore.
No, maybe he used to.
He left that info on the map.
Yeah.
Is this a way of life you would like to import?
There's currently a new place called Minnesota.
It's a good question. Yeah, do you want to import people who half of whom get married to their cousins?
Now, don't ask that anything relationship-wise to fucking Ian.
That's true.
Anything would be a step up there.
That's true.
This is insane. This is an insane thing. Because what they're...
it is insane that half of them are married to their direct relatives. That is insane, yeah.
Not including is that this is a country... is in horrible conditions in every regard.
Every country in the Middle East is?
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Wait, why? Well, okay, we can talk about American interference in that, as to why some of those countries aren't doing as well as they may have been if
those
not
countries were
interfered with.
Before there was
Iran?
any intervention. Right, Iran? Okay, well, Iran's told us and all that kind of shit.
No, 1960s
Case in point.
Iran's pretty good.
Revolutions.
Yeah. Who's responsible for that, I wonder? Who could it be now? But the thing is that he is focusing on Somalia, and he's saying more countries in the Middle East as well. Not all of them are impoverished. I'm pretty sure that there's similar numbers like this in the UAE and a ton of different countries across the Middle East because that's a normal part of their culture.
They're so hard done by. They're about to become one of them's about to become mayor in fucking Minnesota. They're so hard done by that they can literally crawl out of whatever fucking seething pit of human filth that they emerged from originally, crawl all the way to the new world, and set up shop there with a mini caliphate to themselves.
Yeah. Anyway, here we go.
Honestly, I'm not going to question the statistic. The statistic might be wrong, or it might be right, but I'm not interested in fucking discovering that.
So it isn't.
Why?
Okay, so I don't care to find out if it's correct or not. Do you want... But let's assume then that it is correct, since you're unwilling to look it up, and I'm not going to either, but because I have looked at this shit before, and generally speaking, very high percentages of cousin marriages. And they continue to do that when they move, by the way, to new countries. They don't continue or they don't cease that, they do not cease that behavior. They move into enclaves and they continue to marry their cousins. It's been a huge problem in the UK with just the sheer number of children that are born and would have died had they been born in Pakistan or wherever else, because they are so deeply inbred and riddled with genetic conditions. But now they survive and become permanent wards of the state.
Over half of Pakistani pregnancies end in self-termination as a result
because of genetic conditions.
Defects.
Yes, yep.
Over 50% of them just went, nah, I'm not even going to try and be born.
Yeah,
I'm like, that is if any other race had that birth rate, that race would be extinct.
Is there ads popping up like every 4 minutes? I have it set on. Let me delay it then. Sorry about that, Kevin. I have it set for the absolute lowest limit of ads. Like it gives you. Here's how it. I don't know why people aren't more transparent about this, but YouTube gives you 3 options for ads on live streams. It's like low, medium, high. I have it set to low. I can't, without totally turning off ads. There's no lower I can put it. Sorry. I know that it's very fucking annoying, but it's down as low as I can make it. Sorry. And I don't pick when it just does it all automatically. Anywho, so, okay, he's not willing to look it up. He's gonna take it as a given. Then do you want to import people from a country where half of them think it's acceptable to get married to their cousins?
Again,
because it doesn't change the argument.
Yeah, it does.
Yes, it does.
Because it's the same as all the other pink-washing nonsense, where they're like, did you know? They're not very friendly to gay people in this...
This isn't pinkwashing! Half of them get married to their fucking cousins!
Also, is it pinkwashing when you talk about the rate of murder in places like Chechnya, where they literally exterminated everyone who was gay?
Right, I mean, they throw gay people off buildings, or they will give you. That's true. They will give you a free gender reassignment surgery if you're gay. Yes, in Iran, they will give you gender reassignment surgery if you are gay, and so you can live as a woman.
Chechnya got
just
brought
being a gay
up
man
during the war new war in Crimea, because the Chechens would rock in and they would just start committing war crimes en masse, and we really glossed over the fact that in the mid 2010s, Chechnya was just building concentration camps.
Yeah.
Nothing got done about that.
No, of course not.
But Russia's got a fucking claim on Donbass. We got to fucking step in there.
And then they name a country that's
a lot of reasons for that, experiencing
the utmost poverty.
Yeah, utmost
crime and lack of healthcare and lack of all of your needs being fulfilled.
It's just this incredible liberal white savior complex of these countries must all be the and a lot of them are shitholes, don't get me wrong, but there's absolutely nothing of value in these countries whatsoever. They have to come to the US and Canada, of course, because now he's very proudly Canadian, and I guess he wants to live with those people. He doesn't see any problem with
this. If it wasn't for those proud people from those proud nations, who else would willingly date Pearl Davis?
Oh, true. Well, he is Dominican.
So it's almost like a
not black.
It's like, why are you even talking about this shit? You're not suddenly insert European country just because you become a citizen. Okay, so what they're describing is I make a point.
Yeah, and he was making a point from a very American way of thinking, as this person says, which is that the second that you show up in Italy and live there for a week, you're not a fucking Italian. You never will be an Italian. This whole way of thinking is inherently New Worldist. It's American and Canadian as an idea. It doesn't exist anywhere else in the world, that if you live in a place for a certain amount of time, then you become of that place.
Rootless, carpet-bagging savages.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, PvP has been verbally executing Idubbbz night after night. It's been amazing. It sure has, man.
Yeah, let's trust the fucking white savior complex of someone whose wife already made him a martyr years ago. Face it, they were watching a fucking carcass.
It is sad.
A lot of necromancy around this week. You notice that, like puppeteering people's dead bodies using AI, and now we got Anissa with a fucking pet corpse.
I mean, she's always that's been happening for a while. I haven't paused on any of it because I'm just watching this that Callum posted on Twitter. But if you watch him on these live streams, he very frequently his eyes are blinking at different speeds and different rates. Particularly, it seems that the left one blinks more often than the right one, because he's clearly got CTE from getting punched about a whole lot.
He's forgetting where he is.
Yeah, that too.
Some of the people in this Italian marketplace are Italian. And to judge the people in the marketplace because of the color of their skin...
They're not Italian.
They're
just not.
You're not judging them because of the color of the skin. You're judging them because they're not Italian.
You're the one who's putting the moral judgments on it. Now, I think we make moral judgments about that as well. But the reality is that they're not Italian. They're not Italian. And they never will be. You know, you can't, there's no, like... The dirt is not magic. It doesn't magically fucking transform you into a person of that dirt just because you're standing on it right now.
For reference, I really should stress this: the degree to which Guernsey does not fuck around.
Yeah, Guernsey is a great example of how things should be run.
No, you don't know how bad things used to be. Holy shit! In terms of extremity, that would make me blush.
Well, could I have not even lived here for a long time? You think? Is that true?
Okay, let's put it this way. If you were a locally born woman who married someone who wasn't from the island, they would deport you when the husband died.
Holy shit, that's kind of based.
More or less just straight up called you a race traitor and said goodbye. There you go. It was normal for the island to deport vagrants, criminals, and anyone who had fallen on hard times who were not local. Between 1842 and 1880, 10,000 people were deported, included local-born widows and local-born children of foreign men, and people who, whilst not born in Guernsey, had resided in the Guernsey for more than 50 years. This reduced the burden of the parish requirement to look after their poor and discouraged France, England, and Ireland from encouraging their poor to emigrate to Guernsey.
Damn, that's unfathomably based. I mean, it's a little bit disconcerting considering what the small population of the island is, because you can start get some inbreeding there too at some point, but you know.
Well, why do you think we're all smugglers?
There you go, right?
We used to go out into the high seas and put it about. There's a bunch of people in like Ohio and Newfoundland who look very Nordic.
Yeah, Arden, we talked about that, I think, didn't we? That there's a Guernsey, Canada, isn't there? Or it's all named after...
All of Newfoundland is, or however you pronounce it. I know they're going to give me shit either way.
Newfoundland.
All the Newfies are going to give me shit, no matter how I pronounce it. But there's a lot of Guernsey names out there. Guernsey, Ohio is named after it.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a whole day.
Italian people here living in Italy?
Oh, by the way, another reason I have to keep pausing no matter what, this is a really cute little gay game he's playing. He is literally playing copyrighted music over his streams to make it more difficult for people to react to it. What a bitch-made move.
Is a fucked up kind of racist thing to say.
Oh, is it? Lovely, beautiful.
Hope we don't get shit over this song.
Yeah, that should be fine, but yeah. Yes, just as Italian. You can tell by looking at him that they're Italians. Right? Where's the problem?
Marketplace and declare that people aren't very Italian. He's not doing the work that is... None of these people are ethnically Italian in here. I don't see any of my...
You don't need to do any work to be able to tell that guy who was just on screen, who is, as they once said, black as the ace of spades, is not an Italian man. He's sub-Saharan African dude.
That's not just ace of spades black. That's March or Die black.
I mean, it's just the truth. I'm not trying even to be offensive about it. He's just dork, okay? And he's clearly not
Please,
Italian.
Someone, buy the DLC. Unlock this man.
Yeah, he's not even been unlocked. It's not fair to him.
Or better yet, keep him locked and put him somewhere else.
There you go.
Put him back in the fucking PSN store.
Sir Sasquatch for 5 says, if we agree that magic dirt theory is not true, and I don't think it is, the US is going to have a very difficult question to answer, I think. Yeah, it is, and I don't think that I think a lot of Americans are not prepared for any of that. Or even rFist in particular being someone who I think would not be prepared for how to deal with the magic dirt question.
Yeah,
if you wax your chest, you shouldn't call yourself American. I'm just going to rule that there.
I did. Scrum posted a tweet a while back about basically America's...
Newfoundland. Arden says. Newfoundland.
Yeah, I thought it was Newfoundland, but I was going to get shit.
Hold on, let's see if I can pull the thing up, because Scrum posted a tweet a while ago, and I just thought, like, oh, this is pretty funny. And by funny, I mean, this is going to piss off so many fucking Yanks, and it will be funny. Because,
like the tweet that you posted of him on your YouTube channel and made people real mad.
Yeah, it made people extremely... This is what Americans don't seem to get. We enjoy trolling you because you guys always take the bait. You must understand this, Yanks.
I will speak for my fellow countrymen in that there is an inherent sort of... It's just the way that Americans are conditioned to be like, fuck you, we're the greatest country on earth. Who are you to tell us how to live and what we're doing? Fuck you, Eurotrash. That I don't understand entirely why. I would categorize, and the more I've thought about it, the more I'm convinced of this, that the American mindset is essentially mass adolescent egocentrism. It comes out of us being a young and rebellious nation by nature, right? These are like things that are considered part of being American. We're rebels, right? Rebel yell stuff. Whether or not you prefer the Confederacy or the Union in that, inherently a rebel nation. It's a very teenage, adolescent way of seeing the self and understanding what your identity is as an American is in this permanent state of rebellion, revolution, teenage stuff.
In the leftist view of rebellion, which is just do everything you're told.
Yeah, go not doing what you're told, and that's where you get the very strong libertarian tradition in terms of modern history, in particular. But it's not actual functional rebellion. It's very, I'm calling it adolescent for a reason. It's very fuck you, angsty. You're not my real dad. You can't tell me what to do.
You're not rebellious unless you can tie a noose by muscle memory. I'm just going to say that now.
And what you find in the psychology of young people who have adolescent egocentrism is another aspect of it is extreme risk-taking. It's aversion towards any sort of rules, no matter how sensible they are, just because it is a rule, that kind of stuff. It just heightened psychological reactance at all times.
It's amazing you say that.
Can lead to some silly things, yeah.
They're not even that interesting. It's like a weird gay simulacrum of those ideas.
It's performative.
It's all pageantry.
Yeah.
People at home who are American and take exception to the words I'm using here, by all means, fucking prove me wrong. You prove me fucking proud.
But you're completely correct. Is that this is what I'm describing is a modern manifestation of the American. It comes out of a belief that America was this great rebellious force against the rebellious movement against the forces of old. And, gray, and the old world that's backwards, and we're the new hotness. But that is a modern interpretation or reinterpretation of the American founding that you really find amongst libertarians, but it seems to be endemic to a certain extent. And Hyper Omnimon for 5 says, do you think Anissa pickled Idubbbz Willie and feeds him slices when he's had enough good boy points? Holy shit, dude!
That's pretty rough. Jesus.
Probably, though. He looks like he could use a good boy point right about now. Yeah.
No, so this, by the way, I think she's right-wing-ish, but she's still a lesbian instead. A post that I made about 2 days before she posted this, I said, this is something Americans can't wrap their heads around that I've noticed. Just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should, and it is objectively negative, and you don't want the state to use hard power, then someone else must curtail the use using soft power, i.e. shame. Because that's just how anything fucking works. And this woman just said, I quit smoking weed, but nothing makes me want to start again, like a bunch of authoritarian shitheads whining about legal cannabis. There you go. Case in point. Someone's telling me I can't, and therefore I will just rebel, even though it is objectively bad for me and I fucking gave it up.
I don't know.
No, it's just primacy. It is it's been brought to the forefront of my brain. Now my brain's locked onto it, and I can't get rid of it. And now I have an excuse as to when I can relapse.
Did either of you see Dank's anti-Yank rant?
Yes, we're gonna play it. I've got it. Got it queued up, man. Don't worry.
I'm like,
the word Schmittian.
He described the Schmittian exception. I wasn't expecting that.
And she legit paused the video and scuttled away from it. Like a fucking
yeah, Bill and I were watching
crab.
it together, and I did have a bit of a. I was just like, what?
I'm sitting there high off my tits, going, I thought this was going to be a nice leisurely.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be this nice video about Hawaii, and then they dropped the Schmitty.
I'll be real, I was like, actually not on board to watch it, because like, this seems like it would be fucking fake and gay and homeless. And lo and behold, I did not know how fake and gay and homeless Hawaii really was.
You see, I knew about a lot of it, so I kind of put it off for a little bit, and then I was not disappointed by the rant. Excellent.
Fucking swarthy, fucking Melanesian sons of bitches keeping the price of spam up.
Oh, I did notice the comments on the post on his rant is exactly the same as the ones in my comment section. Just fucking endless Yanks pooping and seething. It's
Yanks
like,
get him out of Look,
it's fucking funny.
We're in a certain position in the world where we have this sense of superiority over everybody. And we are global hegemon, so that's not totally baseless. And this also, in addition to the adolescent egocentrism sort of fantasy version of the American founding fathers as these rebels, that combined produces a particularly obnoxious mindset and framework of seeing the world when it comes to people from other countries, which almost always manifests as, I'm going to tell you everything that's wrong with your country, and don't you dare say anything bad about the US, or else I'm going to have a fucking conniption.
Please ignore that our country was founded by a bunch of fart-sniffing oligarchs who essentially only wanted to secede from the UK because, well, Britain was so far away, it was not tenable to send members of parliament over. It was a 6-month trip to deliver 6-month-old news and argue on basically on laws that you would never have enough time to be briefed upon. So it was a simple logistical issue that really precipitated the revolution.
What's really quite interesting is if you look at the American laws, I say American laws, of the time, the parliament's rule was so fucking relaxed. It's insane. And so when I look at so let me get this straight, Americans, you chased away a government far away that was very, very relaxed.
It was very hands-off.
You went to war over it, and you changed that to a local government that had far more control over you than the English king and parliament ever did, and you got taxed more.
Yeah,
so what did you gain?
Independence. Now we get to put people in our parliament. Even though they already could send people. We had representation.
You could have just lied to the English like everyone else did, you know?
It's like, I
said
that to one comment, and it was not received well. It got.
I'm not trying to shit on Americans, which I know it can come off as, and
fun,
there is a thin skinnedness of it. Like I left a comment on Actual Justice Warriors video about the Idubbbz stuff. And I did say something about how it was mostly fine, but I said something like it was very ironic and telling that Idubbbz is now acting so worldly after having just moved to Canada, as if now he has this superior knowledge.
Power, yeah.
But he's actually never lived outside or any place that's outside of his very wealthy, liberal, white mindset and framework. That's what he's used to. He moves from LA to Seattle to Alberta, right? He's like...
This motherfucker needs a white savior. My goodness. He's living in a household full of several slurs.
And some people did rightfully say, because I said that it had changed my perspective by living outside of the US for a couple of years, and some people did rightly say that you can get different perspectives just by traveling around the US, and that is true. However, I think if you really want to understand America, its position in the world, you should properly live outside of it. Now, this goes for everybody, by the way. You don't have to, obviously. But I think if you want to
Guernsey, I'll kick your ass on the cliff.
If you, for whatever reason, want to have a better holistic understanding of international politics or just the world, it's probably helpful to live somewhere very different from where you grew up, just to see things from the outside. That's my only suggestion.
Move to Guernsey. We have white people.
But I do see Americans get pissed off about that because it's like America is the only country. It is the best country. There is no reason you would ever want to leave the U.S. for any reason. And that's even people in my family have that kind of perspective. I don't think that's true. I think that you can definitely be aided by gaining external perspectives on things.
I also the US's position as like global beacon of freedom is purely based upon how shit everyone else is.
Yeah. It's purely material.
Yeah. Let's see. Where was I?
I just want to make a point about that because I have met some Americans that have gone overseas and actually seen some places. I have noticed the Americans that leave the country are far more, I don't want to say, don't kind of gay word, but enlightened than Americans who never leave America.
No, just call it what it is.
Night and
bearable.
Difference. No, because they go to other countries and they go like, oh, this is something that we do much better than the Americans do it. And then they go back to their own country and go like, what the fucking hell are we doing this for? This is just dumb.
It's about learning to be a little respectful, I'd say. Yeah. Of just not... American tourists have a very bad reputation all over the world.
Oh, God, yeah, they do. Jesus.
Yeah, they spend a lot of money, but they're also extremely loud. They want things to be done. Why is this not exactly like it is in America?
I'm American. Why aren't I getting everything like I matter over everyone else?
To be fair, when I brought Nuka to the US from Scotland, he complained the entire fucking time as why is it not like it is in Scotland? Yeah, that's just how the Scottish are. So, like, that was just him being Scottish, you know?
Now, those of you who might be wondering, why is there two of Aiden? It's because I put on my push to talk to really, really show how loud Americans are.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
She is louder than me on my own microphone 9 times in 10.
And she's like 5'6".
Yeah, but also you have to understand that my computer is located almost directly on top of Bill's. I'm like just up a staircase from where he's sitting, so
I wouldn't need to swing the mace.
Down the staircase.
I could hook shot.
Yeah, you can throw it
around the banister and hit her in the head.
Let me get the rest of these super chats here that we got from this. Slosher for 20 Canadian, thank you, man, says, I love how all these leftists don't want to look into the inbreeding rates of their pets. I know, right? But they always are quite quick to stereotype the right as such. Yeah, well, they do treat them like pets. They absolutely do. He's completely correct. Thank you, man.
No one ever wants to know how the sausage dog is made.
No. And then for another 5 says, Hawaii is also very poor outside of tourist areas and military bases. Yeah, it is because the cost of milk, it's like 5, 6. Oh, that's an old estimate. But it's probably like $8 for a gallon of milk. Something insane.
What? And what's their national
everything
food?
Has to be imported.
Spam, which is over here like 4 to 6 quid a can.
I mean, you have to remember, everything has to be imported. We don't have to import milk over here, for example, because that's like what currency's known for. But, they have to import everything, essentially. So it's very expensive.
It's better than yours.
And everything about the cost of living in Hawaii is insanely expensive. It's basically Alabama with palm trees. And that's the thing that Dank revealed, is that there aren't even palm trees native to Hawaii. Well, there's
There's one breed that's like one of the short barrel.
It's like a squat one, yeah.
Kind of similar to it's very similar to the Tasmanian palm.
Yeah. Deans, who's been a member for 7 months, says Dank's rant at the end hit me like a freight train. Was not expecting him to be so based. Oh yeah, he's been based for a long time, but it was an excellent rant.
It's a very rare beast, which is someone in the sphere of YouTube actually utilizing empathy to compare two nations.
Yeah. It was really well done. Gary Thomas for 5 says, this conversation makes me remember a video I saw of an American man in Japan having an absolute fit because not many people spoke English in Japan. Yeah, I've seen stuff like that plenty of times before. It's that expectation of everyone not only should speak English, but everyone should have the exact same customs as me or be able to understand my shit.
Very American.
I've talked about this before, and Bill can back me up that this is true. I basically didn't talk, or tried to talk as little. I know, which you would never know from how much I talk online. But when we were in public, I didn't say much of anything that I could avoid saying for like over a year, maybe 2 years. I was really nervous about saying anything because I know I have an American accent, obviously. And I wasn't going to pretend to be a Canadian because holy shit, why would I do that? No offense to the Canadians. I know yes, Canadians.
No, don't sugarcoat it. They know how bad they got it.
But I didn't want to do that, pull that gay shit. But it just, I don't want to be the obnoxious American. I was very prescient about it and aware of that.
If I go to Japan, I want them to be racist against me. I want them to wonder why they managed to get a fucking, what's the fucking weirdo Caucasoid branch of Japan called? It's going to bug me now.
Yeah. Anyway,
what's the white people from Japan called?
Oh, the,
Americans?
Oh, Ainu.
I want them to look at me and think, fuck me, that's a fat Ainu. That's what I want. Why is his head so large and square? That's all I want. I want nothing but unremitting disdain from the Japanese if I visit there, because it reminds me of where I am in the world. It gives me a little bit of fucking context that the bloke who smells like butter and fish maybe isn't well liked in the place that doesn't have that gene.
Oh my. Let's get back to Idubbbz, speaking of immigration and such.
Or how else do you want to phrase it? You want to say real?
Yeah, real. That's kind real of Italians.
That's a coded way of saying that.
Fucked up coded.
Real Italian?
No,
yeah, real. Yeah, real Italians. People whose families are from Italy for hundreds of years. That's a real Italian. This is not fucking controversial outside of... And again, it's insane that he's... It's clear that he doesn't know what he's talking about or doing. He's just, like, repeating things that he thinks are left-wing talking points, but I don't even think most of them would say this shit. It's so
By the way,
out of touch.
Almost all of the garb we've seen there is Pakistani.
Yeah.
And again, is one-to-one the exact garb of the person they use as an example when they said... there's another article that came out recently of... Pakistani grooming gang cannot be deported because Pakistan won't take them either. And it's legit. The guy we just saw sat down there with a little pillbox hat. One-to-one that guy. I'm fairly certain it's the exact same person.
This person actually brings up the racial, ethnic breakdown of London. Let me look this up, because it's actually quite astonishing.
Breakdown's the right word.
Racial demographics. Do they have this map of it? I know there's like a map you can go through, like, area by area and look at it. Jesus Christ. Here's one from, London Ethnic Diversity 2024. I'm not sure how accurate this is. I'm just going to pull it up, though. There we go. Just to get an idea... Wait, this is white British largest group. This is a Reddit fucking map. It's probably really fake and gay. You can go through this and see, though, and Callum's got a video on it. Sorry, I shouldn't have looked this up on the fly, because I knew I was going to find bullshit. It says it's roughly 53.8% white, according to the AI breakdown. I think it's even lower than that, because I think that they count white as all kinds of things, You actually look into it, and London is not a white... they're not the majority, even in their fucking capital city. Insane. But he's gonna talk about that too.
Foreign population of London is about 60%. That figure is on course to drop below 50%. Ooh. So Ian, why can't
Yes.
It's the capital.
Look how angry he is too.
Former capital of the white world.
Yeah. And he look at how angry he got.
And what have they got to show for it? What are the great accolades of London since it has become Londonistan?
White Brits do not live in the capital of the empire. And he's upset it's not happening fast enough.
This as an issue. Because you haven't demonstrated why it's an issue. I wonder why that's happening. Could it be that your country is responsible for displacing loads of people, and where else are they going to fucking go? Here in Italy,
they can stay in their own fucking countries.
Anywhere else.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Not a country. Obnoxious. Okay, the entirety of Europe could fit into the African continent how many times over?
I love how they always reveal this. Immigration's a good thing. Wait, just real quick. Immigration's a good thing, right? Oh, it brings all these different cultures together, and we get to have their nummy food. Right there, do you know what he said? No, immigration is revenge.
Because you
They always end up saying that, implicitly or explicitly, is that immigration is revenge for colonialism.
As he moves to the whitest area in all of Canada.
As he moves to the whitest, most conservative area in Canada. Yep.
Many of my friends have been robbed, assaulted, and it's been by North African immigrants each time. But I guess the smug Californian has ruled that drawing any kind of conclusion from that is wrong.
It
is wrong.
So yes, the smug Californian is in fact going to tell you that you and your friends did not get robbed and assaulted by North African immigrants. Because if you did, that would be racist. Sorry.
The man who got in a ring and got his head beaten until it was a dented mush of fucking paste, as his wife watched on and jerked off to the man nearly killing him, is going to tell us how to live a life. How about this, Ian? You go get one.
Yeah, for real.
You haven't been a living being for the last fucking 5 years.
No, he's completely hollowed out, man.
Racist and fucking weird.
No, it's
Filming the
oh my god.
You could just
propaganda.
Tell. Go back to that.
Yeah, what? How seething it is?
No, just watch the end there.
Racist and fucking weird.
He doesn't believe that. You can fucking.
Oh no, he
tell.
doesn't.
He doesn't believe
hardcore.
any of that shit.
Nope.
That's performative.
He knows he's lying.
And it's really fucking.
It's
bad.
a bad performance. Yeah.
And it's weird.
Bad
like,
performance.
Really, like it's so cringing gay.
Yeah.
Filming the street is propaganda, apparently. Lol. Yes, you idiot. It is propaganda.
Are you gonna elaborate?
Blinks asynchronously.
No, it's not. Yeah, blinks asynchronously. It is. Filming the street is propaganda. You heard it here. Filming this street is propaganda. Here's another one, too.
And an Italian to him is a white person. I have a lot of friends that say
Italian is
authentic
European.
Restaurant.
Yeah.
Italian isn't white. Let's not fucking shit ourselves. Let's nip that right in the bud.
Here, I'll scroll down a little so you can also read my tweet if you feel so inclined.
It's a
I
fine
like the
line
hypothesis
of
that he is being
cultural
intentionally
appropriation
retarded as bait, but his apparent CTE dysfunction and the textbook Dunning-Kruger smug ignorance leads me to believe he's completely serious, and this is him trying his best. Sad.
Yeah.
Stop reading fucking Trump tweets if you're typing like that, bitch. I don't know what to tell you.
I always type like Trump because these old
Enough of that
tweets were
fucking gay
bangers.
bullshit. Let's get it from a real authority, Kaguya. The raped is not enough to describe it.
Exactly.
Yeah, like authentic restaurants. That's an interesting one. Because that is, I think, addressing more of a question. I think a lot of times of like gentrification. Like,
Authentically Italian means it's run by
know,
Italians.
Yeah.
Fucking dipshit.
I can understand how some people have the thought.
I don't think you understand much of anything.
I don't think you've had a thought in a long while.
Of like, I go to you visit a different country, you see a cuisine they have. Maybe you see that an Asian country has boba tea, and you're like, oh shit. We don't have this in the U.S. Maybe I can make a buck off of this. So, in that
What
case,
the
someone,
fuck?
like, motivates.
You have the recipe, you gluttonous retard.
Well, that's what he's complaining about cultural appropriation of boba tea. So
As his wife LARPs as a Lebanese woman.
So he's got a problem with white people making boba tea, but there's absolutely no fucking issue with a shit ton of Africans moving to Italy, and that their food, their Italian food, I guess, is just as authentic as that made by a white person. But white people better not make fucking boba tea. That's an issue. This guy is so fucking brain broken, dude. It's unbelievable he is making this shit in 2025.
Make some fucking money, and someone's not completely unjustified in saying, doesn't seem very authentic, so I really don't want to eat there. But there is a lot of like nuance.
No.
His nuance means fucking nothing at this point.
His nuance means that it's okay to get angry at white people for making non-white foods. It is not okay to get angry at non-white people for scrounging off of the benefits they get from immigrating to white countries. That's what he's fucking saying.
Hey, you realize if white people are allowed to make ethnic foods, then they'll get 5-star hygiene ratings, and all the foreign people will be sat at, if they, of course, they aren't bribing people, are sat at like 0 to 1-star hygiene ratings, and they won't get any business.
Yeah, sorry, that was it. Speaking of COG, I also saw that one, but that was
what happened to this man must be studied. It's called being broke.
Yeah,
you're getting punched in the head till you're retarded.
This is interesting. Speaking of immigration,
well documented. It's been happening for a while.
So if you're looking for a job, consider following this account, discoverhiddenjobs.now, which is @jobsnowpr on Twitter. Your gateway to the exclusive world of H-1B perm job postings. What they do is that they just post job listings that are oftentimes, by the way, remote, that are being offered up as potentially options for H-1B visas. That here's the thing, is that if an American applies to one of these jobs, they have to get preferential treatment. At least they are supposed to be. I'm sure it doesn't actually work this way.
They have to prove that there are no applicants qualified for the role. And most of these jobs are the same way, like states jobs over here. They come out and they are unbelievably cushy, like multi-$100,000 a year gigs doing nothing.
I mean, I
they
looked
are
at a few
just
of them.
embezzlement.
I saw one that was, like marketing director or marketing executive for Instacart, something like $250,000 a year, all remote. And I also looked at what they wanted you to be able to do for it, and it was like shit I did when I worked in marketing. It didn't make that much. And of course, the leftoids are angry that these job postings are being put up on Twitter because Jobs Now is causing more and more perm process to be paused. This website only exists to stop people from pursuing their dreams. It is a bullshit website, and people that apply to jobs on this website are bad human beings. They do not want people to get these jobs. There's all kinds of jobs, Alphabet Cat. There are local jobs, and there's online-only jobs, online commute or whatever it's called, distance.
All the cushy gigs that they put aside for their cousins and their brothers and everything else, that it's an Indian hiring an Indian to do Indian work, which is nothing, and pushing money around so they can all embezzle. This is what those gigs are.
Spiritually Uden.
These are just the jobs that Indians take and make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, gets moved to the US on, but technically they have to offer it to you first.
Much like
as an American.
If you go onto like states websites looking for jobs, there'll always be a couple of really cushy gigs. I've seen it almost every year get over here. The same librarian's gig where it's 75 grand a year to just potter around the library.
Yeah.
Or my personal favorite, I saw one once that was it was 5 hours a week. It was a front of house, secretarial job. You were just the front of house administrator for 5 hours a week. It was like 75 to 96 grand a year.
That's
sterling.
pounds too, yeah. Which is
these gigs exist primarily, like in a lot of places.
more.
These gigs exist so someone's wife, who the husband doesn't trust to have free time, will want the gig. She won't want the gig. He will want her to have it to keep her out of trouble, and they just throw her in there, and they trust that no one's really looked into it. And they can work around the requirements. In other words, everything's custom tailored for the person.
Yeah.
Here, it has to at least go through the usual posting, but they just hide the posting until it's too late, and then they can bring in some Pajit to do the gig.
And it's as Hasselhoff says for 5, he says there are legal teams dedicated to developing the best ways to comply with laws while avoiding hiring any Americans. Yeah, if you've got a resume though, and you're looking for a job or not, just send it to them. It will at least waste their time. If nothing else, they will have to consider you. I'm sure they do absolutely everything that they possibly can to avoid hiring Americans, but why not? It's clearly making the Jeets mad. So
I mean, let's face it, if Indians can do it, any idiot could.
Yeah. Well, I doubt they're doing anything.
Exactly. Most of these jobs are fake jobs.
So
it's like the ones that they make to keep women from breeding.
Anti-Trump Seattle area man charged in shooting of wheelchair-bound veteran. Bill sent me this. We're not going to watch the video because
it's just
you see this guy get shot.
Okay, I'm going to give you the play-by-play.
Yeah.
Okay. Dude thinks this guy in a wheelchair, who is this big fat black dude, thinks he's stolen valor, and says,
I don't know if he is or not, by the way.
Your stolen valor, goes to grab the guy's unit insignia. The guy pulls a knife, and then an airsoft pistol. The guy pedals back, basically back pedals, very calmly, brings his bag out, takes 20 to 30 full seconds to pull out a Glock, racks a slide, and pops him once in the chest. This dude's in a wheelchair. Okay, if you pull a gun,
holy shit.
If you pull a gun, I'm sorry, it's still self-defense. But the second that you're taking 20 to 30 full seconds to ready your firearm.
Yeah, he's got plenty. He's got plenty of time to think about it.
You have more than enough time to extricate yourself from the situation.
The guy's in a wheelchair again. By the way, he can't
This is in Washington. There's specific things in Washington. If you precipitate the argument, it is not self-defense, and he precipitated it by grabbing the guy's belongings. The guy pulled the knife and the airship pistol. Yeah. He was not actively opening fire with anything or swinging anything. He just pulled it to say back off.
Yep.
And if I'm the most racist motherfucker you could ever run into, except possibly Spoon, I'm giving that as that's thank you. That's some leeway I'm going to give to you right here.
Oh my!
This mountain of this Uncle Ruckus wannabe who looks like a fucking chocolate Easter egg and is wheelchair bound.
Yeah.
Was not in any way a fucking threat to this dumb
No.
who also has a prior in Florida for driving a fucking pickup truck into a Trump campaign volunteers tent.
Right, as we'll get to here in a second. Real quick, though, Deans for 50, thank you so much, man, says, there might be an increased amount of murders, robberies, thefts, rapes, kidnappings, child trafficking rings, PDF files, a housing crisis, healthcare down the drain, and high youth unemployment. But think of all the yummy food. It's all slop. I know, right, man? But
Even
think of all the yummy food.
You have the recipes, you gluttonous retard.
You can't just make the recipe yourself, obviously. You need people from that country to live in your country permanently and get permanent citizenship in order to do that. You can't make it. That's a problem for Ian, but don't you dare make fucking boba tea, you racist.
Isn't keeping an underclass of people just to kind of, parasitize
Slavery?
their cuisine the exact thing that people got shit for during slavery?
Yeah, well, but it's how the left always operates.
We want slaves.
Right, they just do. Sven B for €5 says, in my opinion, part of the reason that most American net companies got very evil after the 2000s is due to the companies filling with more and more Indians. Yeah, I mean, potentially. And they all bought the same fucking lie that Mudahar was shilling. I am an engineer, sir. I have a degree, computer engineer, sir. Anyway.
Ignore the fact that I'm coming from a country where if an untouchable shadow touches mine, I'm allowed to kill them in the street.
Right. So, Gregory William Tim. 3 first names.
Two first names is bad enough. 3, right out.
Now 32, gained notoriety in 2020 when he plowed his vehicle into a Republican voter registration tent in Jacksonville, Florida. No one was injured, but the attack rattled volunteers who drew a sharp rebuke from then-President Donald Trump, who warned on social media, "Be careful, tough guys, who you play with."
Let's see. Not grounds for an immediate custodial sentence. That's an attempted vehicular homicide.
Well, he was convicted of criminal mischief in that case, later telling the court he felt it was his duty to take action against the Trump administration by running his car into a
attempting vehicular homicide.
I guess they weren't there.
In Florida. What it boiled down to is that fucking DeSantis wasn't going to push the issue because he would hate fucking Trump's guts.
Right. Now prosecutors in King County, Washington say Tim is behind a July 31st shooting that left Harold James Powell, an elderly man in a wheelchair wearing a military patch, hospitalized with a gunshot wound to the chest. According to the charging documents obtained by the Ari Hoffman show on Talk Radio 570 KVI, Tim confronted Powell outside a Starbucks on Alaskan Way, accusing him of stolen valor and demanding proof of his veteran status. Like, that is insane, though. Whether or not he is, just, like, walk up to some guy in the street who's in a wheelchair and be like, "I need your military paperwork, sir." Witnesses told police that Powell, seated in a wheelchair and wearing a military patch, had been asking passerbys for money. Tim allegedly ripped a military patch from Powell's belongings, prompting Powell to produce a knife and later a holstered airsoft gun, which he probably needs, considering he's in... Where was this again?
This is in Washington.
Seattle? Washington?
Well, no, Seattle, Washington.
It says Washington. Some city in Washington, whatever. Like, you need at least an airsoft pistol to protect yourself, particularly if you are handicapped. He's a bum, and that's, he's asking for money, but still, this guy's being a dick, tries to steal his money. He started it.
Doesn't mean you get to, like, fucking damage their property and pull a gun on them and shoot them in the chest point blank when they have no recourse.
He started it. He ripped the patch off of his belongings, and then that guy retaliated by pulling out a knife, and he had pulled out his airsoft gun, and then but never removed it from its holster. Then he drew a .45 caliber handgun, took several steps back, and shot Powell in the chest at point blank range. Completely unnecessary act of violence committed by the defendant to a vulnerable victim who was confined to his wheelchair. This is,
now, I'm
lefty dude who hates Trump just potentially killed a black guy in cold fucking blood.
Well, luckily he can't shoot for shit, so he didn't hit anything vital. However, the issue being here...
He's still in critical condition from what I've read.
He, in a sucking chest wound aside, like, I saw the fucking footage.
I did too.
I am as pro fucking Howell's moving castle doctrine as anyone.
Yeah.
Just shoot the bastards most of the time. But what I saw was such an aggressive display of, like, not being self-defense.
Yeah.
That, like, had no fucking choice but to just say, no, that's bullshit.
This is an article just about how cities never even recovered from the defund the police shit, which I think sort of relates to the prior. Why do people have to carry guns in these cities? Like I'm guessing that is somewhere in Washington, so Seattle or something. It's not on this list, but it's probably because things are already so fucking terrible in a lot of these states on the West Coast. This is just all of these cities that got majorly fucking, involved, or people were involved in the defund the police stuff. They did go on to defund their police departments, and they've ended up incredibly more dangerous for doing so, which everyone knew and told them at the time. Doesn't matter. Now it's like, uh-oh, actions have fucking consequences. When we get rid of our police forces and defund them, well, people do more crime, because they don't feel that there's anything to stop them, because there isn't. Deans for 5 says, the "it's coming right for us" defense. Yeah, exactly, right? Crazy. There's also, let's see, there's this. GQ has, a lot of outlets right now are doing these puff pieces on Hassan Piker, because they want him to be the face of the left. Look at this GQ article. It's just the pictures and stuff they include. Hassan Piker thinks America might be cooked.
I like how he's 8 different skin tones as you.
Yeah, who does care? It's just like glazing him. His black Calvin Klein boxers, dude. His Bernese beefcake. That's Kaya. That's his dog. Why do you describe his dog as a beefcake?
Molly
This
McCallum.
is where the 34-year-old political influencer
by Kieran Press Reynolds.
thirsted after body fit.
From Kieran Press Reynolds.
Molly or Kieran. Oh, this is Kieran.
What kind of Kieran?
Kieran's gay, I'm guessing.
Could be. Yeah, you say that. 3. Fucking.
Is there no picture of him? He writes. Yeah, this is a gay man. Clearly. Piker's trainer fibs to me about how much he's bench pressing.
Oh, he looks exactly how you expect him to look.
Does he? Hang on. Now I gotta look it up.
If this is what I think if this is the right one.
All right, let's see. Oh yeah, that.
Oh god.
God, he looks like Hunter Avalone a bit.
Oh yeah, he does.
He definitely looks like I'm in there. Just.
I think he's pruned out.
Oh yeah, it looks like we've. Yeah. Oh wow, a gay man turning out because it's more gives you more social capital. Maybe not anymore, but it did up until. God, look at these pictures. He's just clearly so gay for Hassan. And the whole thing is just pictures like this and fluffing him up.
And of course,
dude, look at this picture.
Why?
Jesus fuck! Get that off the screen before we get shit canned.
I know, dude.
Also, the funniest thing about this cocksucker who made this fucking piece is he's Jewish.
Of course. Oh, he's into that then. It's race play stuff. You know it.
Eyes above the earline,
is.
dodgy nose, fucking bow lip, everything.
You know what that's some bedroom race play shit he's into. Oh my god. Okay, so this is so a Washington Post writer has quit after being told to be less anti-patriotic. Let's listen to this for a little bit. It's just like, I can't do my job if I can't constantly shit on America. But my point in actually bringing this up is that this is the return to freedom fries shit happening right here. If you're not playing along, well, I guess you gotta quit.
In Gaza today, and Vice President Harris making her first television appearance.
No one cares.
Jonathan Capehart of MSNBC. Welcome to you.
This him, Capehart.
Start with the president's approach to the economy and more to his power. We did see.
I think they're going to waffle about this when they move on to this guy. Economist. Well, I think they talked about the economy here for a minute. I know I had it fell off when I fell off. It fell off when I moved it. Where do they talk about? Let's check here in the transcription real quick. Whoop. Washington Post. Oh, here we go. Yep. Here we go. Got it.
After nearly 2 decades at the Washington Post, you recently made the decision to leave. I just wanted to give you a chance to speak directly to our audience to tell them why.
Well, the direction of the opinion section changed. Jeff Bezos, the owner of the Washington Post, as is his right, decided that he wanted the section to focus on the twin pillars of personal liberties and free markets. And it became clear as...
Yeah, like, I mean, it's not even that insane. It's Jeff Bezos, but again, it's like what Bezos has essentially told them is we're putting the fucking woke away, so you gotta rein this shit in. And he decided, no, I'm gonna quit in protest, which, I mean, I guess props, but what an idiot.
Time went along, and especially when he chose a new leader for the section, that there was just not going to be any room for a voice like mine, especially when we were told that we...
Or
what does
I mean,
that even mean?
I've not read this guy's reporting, but I'm guessing it's just racial animus stuff constantly.
Of course, if you
White
see any
people.
black person in the political apparatus, it's always just race-based bullshit.
Look, just based on statistical probability, I'm guessing he complains about white people all the time. Just a guess. I'm not a big
else would
reader
that
of
be
the
right
Washington
about?
Post.
We would have to be unapologetically patriotic in talking about the positive things happening in the country. How can you talk about the positive things happening in the country when the rest of the House...
I'm guessing, by the way, that the diktat was just to be a little bit less America last, I hate America, and that was like, oh my god, I'm being demanded to be patriotic.
You will dance for,
Yeah,
you
you're
dance for
gonna-
a white man. The white man
You're
is
gonna
giving you
dance
orders
for
and you come
Jeff
and see.
Bezos.
is engulfed in flames and the foundation is flooding. I wanted to go someplace where my voice would be heard.
Jonathan Capehart, we're so glad
Very
you're
Well, have fun with retirement, dickhead.
Yeah, good luck. Why would you do that?
What does that even mean when my voice is said? Basically, when someone will please kiss my ass and rub my cock and tell me how
Yes.
intelligent I am, that's basically all that fucking
Yes.
means.
Speaking of rubbing cocks, here's Rosie O'Donnell.
Oh, these people have never gotten cock.
I know. That's what she's thinking about. That's why she's like this. So,
You know what I just read today? ABC News is reviewing the liberal bias on The View. The View, the show with 5 women speaking their own opinions. That's the threat now.
no, you're not a
First of all-
fucking threat.
No,
First
you're
of all,
just a
you
cancer.
keep Gilbert Gottfried out of this.
She's got that like New York accent though. She's not Gilbert Gottfried, but I don't know how to do Rosie O'Donnell.
Rosie O'Donnell is living proof that
Because
Bill
you have to
cutting
make
at a
your-
point.
She has the same mouth as Trump, so you have to make your mouth all tiny.
I don't know. They say they're not canceling it. They're just reviewing the bias, which is code for we're going to cancel it. We're just trying to soften you up first. They probably are going to cancel it, Rosie. You probably are correct. Because it's not enough to run the country into the ground. You have to control what people see, what they hear, what they think. Very deeply ironic coming from you, Rosie. Coming from people from The View, which is just like the most distorted, backwards, fake version of reality that exists.
It's literally called The View.
Yes, as in our view on things, this bunch
The
of
exceptional
gaggle of
view.
women's perspective. And The View, that's just a little too much woman, a little too much truth, a little too much Joy Behar saying, I don't think the insurrection was a tourist visit, Karen. My god, the sanctimony. Apparently the
Too much
truth is
woman is
dangerous
fucking
now.
correct. Get these bitches on Ozempic immediately.
Remember when you shut down everybody, that they couldn't have any independent thoughts about that virus that everybody was, supposed to listen and believe about for 3 fucking years? I'm not letting that shit fucking go. Particularly after the reaction, lack thereof, of people's like strong aversion, and I started looking more into the neuroscience of it. We really should not forget the shit that happened under COVID, lest we will definitely 1000% repeat it. I know it causes psychic damage to think about it, but I really need to remember what happened there.
Ignoring COVID is an excuse for you not getting angry about it.
Yeah. And I understand you can't be constantly angry, but just keep it in the back of your mind.
There's a very blatant, is it fair to say that there's like some kind of deep spiritual yearning to make right on COVID, that we are smothering in its cot because
No.
it's too inconvenient, that it's too much a risk to our lifestyle? I hate to break it to you, motherfuckers. Look out the window.
Yeah.
Society ended a while back. You are living in its corpse.
I know. Deans for Two says the article, the GQ one, mentioned Grinder, LMAO. Yeah,
You one.
I didn't want to spend too much time on it. We saw enough of Hassan. I'm good. And
I
then
saw
Ardent
far
Party,
too much of that fucking moron.
Ardent Party for Two says Hassan avoids Sam Hyde for fear of being Lil Spoon. I'm sure he does. He doesn't want to be the Lil Spoon. Do you want to be the Lil Spoon?
But you're regretting that choice of parlance for the name now, aren't you?
They say they want balance. What they mean is silence. Silence anything that doesn't praise the orange messiah and his golden escalator of lies. And listen on
God, it's no
TV,
wonder
I've
you
sat
don't
in boardrooms
fucking write,
where
Jesus.
men in suits use words like optics and Midwestern moms and brand alignment when what they mean is, can you not say the things you say? Yeah, could you not? Could you shut the fuck
Fuck
up? I've done The View twice. I know how hard it is to get 4 women to agree on lunch, let alone politics. So don't tell me The View is some radical leftist threat. You are a radical leftist, but you're not a threat.
Hey,
your time's just over.
Let's ask
You're not
Whoopi
being
what her
propped up
opinion on
anymore.
the Jews is.
This is Rosie O'Donnell, not Whoopi.
I'm saying, like, I'm saying, like,
Yeah,
so
one of them. Fat woman.
any of them. Ask any of them, because let's face it, this is just a bunch of fucking mouthpieces.
Yes.
If anything inconvenient can get scraped
Yeah.
off with a fucking file.
Yeah. This isn't about bias. This is about obedience. This is about removing any program that doesn't align with Trumpism, soft fascism, and full lashes with commercial breaks. First, they came for the journalists, then the educators, then the librarians. There's not no fucking... Dude,
Blue, what the fuck is
Learn
going on?
how to use a period. You certainly talk about them enough. That's
is
all
written
women
like a
ever
black
fucking talk
woman.
about is that type of shit. It really is. Now it's Joy Behar and Whoopi Goldberg. Would be funny if it weren't so terrifying. Because when the only voices left on TV are nodding along to conspiracy theories about wind turbines causing autism, we are not in a democracy anymore.
Again,
Okay, so yes, when you
syntax
just hear
completely broken
things...
down. We got fucking Big Mac McCarthy over here trying to fucking spin fucking Fud Meridian to
She
us.
used the fucking word. She said the word. There it is. Democracy is when only I get to say retarded shit on television.
We are in a dictatorship with good lighting. Congratulations, you've caught up with the rest of the fucking world a century ago.
Yeah. I used to think the First Amendment meant something. You want to shut down everyone else's right to free speech. As does everyone else, by the way.
I used to think the First Amendment meant something. Yeah, it meant fucking problems for you.
Yeah.
It was
I used to
something
think
to gut it and splayed out like a fucking deer carcass.
Right. You have been propped up. I used to think you couldn't just erase a voice
be.
because it made you uncomfortable, but that's where we are. They don't want balance. I mean, it's crazy for you to say this, Rosie, when these are all the things that you have advocated for.
Someone who hasn't walked in a straight line in 10 years.
They want obedience. They will shut down anything that reminds people of what freedom sounds like. Bitch, you want to shut down everyone who disagrees with you. This unbelievable for her to just have the temerity to fucking write this shit and not recognize how hilariously hypocritical it is. This isn't just about a TV show. It's about what happens when powerful men decided they've heard enough from women.
I
Yeah.
wish.
Welcome,
Shut up.
Okay, welcome to modern politics.
Silly woman.
Modern politics is exactly this. It's Rosie O'Donnell in a fucking white room, ripping her own guts out, splaying it across the walls, and forming it into little fucking stick figures of the people she hates.
My God.
The absolute fucking
Insanity for her to say this shit.
They label truth as bias, disagreement as danger, and they start scrubbing the airways of anyone who makes them uncomfortable. Yes, that is your
That's you.
playbook. We know. That's your
projection.
playbook.
Yeah, pure projection. What they're really trying to do is shut us up. Yes, because you are loud and annoying. All of us. And we've seen what happens when women are silenced. People have peace. Yes.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
only.
Oh my god, it's the best thing ever when you shut the fuck up. It's amazing. Oh
History
my
has
god, what
showed
happens
us.
when women be quiet? Well, historically speaking, nice
have.
things
Never been
happen.
Men are
Tried.
happier. People in general are
Quiet
happier.
women has never been tried.
History has shown us over and over and over that when women stop speaking, things fall apart. Name once.
Name me one
find-
time that women were quiet. I'll fucking build a time machine in my fucking garage.
No, she says she's gonna get louder. Oh no. Well, you don't have that little platform, that little microphone, that
Yeah, you don't have that.
loudspeaker.
Also, they kicked you out of Ireland for being such a piece of shit.
No, she's still in Ireland, isn't she?
I thought she was getting. No, I thought her whole like immigration thing got shit canned.
Oh, I
she's
thought she
getting-
was still
That's where
there
she's getting
though.
up to. I think she still might be there because let's face it, not like immigration
Yeah.
in Ireland haven't got a whole fucking swathe of bullshit to deal with, considering how often the locals burn the fucking migrant centers down.
But Whoopi hasn't realized yet, as they're all slowly, I think, coming to terms with, and probably never will, that woke is being put away. Amazon's War of the Worlds remake starring Ice Cube staring at a computer screen gets 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. I watched Disbrew's 2-part review of this. It sounds fucking hilarious, but I would recommend just watching Disbrew's videos.
No hate watching. No fucking hate watching.
Exactly. Go watch Disbrew's 2-part review on it. That was very entertaining. That was its movie length. which I don't even think this movie is, by the way.
I was told if you watch it like it's a movie, you'll be sorely disappointed and think, what the fuck? He said if you watch it like it's a parody, it's pretty funny.
Yes. It is also a pandemic product. That's why it's all filmed the way that it is, and everything happens via Zoom. Well, everything happens via Zoom because they filmed this during the pandemic, and then they were like, well, we've got this massive stinker that still costs a lot of money to make. Well, let's just push it out and push out the turd. And the turd has been released, 0% Rotten Tomatoes. But that is definitely a vestige of COVID and why it's so fucked. But it's not the only loss for Hollywood and win for regular people, because Gina Carano has also won against Disney. And it sounds like from the way that they're talking that they want her back. I don't think they do. The settlement, the terms of it have not been disclosed. But Disney's public statement about it is that, we look forward to working on projects with Gina in the future, which makes me think part of the settlement is you're going to bring back Cara Dune, the character that she played in the Star Wars stuff. You're going to have to basically repay her with work for the work that she lost, is my guess. Yes. The truth shall set you free, she wrote in a post on social media. Yeah, so she's come to an agreement with Disney Lucasfilm, and she may be appearing in the future. So fuck them. I'm glad she won something out of it, apparently. I hope she actually did, get something good from this. But they can't fight it anymore. The woke stuff's going away, so shit like this is also being put away.
Do that fucking Washington Post being so fucking horny about it, though.
I know. Let's see. Trump. This has been the major news story sort of the week, is that Trump is sending in the National Guard essentially to crack down on corruption and crime and problems in the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C. So here's what he had to say about it.
I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse. This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back. Under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States, I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that.
Like, I don't know what he's doing here, by the way, exactly with this. He claims this is him draining the swamp. He's gonna clean up at least the crime in DC, apparently. I doubt that's what this is about.
It seems to mainly be dealing with the vagrancy problem. And that everyone who is not filed out of DC has basically been told you can either go into an institution to get detoxed, or you can go into prison for vagrancy.
That's what it appears to be the focus on. But there's always some other ulterior motive, and there's something else going on, I suspect, with this, bringing in the National Guard to DC.
I don't know, maybe something that might allow them to scour areas traditionally associated with the homeless that might be home to tunnels.
Yeah, I wouldn't get your hopes up on anything cool happening, because as Deans has said, reminder, nothing ever happens. Thank you for the 5, man. Nothing does ever happen.
If the Jews hate one people, it's other Jews.
That's true.
Very good people. They're tough. And they know what's happening. They've done it before.
Alrighty.
I hope so. That is
there. Deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly.
Yeah, well, we'll see what comes of that.
Everyone who owns property in, like, Harper's Ferry is just going, what does this mean?
Yeah,
is this a good thing or a bad thing?
Yeah, like, what's happening? So Pam Bondi also, this is a $50 million reward for information leading to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro, who has responded with his own $50 million bounty on the Epstein files, by the way. So...
Today, the Department of Justice and State Department are announcing a historic $50 million reward.
Really strung out to anyone else?
She is looking pale. She looked pale and a little sickly behind Trump.
Light, by the way.
I think she's under a lot of stress with this Epstein shit, considering again that I think she's made it a lot worse. I'm surprised that Trump didn't fire her for essentially saying it's all on my desk. I've got it. We're gonna release it any second now. Only to go actually, no, we're not doing any of that.
I get the distinct feeling that right before this press conference, she was told in no uncertain terms, if you make one more fuck up, you're out the door and your career is over.
I think that has been reiterated to her on multiple occasions over the last couple months. Yeah.
For information leading to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro. Maduro uses foreign terrorist organizations like TDA, Sinaloa, and Cartel of the Suns to bring deadly drugs and violence into our country. To date, the DEA has seized 30 tons of cocaine linked to Maduro and his associates with nearly...
Just to be clear, in case someone
Hunter Biden on suicide watch.
I know, but just in case someone's not aware, Nicolas Maduro is the president of Venezuela. Like, she's not talking about, like, some random gang leader or something, although I don't know how much difference there is from being the president of Venezuela. But this is not, like, some cartel member, just to be clear, if someone doesn't know who Maduro is.
7 tons linked to Maduro himself, which represents a primary source of income for the deadly cartels based in Venezuela and Mexico. Cocaine is often laced with fentanyl, resulting in the loss and destruction of countless American lives. The DOJ has seized over $700 million.
That's very cool. I would like Maduro to win in his $50 million reward bounty over Pam Bondi. I'll put it that way. I would much rather he get the Epstein files and release them. All right, here's the thing.
We can have both.
I'm going to cover the story, then I'm going to have to use the restroom real quick, and we'll be right around the top of the hour, so that'll be a good time to switch over into the infighting stuff, and then we'll switch
I'll
topics.
tag out when you get back.
Okay, cool. So this was just, oh my god. I before we get into the fights, I wanted to just have a little bit of fun with Scott Jennings here for a second before we get into the stuff that's going to give me an aneurysm.
During the Biden administration, they went up to a huge number. Now inflation, core inflation has
just
come down.
Dumb women moments.
Market expectations, in fact. As you noted, some prices are up for some things, some prices are down.
He's just
for
Pat
others.
Bateman.
Prices are
Here, actually, this is a good thing. I'll just let this play. It shouldn't keep playing, and then I'll be right back.
The president is just now implementing his economic strategy. He's got his trade strategy. The Congress just implemented the big, beautiful bill, setting tax rates, making them
50 cents knock off.
extending other tax cuts to working-class American people who pay taxes because their taxes are not going up. It'll be beautiful for people who use energy because it's going to unleash American energy. It'll be beautiful for people who care about a secure southern border because it massively invests in our infrastructure and ice agents at the southern border. It'll be beautiful for people who work in a real economy.
The diner waitress her diner has closed.
Do you notice the body language there?
And cut tens of thousands of jobs in their hometown. I'm saying that Doge cut the jobs, the federal jobs in areas where it trickles down, and you know this. So when you lose tens of thousands of
back on Reaganomics.
Then that trickles down because then you don't have those workers going to the nail salons and to the diners and to all that.
I've never heard that Doge cut the diners.
Well, maybe you don't have anyone that works in a diner in your family, but I guarantee you.
I've never heard that. That's a new one. That's a new one.
I'm happy to educate.
I genuinely fucking hate hearing black people say that phrase. Let me educate
talking in general, yeah, me too.
Well, yeah, that too. But whenever they say, let me educate you, I'm like, bitch, you literally speak English because of my people. Fuck you. Don't ever educate me on fucking anything. Like, if it wasn't for our ancestors in fucking boats, your ass wouldn't be here. Shut the fuck up. You have nothing to
How about
teach
you
us.
educate your baby daddy the way back from milks and cigarettes?
Yeah. And remember his name. It's just
Sorry, that's what I meant.
Fucking
dude, I was wearing these cute shoes. We went out to the shops yesterday to get grocery shopping and stuff, and Bill couldn't go in because he's been sick. So
I have a concussion.
Yeah, Bill hit his head at work and has not been well.
I work in a freezer a lot of the time. I slipped, stood up, and smashed my fucking skull directly into a steel support beam.
We've both done ourselves an injury because now, like, these shoes are really cute, but like women's shoes often that are cute. Apparently, they're very difficult to. Well, no, they're not painful, but it's like they taper at the bottom, so you have to walk very daintily in them, which is cute. But I think I like
material as well. It's like
they're actually quite comfortable.
It's some kind of filthy celestial invention.
They're quite comfy, but again, the way that they taper at the bottom means you have to be very delicate when you walk on them. And I think I've pulled a muscle in my leg, so I'm like, my leg, my leg.
They're optimized for foot binding.
Yeah. cute shoes. Look, this is what women must suffer through. the pain of the cute shoe.
Folks, I'm on, and if those concerned about my health, don't worry.
I'm making Swiss food next.
But yeah, that's the bigger risk to my health, to be honest with you.
Brokerages over Hokages for 10 says, here is some money for my favorite shit talkers on the internet. Keep up the good work. Thank you, man. We will continue to talk shit as it is fun. Wait,
I can't hit with Hokage without thinking of Hank Hill.
Speaking of talking shit, let's cover the woman moment, shall we?
I'm going to be the next Hokage.
This is the infighting. Okay, deranged MAGA civil war erupts over engagement ring size. I tried to find some article that covered it fairly quickly because this shit was boring to me. I mean, it was kind of funny to watch, but it's women doing women things. So, a jab about the size of an engagement ring has turned into a war of words between right-wing online influencers. The civil war devolved into a bitter and bizarre personal attacks, with the combatants hurling insults and allegations about each other's relationships and sex lives. Women. It all began with a seemingly innocuous post showing off an engagement ring. The post made by Sarah Stock, self-described Christian nationalist and contributor to the right-wing news site Rift TV. She made waves earlier this year when she was one of 20 MAGA devotees who debated progressive commentator Sam Cedar in a video on Jubilee. So this is the post in question that started it all. I think it's a perfectly fine wedding band. I mean, like, you don't want a massive fucking, even if you're a woman into that, that's not my bag in terms of what I think looks nice on rings, is a giant rock. But you certainly don't want that on your wedding band that you're going to wear every day. Like,
I'm going to be honest, I don't think any guy who saw this even paid attention to it.
Cares? Or can understand what it's about.
They literally just looked there when, oh, look, she's engaged, and that's literally as far as it goes. Like, the financial aspect of it, like, no man paid attention.
No, it's a pure women thing, is being like, oh, the rock doesn't look very big. So, one critique came from Hannah Pearl Davis, another right... No, it did start with Pearl then. Many of the responses offered congratulations. It did start with Pearl. When you said it was the other woman, I was like... I assumed you were correct, because I know she got involved in it, too. Yeah. But I think it was Pearl who kicked it off. Whatever, anti-feminist, etc. Hottest right-wing e-girl taken off the market, Pearl wrote, adding, conservative women will always use their marriage and family to build their brand. No, and here's what Sarah... First of all, did you hear... I don't have this queued up because I didn't want to talk about... I totally forgot about this until right before we were supposed to talk. But, was it Sarah called in to Pearl's show and, like, eviscerated her, I think? I saw it on Kino Casino. I watched them watch it. And just got absolutely BTFO'd by Sarah. Completely knocked her out of the park. And it was fucking brutal. I don't have that queued up because I totally forgot about this woman infighting thing. But anyway, so yeah, what Sarah has said about it is that she's making a public statement of, boys, I'm taken. Don't hit on me anymore, essentially. And yes, Pearl got completely felted.
It's really quite strange how what women think men are thinking. And let me just say this. Women have no fucking clue what men are ever thinking.
No.
Ever.
No, but
None.
But that was her rationale, right? Is that this way the boys will know that I'm taken.
Shut the fuck up. No, they don't.
Okay, well, that was her stated rationale, is what I'm saying. Many of the responses to the post
shut the fuck up.
Right. Here's the post from Pearl. Let's see. Another pro-Trump influencer replying to Pearl Davis. Emily Wilson, who is known online as Emily Saves America, made a post that would whip up the dispute into a full-fledged war. The ring size, Wilson wrote, along with a skull emoji. So, yeah, they all got involved in this. Wilson and Stock have a history. Stock wrote a blog post for Rift that ripped Wilson for not being MAGA enough because she had questioned the trad wife movement. She's spreading toxic far-left feminist message about homemaking in general. Stock woke wrote, if she were some random liberal girl, this wouldn't matter, but Emily has about 500,000 followers on all of her platforms, all people who look up to her as a face of a conservative MAGA movement. Wilson's dig about the size of Stock's engagement ring seemed to open the floodgates. For her part, Stock wrote back to Wilson, where's your ring, Emily? Oh my god, it just got so bitchy immediately. Other right-wing influencers were less restrained on their attacks on Wilson, to put it mildly.
Can we stop? I detest the fact that this is called right wing, like as if this is political. No, this is just these fucking women being women.
This is just women doing women shit. It's nothing to do with politics.
Faggy horseshit, ovarian shite. That's all it is. It's nothing to do with politics.
Yes, Morgan Ariel, a fashion designer, right-wing influencer, was fired as a volunteer ambassador for Turning Point USA over anti-Semitic posts, wrote to Wilson, "You give it up for free, ho. You might want to sit this one out." Wilson responded with unsubstantiated claims about Ariel's personal life before writing, what? They were saying all kinds of, they were going wild. They were talking, everyone's a coal burner, which I think a lot of them are. But yet, somehow, someway you think you're better than me on this app. I think she did accuse her of being, they only include that one part. Because there was a lot of, Morgan, your baby daddy abandoned you. You're raising a bastard child. Jesus.
I would admit the replies between them are pretty fucking rough.
Oh, it's savage. Yeah, there's the claws are out. They have been out. Unwed, childless Fox News girl boss who complains when women make sourdough now hates on ring size of happily engaged young woman. He wrote to Wilson, "Congrats, Bozo, you're a feminist." That was from Ian Smith. Wilson fired back without presenting any evidence, making allegations related to Smith's marriage and referring to the fact that Smith killed a 19-year-old man while drunk driving when he was 20. As of Wednesday, the civil war wages on. Wilson poured more fuel on the fire, writing, "It's going to be hard to be a trad wife when your man can't even afford a ring. How do you guys expect to have a house, land, multiple kids, BFFR?" What does that stand for? Am I retarded?
I have no idea.
I don't know this acronym. What?
Neither do
I. Be fucking for real. Okay.
Oh, that's fucking gay as hell.
It really is. "I hope y'all enjoy working. Sorry, I'm MIA in the Hamptons." What a dude. What a bitch. That's such a bitchy statement. Also, Pearl Davis got called out for dating a black guy. And then she said, "He's not black, he's Dominican." People found pictures of him. He's black. A baby is Dominican too, but he's also black. Oh my god, it's so stupid. Deans for Two says War of the Ring, female edition. It's way gayer than the male edition. The male edition is just way better. This is cringe and gay. So, speaking of men edition, there was Tucker versus Fuentes. We'll get to the AA thing in a minute. Right. Yeah, I got this in order.
Fuentes definitely won, I think.
I think Fuentes won as well because it's just two feds fighting. This is another one where I don't care. It's two feds fighting. You know, Tucker Carlson rips Gen Z influencer as angry gay kid as MAGA beef heats up. Tucker Carlson tore into white nationalist influencer Nick Fuentes on Friday's show, calling the MAGA Gen Z an angry gay kid. Did we watch this? Oh, just not even time-stamped. Like, whatever. He said a bunch of shit about Nick. Is there more in here? Yeah. Let's see. "I genuinely know what triggered him." Oh, sorry. Owens claimed the filming process went great, but after she posted the episode, Fuentes called her screaming and insulting her. And Fuentes has been saying for like the last week that Candace wants to fuck him, which, I mean, maybe.
At this point in time, I probably wouldn't actually think that's not that plausible.
Yeah, I don't entirely believe that's incorrect. Boulder Shoulder 7 for SEK.
It's a
for
white
20
man
SEK
flexing
says
power. Of
Swedish
course,
kroner.
Black women fucking lose their fucking minds over that.
Right. Turns out women can roast. What was the Kino clip? It might have been in the full episode. It was somebody from the last week they talked about it. I don't know if the clip's up of it, though. But they just talked about the whole ordeal the other day. "I genuinely don't know what triggered him," she told Carlson. "The rage that was coming out of him was just weird. I don't know why he did that. I don't know why he did a 180. After Owen's interview with him, Fuentes posted a video calling it a failed hit job. In the video, he said he generally tries to avoid women in general, but especially in any professional political context, claiming they gaslit him. I mean, that is true. Who else said that? Who they were dogging on for forever about... Was it Vance? No, who was it? Who said they didn't want to be in a room alone with a woman who wasn't his wife? Do you remember this?
Oh, it was Mike Pence.
It was Mike Pence, which was like one of the only good things I ever had to say about Mike Pence is that he was completely correct to have that standard. Because the second that you're alone in a room with a woman who is not your wife, you have no fucking idea if she's gonna gaslight and make shit up. You should have that kind of attitude.
Because they're fucking annoying.
Well, that too, but but you don't know if she's gonna pull out the fucking "we were alone. I could make up an allegation and ruin your fucking life." On Carlson's show, Owens theorized that Fuentes' rage could be driven by the little boy insecurity. And he went on attack because he doesn't know how to have normal relations after being banned everywhere. There probably is some truth to that.
In fairness, that is kind of a difficult thing.
Well, yeah.
So
he's debanked, he's deplatformed, you know.
Yeah, so it's kind of unfair to put that all on him. It's like, well, do you know how?
They were being very
fuck up.
They were being very sanctimonious and like poo-pooing him a lot. And which I found gay. You know, to put it eloquently. But overall, it's feds pointing the Fed finger at feds was a lot of it. So I didn't have a whole lot of interest in this little back and forth, but it was all just very gay. And I think that, I mean, maybe some of them are a bit, I don't know why, but maybe they're a bit intimidated by Fuentes' pull, because he certainly has the ear of a lot of young men.
I would like to know why the fucking hell he's suddenly mainstream. After being
I think he's being pushed
so fucking long, and it's just one.
Well, right.
I've seen.
You have to ask yourself that question.
Yeah, because whenever you see anyone
start to be pushed, he starts getting played on CNN and MSNBC.
Like, for example, fucking that Stock chick, Sarah Stock. She was pushed out of fucking nowhere. Like
out of nowhere.
What she
just appeared, and suddenly became relevant.
On Sam Cedar was the most basic bitch shit fucking ever. Oh my goodness, we're a European Christian nation. Like, yeah, no shit. That's not new. Everyone fucking knows this. And then for some bizarre reason, it's like, oh my goodness, a white chick said something that every single fucking white dude knows since the last 250 fucking years. Why is that interesting or make you base? It's not. It's just fucking reality.
Skov, I have watched his last week of it. That's why I didn't cover it last week, because I wanted to be able to see Nick's side of it. And the thing about Nick's side of what he had to say about Tucker Carlson is stuff that I already knew about Tucker Carlson, but I suppose are things that most people did not. I think he's perfectly fine to call out that Tucker Carlson is a Fed because he is a Fed, and I thought that was widely held knowledge, but maybe it was not. Whatever, he was right to do it. They talked shit about him first, and they did it in a gay, feminine little way. So I think he was absolutely right to clap back on Tucker Carlson for it, and point out that he's a Fed. But I also think that Fuentes is probably a Fed. There's a reason why he's being pushed now, and particularly after having been debanked and so castigated but allowed to continue to exist, right? After maybe selling out some friends related to Jan 6th, right?
Maybe.
I don't trust anybody in politics that I don't personally know.
And even that's sketchy.
And even that's sketchy, and I really don't trust people like Nick Fuentes. My one interaction with Fuentes, which I've talked about before, was we were at CPAC in 2018, and it was me and Hard Bastard were there. Hard Bastard and I were there. I had bright purple hair at the time because I was doing like I'm going as Aiden Paladin. We had press passes. So we had big press pass things on, and I wanted I've got the purple avatar, whatever. So I have bright purple hair. HB's dressed like in a tracksuit, looks like an Italian gangster at the Conservative Political Action Conference, which is, like as corpo conservative as it gets. And he just kind of followed us around for a while, like ducking behind. I mean, I didn't see all of it, but we were getting lunch, and HB said to me, like, I think that's Nick Fuentes, because it was right when he sort of appeared on the scene, or shortly thereafter. I think that's like Nick Fuentes keeps looking at us from behind a pillar or something while we're getting lunch at the Gaylord hotel where CPAC was. And he followed us around for a good half an hour, 45 minutes. It was just very weird and gay. And then I was not surprised when it came out that he allegedly was going around his house with a black light looking for cum. Just seemed like the same type of behavior to me. I get we looked weird. We didn't look like we belonged at CPAC. But it was just... And then I said something like, "Hi, Nick," or something like that, and then he walked off and didn't say anything.
Everyone be calm, I returned to save the stream from itself.
Hello.
Talking about that time that Nick Fuentes was inside the Gaylord.
Yeah. I was just, that's my only, it's just, he's kind of weird. He's kind of a weird guy, but so that was their stuff. Then here, he fired back. He did a long stream on it. He did 2 streams on it, actually, that are both quite long, where he goes into detail about Tucker Carlson's background. If you're interested in it, I absolutely would suggest listening to it if you are not aware of Tucker Carlson's familial and personal relationships with the CIA.
His stature in that picture just looks very funny.
Yeah. So
let's just call him what he is. Nick Fuentes is just right-wing Idubbbz.
Don't
look at his face. Look at him in this. Look at him. Squint a little bit.
I wouldn't put that evil on.
Here he sits, another peachy tips monkey.
But here's a little bit of his spiel against Carlson.
Tucker says that he, like Vance and Kent and Dave Smith, he's another one of these non-crazy, non-hateful America firsters. Let's look at Tucker. Let's in particular look at his father, Dick Carlson.
Dick. Sorry.
Let's talk about his dad.
His name is Tucker. It's not that much better, okay?
Tucker says he's never even watched my show. He doesn't know me. He said he found out about me when somebody sent him a clip of me attacking his dad. He said that I said that no one should listen to Tucker because his dad was in the CIA. Tucker said he saw this years ago. And he said, that's ridiculous. My dad isn't.
This was crazy that Tucker did this. Sorry, Bill. I did ask Bill to, Bill just said that, which is, thank you, Bill. I asked Bill to grab me a drink because my leg's fucked up from walking in cute shoes, okay? All right. But this was weird, is that Tucker, acted like, oh, this was, that this was all being revealed. And Tucker's talked about it plenty of times before, which is why I found the entire framing of it bizarre. It's like, I've known Tucker as a Fed for a decade. What is happening with this feigning ignorance that everyone's suddenly doing about, including Tucker, that he found out after that's what Tucker is now claiming. He found out after his father died that he was in the CIA. I mean, Tucker's dead. Did I say Fuentes? Sorry if I mixed them up. But no, Tucker acting like pretending that he found this out after his dad died, when you can go find clips of him talking about his dad being in the CIA from years before his dad died. It's very bizarre.
In the CIA. And then he learned upon his father's death in March of this year that in fact, and he was surprised to learn this, Dick Carlson, his father, was in the CIA. Now, as I said at the beginning of the show, that is a lie. Tucker Carlson knew that his father was in the CIA.
And Tucker did lie about that. He absolutely did lie about it.
Tucker Carlson said in June of 2024, a year before his father died, in an interview with Sean Ryan, that his father was in the CIA. He went so far as to say that Tucker grew up down the street from the CIA officer who overthrew Mossadegh in Iran. That's how CIA he was.
I thought this was all well known.
And he says, I was shocked to learn this year my dad was in the CIA. Well, that's just not true. That was a lie. He is not being forthcoming about his relationship with his father and, to that extent, his relationship with the CIA.
I think you're also right there, potentially, Paskov, is that I think Fuentes has been compromised, because I don't know how you come out of the incredible amount of scrutiny and microscopes that he was under and not end up compromised. And I particularly am wary of that when I see him being pushed, as he has been over the last 2 weeks, when this guy was completely fucking destroyed, debanked, untouchable. And over the last couple of weeks, they've started playing clips of him on CNN, on MSNBC. He has this massive...
Wait, they played him on CNN?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just cut to the marrow, boys and girls.
You're seeing where my concern lies with this, right?
Okay. Let's play a little game. Everyone put your hands up if you want right-wing news. Okay?
Yeah.
Show your hands. Who wants to get it from Hispanic? That's right, all those fucking hands went down, didn't they? Know your fucking audience.
Yes, the stuff around J6 is very disconcerting in that I think he probably ratted on people. I think he's probably compromised. I know AA really likes him, and I think that
AA is trying to recruit him.
Well, AA seems to like his gumption, I'll put it that way.
He sees potential in someone.
I think he does see potential.
He sees the nice, comfortable fucking hand-shaped chasm in his Muppet asshole and thinks, nah, my arm will fit in there.
Here's the thing that I have learned over the years, is that it's at least worth it to listen to AA's intuition on things and people. Because, not all the time, but you should at least listen to it, right? As we're going to get into the AA stuff here.
All I'm saying is, we here at Broken Crown glaze AA more than most. However, I draw the line at taking my political advice from a bleached Moor.
I mean, come on.
And he's been bleached a couple of times by the looks of him. Dirty bastard.
I hope Fuentes is genuine. I would prefer that.
I hope
it's just
not.
weird.
It would be embarrassing.
I mean, it would be a bit embarrassing. But I get weirded out when they start pushing this guy who they have spent the last 5, 6, 8 years debanking. Yeah, and denigrating. That seems strange to me.
Well, Tucker, I'm glad you're tuning in because this kid from Chicago, this 26-year-old kid
disregard
from Chicago with this chip.
That's
from
what I think.
Chirac.
By the way, Scud, that's what I think too. He is charismatic. He's a great speaker when he's recounting his history knowledge in particular. That's why they recruited him. He is worth having been recruited because he is a good speaker. He's a good. He has good elocution. He's powerful. He's got that like old timey, stuff that can rile people up into a fervor, and that can make him quite powerful. And why I think they want him controlled.
If Pearl Davis would date him, I don't want him speaking to me, quite frankly.
You think if he wasn't gay, you think he would date Pearl? Her?
Well, she looks like a bloke.
Oh, that's true. She is
Fridge-like
built like a fridge. Look, she is the cattiest, meanest, nastiest bitch around. So you get what you put out.
That's me.
Not even fucking close.
Pearl?
That's me, motherfucker. Also the most racist. I'm a man of many talents.
Bill is the he and I do kind of comprise that cartoon of I thought I'd get everybody over for Scrabble later or whatever the femoid says. Just the guy is most racist man alive t-shirt. You need to get that shirt, Bill. I need to get one for you.
Rolled in his eyes.
3XL.
I know.
He's about to tell you more about your dad. If you were surprised to find out your dad was CIA, I'm about to blow your mind. And I didn't get this information from the CIA. I got it from Mint Press News. I got it from C-SPAN. I got it from Wikipedia. It's all available on the internet. You should try it sometime.
Yeah, that's why I was.
Tucker says he doesn't own a TV. He doesn't use email. Maybe that's why he doesn't know this information, right?
Okay.
Tucker frequently said.
Can I strike upon the vibe here? Gay Hispanic AVGN.
Oh, yeah. He does have AVGN sort of.
Idubbbz doing a Angry Joe impression.
Deans for 5 says Fuentes is either gay or he has the most severe case of autism I've ever seen. Possibly both. It could be both. He's also he's a test tube baby. Maybe some weirdness involved in that. I think that
explains why he looks like Beaker.
Well, yeah, because he was made in one.
As I never watch TV. I don't even own a TV. I don't even use email. That's probably why he's so out of the loop, because all this information is on the internet. It's all there. If you Google Dick Carlson, you'll find all of this. So,
and if anyone knows their way around Googling Dick, it's Nick Fuentes.
He is very familiar.
Or translated into Morse code or smoke signals, whatever Tucker is able to interpret, however he gets his media. Someone could write it on a note and pass it to him by the Pony Express. And I will teach him more about his own.
I think we get the thing here, right? Yeah, he absolutely exposed in detail Tucker's familial relationship with the CIA and the deep state, if you will. Which he didn't have to look hard for this stuff because it's not hard to find. Again, to me, it's two feds fighting with each other, and I don't really care. But there it is. I didn't want to cover it last week because I didn't watch Fuentes' coverage. I listened to it. And he is a good speaker. He is also very funny, naturally. I think a lot of times it's unintentional. It's like him constantly talking about fucking Candace Owens. It's very weird. He goes into detail about it. Very strange. But, okay. Now we're going to move into the AA stuff, since this is sort of the main thing I guess we wanted to talk about. Yeah, well, it's more it's closer to home, I guess. But before we get into it, I have a couple things I want to point out because they relate. First of all, you're progenitor of the term woke right, sir. What is an American? Because it matters. It matters. The term woke right comes up a lot in this conversation. So, according to James Lindsay, who considers
friend of the show.
He is the progenitor of the term woke right. He's the guy who has certainly, if nothing else, massively popularized its use. And here he is saying, what is an American? Here's one easy thing to say on the subject. Americans don't hate Jews, so Jew haters aren't really Americans. Nice, no true Scotsman. So in other words, if you have a problem with Israel, you're not an American. Thanks for laying it on the fucking line.
I've ever heard, rather. Also,
well, I actually appreciate the honesty that what you define as a true American. No. But what James Lindsay considers the guy who came up with the term woke right, whatever Stelios and no offense, but apparently Josh and Rory too think, which I don't actually think that the other two do, but whatever Stelios appears to think about them coming up with the term woke right, or coming up with the concept woke right, which I think was a really bad move for him to claim, essentially, in his response to AA, puts a big dark cloud over all of Lotus Eaters as being catty bitches who talk shit about other right-wing people behind their backs and come up with terms like woke right for people who annoy them. Which is clearly what James Lindsay means by the term, is people who are to the right of him who he doesn't like.
Which is most people, because he's a leftist class.
Because he's a leftist. It just means people who are too far right for me. They're not a nice little comfy pro-Zionist neocon. So they are woke right. That's what it means. Not a Zionist neocon. That's all that woke right means. And he's very explicit here that if you don't love the Jews and Israel, you're not even an American. Thank you, James Lindsay. Didn't know that. Fascinating. Cold War for 5 says, this entire segment is just all influencers are fake and gay, even on the right, and we're all pretending like it's only a factor now. No, I mean, it always is, and some people are real, but,
like we are.
Well, we fly a bit under the radar. But I don't know, if I got fucking, in some way, captured, I would want people to call that out, too.
I would immediately tell you, like, SOS me now. Something is wrong.
Yeah, right? But still. So this is also related to this, though. It is, I guess, oh, wait. That just didn't work at all. Netanyahu says it was just related to this. Netanyahu says they're gonna take back Gaza. That's all it was. I wanted to also show you, as we move into the AA segment, this schizo chart. I don't know why that link didn't work, but this one does. Okay. Not barking, I'm chopping it down. Imagine spending decades of your life gatekeeping normal whites. So he's responding to AA, so, okay.
Hey, look.
Wait.
Mr. Yarvin.
Yeah, with Curtis Yarvin here. Yeah. So this guy, Doomernat, is getting into a fucking fight with AA. Parvini's attacking a meme account because he can't add KPIs. He was talking about Kaguya, by the way. Not attacking it. I like that account. It's Kaguya he's talking about here. Yeah. So, why do you need us Zoomers to help you? Is this why you keep the trans person at DG1? Is that Evelyn's account? Yeah. Do you to do the things we white boys supposedly can't? I don't speak retard, so I need it translated for me. And here we have, again, we're gonna get into all good things. A fucking schizo chart, a schizo, drawing the lines between things with the red thread stuff. You obfuscate Zionist Zionist Zog, whatever, as the octopus and engage with an actual trans person in Curtis Yarvin. The only retards are your followers. Zionist occupied government. I don't know why I had a total fucking brain fart there. There we go. So post pictures of Curtis Yarvin and Evelyn speaking at a Shieldings event. A bad target selection, Doomer. I realize you're young and full of piss and vinegar with barking up the wrong tree here. Yeah, it's like particularly acting like Evelyn's not extremely far right. So he has created the schizo chart. Let's here we go. What's wrong with the academic agent exactly? From transgenderism to teal. And he signed his name to it. So here we have the schizo chart. I can explain some things on here as well. So, let's see. Here we have AA. Let's see. He is friends with Evelyn, who is trans. That's bad. He's also friends with Scrump, who is in sexual relations. Who are the founders of Nomos. It's just over here. What the fuck does this matter? AA has also been a speaker at Nomos. You see how this is just like a node off here in a corner that has nothing to do with anybody else, but is treated as if it's some kind of fucking conspiracy? AA is, I guess he says friends with Carl. I don't know. I guess something of Friends. He's also been a guest on Lotus Eaters. Oh my god. And Bill, are you? If you're talking, you're muted. Oh, sorry. So AA has also been a speaker at Shielding's events, as well as Lotus Eaters. Carl's also been a speaker at Shielding's events. So is Curtis Yarvin, who's friends with Peter Thiel. Dude, this is fucking mad schizo shit. And also, it's just like all these friends. Shot,
of course it is.
Yeah. Just some, just incredibly schizo. Yeah, and very deeply embarrassing. Also, other embarrassing things that relate to this, though not on this chart, Bronze Age pervert is proving himself to be Brown Age pervert. Like, every single fucking day. Attacks on Hinduism are pathetic. This is just one. There's tons of these. Attacks on Hinduism are pathetic. Its ancient texts, Upanishads, and metaphysical ideas are obviously more profound and sophisticated than anything found in the Bible or commentaries on the Bible. Jesus himself was a traveler and student in India. Also, he was a Celtic yogi. Bro.
What is he trying to say?
Christianity is inferior to Hinduism.
He's Jewish.
Yeah. By the way. Just letting you know.
A Romanian Hebrew.
Romanian Jew.
And given his Jeet worship, most likely of Roma extraction.
Something to that effect.
Again, I'd have to have a gander at his skull to tell you for sure.
Let us move on to the thing between and let's start. Wait. First, this, because it has been hot as fuck. So here was the clip that's been wanted to play.
I'm gonna try not to laugh at this.
Okay, try not to laugh.
I'm gonna try it.
Welcome. It's really bloody hot.
It is. It's bloody hot right now.
Don't know what the actual temperature is, but it's over 30 degrees. Let's have a look. So it's temperature right now. Temperature today, 31 degrees. Way too hot. If you're American, that's 88 degrees Fahrenheit. As a result of this heat, if you can hear the fan in the background, and you're one of those audio spurgs, bugger off. Go and listen to Tim Pool. Go and listen to somebody with a great big boom mic. Go and watch Lotus Eaters or some other thing. I'm not turning my fan off. All right. It's too hot. I don't like the heat. I hate the summer. I want the summer to be over. It's already outstayed its welcome. What is this? Like the third or the fourth heat wave? Fuck off the heat.
Everyone's laughing. I'm just like fucking spitting facts.
True, it is. It's right.
No need.
It's hot as fuck.
And back at home, I bought one of those portable AC units where you stick the pipe out the window. I put it on 16 degrees. AAA and the missus have taken to calling me Mr. Freeze. That's why I have Mr. Freeze. Do you really have to have it on 16 degrees? Yes, I do. Leave me to my freezing, ice-cold room. My throne of ice.
I could go for that right now. It's hot as fuck.
The summer.
Based. So there we go. Let's move over to the watch.
I don't know why, but just the way this goes. Fuck off, heat. Fuck off, summer. It just fucking kills me.
Spoon is easily amused. Oh, but that was pretty good. All right.
If I could murder the sun, I'd nail that bitch to its throne.
I'm gonna put this on 1.5 because if I'm being honest, A is just really fair here. He explains what happened is Stelios threw down the gauntlet, demanded essentially, or requested, however you feel was the correct way to interpret that AA debate him. What even was the original topic of the debate? Oh, it was liberalism. It was the idea. It was Stelios. Yes, Stelios was talking about the term liberalism, and basically AA was defining terms for him. Yeah, right. I think AA goes through it. I'm pretty sure he does in the video.
Yeah, okay.
I know for a fact that Stelios does because I just watched it this morning. Yeah. So let's just go through it. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Wait a minute. All right.
Do a debate. I don't like
hang on.
Debates.
I gotta refresh the page. It crashed or something.
A waste of time. Let me explain why I think that.
Is watching other busted?
I'll explain why I don't like debates in general, especially internet debates. I'll get into some of the concepts.
Oh, it wasn't working for me for a second. Okay.
It was fine there for a minute.
What the fuck?
You said, let me explain why I think that. And then, once I've explained why I don't like debates in general, especially internet debates, I'll get into some of the concepts that we were disagreeing over. We'll get into the weeds a little bit, okay? First thing, every internet debate I have ever seen has descended very quickly into a contest where two sets of opposing fans, in this case it would be Stelios's fans, and possibly by extension James Lindsay's fans, since he also got involved.
I sped him up a little, yeah. There's a lot to get through.
That's Stelios and James Lindsay. That's 2 whole bicycles worth of people.
Yeah, there's a lot to get through, so I did speed it up a little bit. And like I said, I think what he said here was all very fair. This part about debate is absolutely true. I have a whole video on actually the psychology behind it. It doesn't matter. People, they pick their tribe and they go with it, and they don't listen to a single fucking thing that was said for the most part. So he's right about internet debates.
Declare victory. The utter victory of me, let's say, if it was my fans, and the utter defeat of the vanquished opponent, and then it would be the same, vice versa. And, that really is nothing to do
Again, this all started over defining
really
terms.
Then, on top of that, even if you ignore what the fans are saying, I have an issue with the whole format of a debate in and of itself, because it becomes a contest not about the actual ideas at stake, not about the concepts that anybody's talking about. Rather, it very quickly descends into a kind of evaluation of debating technique.
Yeah, there you go.
Sixth form debate club technique. Who has the better comebacks?
Yeah,
Who has the
backseat
better
debate
witty repartee?
gaming.
Who gets zingers in there? Who is
It's boring.
able to score
Literal
better
rhetoric.
points and counterpoints? Okay, these
true.
have nothing to do with these kind of rhetorical flourishes, debate techniques, and so on. What you're analysing there is something fundamentally different from what the ideas are. Okay.
That's why, generally speaking, I don't do debates either.
Much better, in my opinion, to write an essay. Or, in the case of the closest thing we can get to an essay in the age of online video, is making a video like this. So you can consider this my contribution to the debate, quote unquote. If you're wondering, by the way, today, it's an H. Upmann Corona Major. Nice light, kind of airport cigar, I suppose. But anyway, let's get on to how this started. I'm going to go onto Twitter, and I'm going to show you some of the...
he goes through it.
That kind of led to this. Stelios said,
don't smoke in the room
on
with the
Twitter,
PCs,
I am detecting lots of conceptual chaos and...
By the way, the craziest thing about this is that I think AA was genuinely just trying to help him out. Like, I do not think his response to this was malicious in any way. Maybe it came off as a little smug, but that's it.
I wouldn't say it was smug. It was just very dry. Because this is what AA does. Like, AA does not
I did a debate with
down
Destiny
in the minutia, which is why I like him. He's just like, I don't care about any of the shit. Like, this is the information to fuck off.
Yeah.
I like it.
The debate I did with Destiny was before I even started doing YouTube. I didn't know who Destiny was, which people find unbelievable, but I genuinely didn't know who he was. I just was on poll, and it said, this stupid libtard is afraid of women. And it was like, someone should go debate him. And I went, I'm a woman, I will do that. I was drunk and high. I didn't know who he was. I wasn't doing YouTube at the time. I got immediately doxxed, and it was just crazy and insane. So, that was not me. Look, I can do better than that, but that was particularly fucking terrible. Well, because I didn't know. I just thought I was shit posting on poll, and was like, oh, okay, I'll do it. That was a bad move, bad idea. I didn't know who he was. I didn't know I'd still have to be thinking about it for any reason 9 years later when I did that, or whatever, how fucking long it's been.
Fusion with terms like liberalism, post-liberalism,
8 years.
fascism, and woke right. Perhaps I'll soon have to end my Euro-maxing phase, make an omelette by breaking many eggs, and set order in chaos, said Stelios.
I don't know what that means, by the way.
And
I don't either.
Liberalism is whatever our leaders decide.
Make an omelette by breaking eggs and set order to chaos.
Yeah, I don't know what he meant by that either.
Chaos.
I think what he means is he's going to define the terms. Although I don't know what this has to do with Euromaxing exactly.
I don't even know what that is.
In other words, I think what he's saying is it'll be time for me to stop doing this whole brotherly togetherness thing with all the Europeans and cut bridges when necessary as they retrench what is like Western civilization.
Okay.
Yeah, or it was a long time ago. I was on sabbatical from doctoral school at the time. Anyway, so AA's response, again, perfectly polite, maybe a little snarky, glad to be of service. Maybe he took as a jab.
I just thought that was normal.
I think because of the low media richness of text, it maybe came off that way to him, because he seemed to get pretty pissed at this. When I really do not think that AA was being aggressive.
I thought it was being like witty. I thought it was like, well, there we go.
Yeah. I mean, he's defining these terms as how they are used, which turns out to be this entire fucking spat is terms as used in practice versus what I would like terms to mean. And yes. I'm not trying to be mean to Stelios here, but I think that it's like he can't get over this hurdle that it doesn't matter what the word meant when it was first coined.
Like
and James Lindsay is a perfect fucking example of this shit, of whether or not you think that you also just by coincidence also came up with the term woke right, which is the sounds of it. The way that the term woke right is used is to mean anyone who is not a neocon Zionist. So, words change meaning based on how they are used. And the way that liberalism is enacted is very different from the high ideals that Stelios has about it. So AA is saying this is how it works in practice.
Decide today. Post-liberalism is anyone who has stopped believing the lies of liberalism.
True.
Fascism just means when the right uses power. Agreed. And woke right is anyone who doesn't like Israel, who is not a leftist. Glad to be of service, I said.
And completely correct. Summarized, short.
Stelios there. I was simply trying to give an actual definition of what people mean when they use these phrases and labels today.
True.
Okay? That is my definition of what is. Not what ought to be, not what John Locke wrote in a book 200 years ago, not what my massive stack of F.A. Hayek books say.
Not that AA, by the way, can't recite and knows all of the arguments that those people have made. He does. It's the books that are behind him are not entirely for show. He has read this shit clearly. So, we're talking about realpolitik, right?
Yeah. What I'm talking about is the world as it is, the world as it exists right now. I am defining these terms in actu, not in potential or not any in theory or in practice.
In situ.
That is how I'm defining these things. Okay. Now Stelios came back on that, and this is where he challenged me to the debate. He said, notice how historical considerations are absent from your account of these concepts.
Because in this...
They don't matter.
They don't matter. They just don't. In this context, they do not matter.
Actually, liberalism and fascism. And I'd agree. I'd say, well, okay, if you want to consider it historically, liberalism is simply...
It's a different conversation.
Liberal governments have done. What governments who call themselves liberal have done.
And what have they done?
The definition of what liberal is will change over time because the need...
In other words, liberalism is whatever our leaders decide today. Yes, what he originally said.
The government changes over time. In exactly the same way, I define fascism as what Mussolini did. Mussolini's government was fascist, right? Well, was Mussolini a socialist or a free marketeer, or actually he changed his mind? What Mussolini wanted to do changed over time. And fascism was simply how people... how his theorists, how his propagandists, if you want to put it that way, how Mussolini's intellectuals...
define fascism.
Yep.
How can I put it? Justified, how they post hoc justified the actions of whatever Mussolini did.
Yep.
In the same way, when Ursula von der Leyen does something, this is, by definition, the action of the liberal. Or when Tony Blair, if you want to put it that way, when Tony Blair acts, this is liberalism, okay? And however he justifies what he wants to do, and when Fraser Nelson on Twitter or any other liberal defends what Tony Blair wants to do, justifies what he does in the name of liberalism, this is also liberalism.
Exactly. It is what it does. Whatever you would like it to be, it doesn't matter.
By the way,
most it is what it does.
Yes, but most people will not understand what he just said.
I'm not sure how. I mean, it appears that Stelios didn't quite get that either.
Okay, how many people do you think honestly would understand what AA just said?
I would hope a lot, because it's pretty fucking clear. Is that it doesn't matter if
politics?
I know, but if you can define hot as cold and cold as hot, it doesn't fucking matter. One will burn you and the other one's gonna freeze you. Do you know what I mean? Like how something behaves.
Yes,
it doesn't matter what people define.
Aiden, you damn well know that if you say to people, "Hey, look, we can just make you know all the stuff if we just give you the information," that's not how humans work. People struggle to believe all kinds of insane shit. For example, black people, when you say the phrase per capita, lose their fucking minds. It's very easy to understand.
But
for some bizarre fucking reason, they don't get that.
Excuse you, Spoon. I think you mean per capita theory.
Yeah, that too.
As they are now calling it. Because it's a theory per capita.
Now, I understand the problem that someone like Stelios is going to have with this, but let's carry on, and I'm going to get into more why I think this. He says,
God, we really were lost in the weeds
how
this
these
week.
terms are used.
I told you.
Right now. Yes, absolutely. Because that is the definition that actually matters. That is the one that has purchase. That is the one when these terms are used, actually used right now. This is.
Yep.
So far, I wrote a script for this video, and I was hoping to finish it for today, but troubles. So far, he's basically saying everything that I've said.
Is what people mean. So I'm just calling a spade a spade. Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
He says, yet the establishment's narrative would not be as strong if people had a better understanding of history.
No, it wouldn't. It doesn't matter at all.
I feel like my tweet where I demystify these terms and just explain exactly what they were also functions to take power away from the establishment narrative. That would be my quick comeback on that. But anyway, he continues. He says, including the history
really, digging into the history is going to do far less to demystify how they are used in practice than what AA did by showing what they mean in practice.
Yeah, that's because
digging into the history is irrelevant.
I was kind of confused because I was looking at when he said that. It's like, what exactly is your hypothesis here? Because if that statement is anything to go by, he himself does not have knowledge because he is confused. Unless he's trying to imply that he is some kind of mind reader of ignorance and he thinks that plugging their heads with historical knowledge will somehow clear up the confusion, which I don't believe makes any sense.
Yes.
That makes no sense because AA didn't use historical...
Contention.
Yeah, but AA didn't use any historical reference to...
And that's his issue.
Yeah, so
is that AA doesn't talk about the history of liberalism.
But that doesn't make any fucking sense. It's not relevant.
He seems to think, from having watched Stelios' response, he seems to think that the way that you demystify this stuff is by going to the historical definitions and putting that forward as this is what liberalism is supposed to be, even if it's not how it works in practice, this is what it's supposed to be. He says some really crazy shit, in my opinion, in terms of how important these labels are. So to him, I think that the label of being a liberal holds some deep value. Because one of the things that he says is that essentially he can't agree with anything that AA says because only fascists agree with AA. It's insane. Like, it was actually, I could not, that was the one part where I was like, what?
Okay.
The rest of it was mostly waffle, but...
I don't agree with any of that for a very simple reason is that, okay, now you know that it is not used the same way as it was 250 whatever years ago.
And that is recognizable by everyone.
Okay, yeah, but okay, now what?
He wants to tell people the historical definitions and thinks this will change the reality of the application of what is liberalism in practice will be changed by greater understanding. I believe. I'm trying not to speak for him, but that's what he says more or less here and in his full response.
But that is objectively not fucking true. That's complete bullshit.
Yes. It doesn't matter what the historical definition is. It matters how it's used. Yep.
Yeah, but how does knowing anything about the history help you understand what the elite... You just know that the definition that it was used 250 years ago is not the same way it's being used now.
Well,
but that's as far as your knowledge goes. You don't know anything more than that, because that's all that information gives you.
I think he wants to speak to viewers, not to the elite, not speaking to power or whatever. He's telling people how they should use these terms because this is how they historically are used. And really what it is...
that still doesn't do anything.
As we're going to see,
There's no function.
Stelios, he starts almost every statement that he makes over the course of his 50-minute response, which I'm also going to speed up, with I, me, my belief, my feelings, my... it's very centered on his interpretation and his feelings on things, whereas what AA is doing is value free. The reality, yeah. So, and that's the problem. Is it seems to be how Stelios wants things to be, versus AA doing the value free analysis.
And I return. Sorry about that.
Hello.
And to get information, so congratulations, 300 kilo chips needed tomorrow. Fantastic.
Oh, fun, Bill.
That's how you get people to offset the negative effects of leftist brainwashing and
That's
get them
rubbish.
to see things like how ridiculous it is to.
Yeah,
that's complete crap.
That's what I was saying. Is that
I would like to know what is his basis for thinking any of this shit? Because
he actually says at one point he's not going to psychologize stuff, and I actually think, well, maybe you should ask Josh, because he mentions Josh in his response. It's like, maybe you should ask Josh, who does know a lot about the psychologizing aspects and how, like, you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. You cannot make people believe that liberalism is something that it is not in practice because of its historical definition. You can't demystify the brainwashing when that's not how it functions. When people can see a machine operating and producing a result, you can't tell them, but actually, that machine that is making, I don't know, basketballs, it's actually designed to make silk dresses. It's being used incorrectly or something like that. That doesn't really matter. It's like, well, that's what it's being used for.
Or open to the right wing will do anything as long as it doesn't involve having to actually change things.
Yeah.
Also, one thing that I fucking detest about this kind of mentality is that information equals action. Or information equals care. That's not the way the fucking world works. Stop thinking just because you give someone information, they're going to fucking use it the way you want them to. That's not real. It pisses me off that people fucking think that.
He gets called naive a lot in this interaction because that does come off as naive.
It's a globalist mentality.
Or idealistic, maybe. Deans for 10 says, if we go by Stelios' idea that political concepts need to match the historical or theoretical definition, then communists are correct when they say real communism has never been tried. He brings that up, actually, directly. And it doesn't really have a great rebuttal for it, besides that real liberalism has been tried and it's awesome, more or less. Slosh it for 2.
That
for
claim
10,
about communism is actually true, because you can't try real communism. You can't have a stateless society because we're hierarchical.
Yeah.
So there's an element of ironic truth to it.
Well, they would, again, man in nature, that's real communism. We'll go live out in the woods and live like Indians and dress like Indians and do all the peaceful, beautiful things you Indians do. Hey, got any peyote? Anywho.
Any clarity would I be in this podcast?
Slosh it for 10 says, according to Stelios, if you told gay people that gay meant happy in the past, then gays would just become straight once they learned this information. Yeah, I think it's maybe simplifying it a little bit, but it does seem to come down to that being the crux of his argument, is that we need better education. No. You can't educate someone outside of the observable reality that they see around them. You can't tell them, look, I know the sky looks blue, but it's supposed to be pink, okay? Like, it doesn't work like that. You can't tell people to ignore their lying eyes, right?
Say that resisting open borders or not transitioning children is fascism, and also get them to see that communism was not of noble intent.
This is rubbish.
Okay, let's carry on.
Okay.
Right, are towards the ends of the phase where they are being introduced as technical terms. My stipulative definition of the latter makes no essential reference to Israel. Well, that's a mistake.
It is a mistake. And
that's like maybe a bit snarky.
But he's right.
He's right.
Well, look, there's a reason I brought up James Lindsay's quote before, or tweet before we got into this. That's the guy who is the face of woke right. So when it comes to what woke right means in practice, when someone calls you woke right on Twitter, is when James Lindsay says so. And what does it mean? When you aren't too fond of Israel, for any reason, if you're on the right, you are woke right if you have any criticisms of Israel. So the fact that your definition leaves it out or doesn't account for it means that your definition is flawed, because that's how it's applied.
Yeah. For a start, contrary to how it was received by some. Well, the thing is, Stelios, anybody who uses the term woke right, by which I mean James Lindsay, Joel Berry, all these sorts of characters, also, many people have noticed, are hardcore Israel fans, and all of the people they apply the label woke right to tend not to be fans of Israel.
Yeah.
Remember, you're not even an American if you're not a fan of Israel.
See, this is the thing. What Stelios does not understand is he has his head up the arse of philosophy.
Which has its place.
Yes, yeah, but AA is discussing power dynamics. He's an elite theorist. So he is telling you what these things mean today. Because if you say there's a lot of confusion, it's like, how is it applied? It's not implied, the way that it is applied nowadays is through purely fucking politics. It is not through the realm of historical relevance. So when he says this is how it's applied, when to say that, well, it's not applied in the historical significance, but that's not the fucking conversation. You're asking, like, how is it applied today? And that's why AA is replying to you, this is how it is used today. To say that, well, it's not historical, like, it doesn't matter, you fucking idiot.
All this rhetoric is just fucking, it's lipstick on a pig.
It really is. I mean, the
$10 words to sell a fucking 50-cent opinion.
Look, we generally, I like AA. I like his content. I think he's pretty fucking sharp on the mark with most of the things that he says and predicts.
And he's a stubborn asshole, which I approve of.
He's just right here, and there's no way around it. I don't want to pick on Stelios, and I don't think that AA meant to either, but Stelios keeps kind of prolonging this.
This entire argument is fucking an autistic mess. It makes everyone involved look like a bunch of wankers who are just determined to sit on their laurels and not do anything of substance. It makes everyone seem lazy.
I don't know.
You
what
do all yourselves disservice by being involved in this shit.
Also, Alex Berry, sorry that you keep getting jump scared by Joel Berry being mentioned. Don't worry, Joel Berry can't hurt you. He's a Twitter person. He's a Twitter.
Have you seen his debate with Dave Green on Bush's channel? Oh my fuck!
Oh my god!
Sexy as hell because Dave just fucking annihilates him.
Joel you call Dave Green sexy right now.
No, I said the interaction is sexy. You fucking
I'm
idiot.
gonna tell Dave.
You can tell Dave I said that. I don't fucking care. Dave follows me on Twitter. He's good people.
I know.
He's seen Spoon say way gayer shit than that.
Yeah, exactly. I have said way gayer shit than that. I'm alright with it. Like I don't. Like I own if I say it. So why the fuck would I care? It's not like you called me up
so much right-wing gayness tonight. We got the gay chart that involves a sexual relationship between. I can't believe that fucking chart. It is almost. It's only very slightly removed from the right-wing, or is it just general internet influencer chart that Hexstrand made, where it's just, I asked him, how did you come up with this chart? And he's like, what was your methodology? And he's like, I watch YouTube political figures and then I think about them having gay sex with each other. It's a very accurate chart.
Unfortunately for us, these are the kinds of people who are like major cornerstone figures in the industry these days. I really should stress that I don't approve this kind of matter.
Look, I'm sure Scrump could tell you in detail why.
I don't want to know.
No, neither do I. Fuck that. I've already heard some things, and I'm like, Scrump
can tell me a fucking litany of horrors, and you know what? I don't want to fucking know. I want to live on my island. I want to be racist against people who aren't from here, and I want to live my fucking life. Man. I want to just exist and not be completely inundated with the horrors of degeneracy.
Took me 9 months to realize in Sex used a photo where he's clean shaven. I didn't recognize him. I know. You're right.
It's by coincidence. It's not. It's a term. When they use the term woke right, what they mean is enemy, not friend.
Yes.
This is very important. This is the most important part of all of this. This is the most important part of all of this.
They mean heretic.
That is what woke right means. It means enemy. That is what fascist means. It means enemy. That is all that they mean when they say woke right, when they say fascist, when they say Nazi. That is the historical definition, or the new definition of woke right, as it were, means fucking nothing in application.
They mean
it means
heretic.
You are my enemy.
They mean apostate.
Yes, you're a heretic, you're an apostate, you're my enemy.
I'm going to say it, what is the left wing? It's secular Islam.
Yeah, well, it might be slightly less gay if it actually were, but they certainly want to integrate Islam just because they just want to import all those people to, obviously. Sometimes I wonder, why are they so obsessed with the immigration? I know it's for Voots, but it's like, you'd think you could find some better way around that doesn't absolutely destroy your country, but they want to do that too.
It's just blood sacrifice.
Permanent client class.
If we keep just holding the corpses of our young into a big pile, eventually the sun will rise.
Maybe.
What they want to do is dilute the genetics down to a mix of low IQ idiots they can control.
They see the Indian politicians who just drive around and hand out free money and think, why can't we have that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a long-term goal, but obviously...
Why can't we lower the standards to such a degree that we can literally just throw bullshit off of a fucking rooftop and still win? How can we manage to lower the barrier to entry to such a degree? We can just keep importing people who we can just buy whole cloth.
Yep.
Yeah,
they don't care about democracy, they care about bleeding it.
Yep.
And woke right. Don't listen to those people over there, they're enemies. Listen to us instead. And we're telling you to support Israel. That is the actual function of the term woke right.
100%.
By all of these stooges like James Lindsay. And me saying that cuts to the wick of the matter, doesn't it? Cuts to the wick. Just like when people say fascism, what they actually mean is whenever the right uses power, it's called fascism. And things like banning trans kids or not having open borders, when they say fascism, what they mean is enemy. You are our enemy because you want different political ends.
And AA has talked about this extensively for years.
I'm just cutting straight to the heart of the matter. When you say woke right, what you mean is enemy. When you call me woke right, what you mean is you're my enemy. Okay? When you call me a fascist, what you mean is enemy. This is just how it functions. Looking at the you're not going to shed any light on the matter by reading Gentili or something. Okay?
Thank you.
Or going back to the fascist.
Yeah. Oof.
Isn't that fucking obvious?
Yes, it is obvious. But
no, it's not.
Well, it's obvious. It's apparently it's not. It's obvious to some, I guess.
It's classics of the late 20s. None of that stuff has any relevance whatsoever to how some modern shitlib uses the word fascist. No relevance whatsoever.
And there's no reason. People have been trying to tell them that for the last 15 years or however long it's been that they've been really shouting the fascist stuff. Has it ever worked, Celios? I mean this sincerely. People have been trying for decades at this point to tell liberal women, white women, that fascism is not when, I don't know, you're slightly inconvenienced in killing your baby.
Fucking point. Yes.
Well, inconveniences, things that you like. Where
fascism is anything that pisses off a white woman.
Well, we're gonna get into it because Stelios actually says that he defined woke right initially as people who annoy him.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah.
I'm once again watching I am living the life that my ancestors lived, which is I'm watching a Persian and a Greek argue over what's right for me.
Many such cases throughout history.
I would say there's a roughly fucking 4,000 fucking years of this.
They keep doing it. They can't stop it.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm throwing my fucking lot in with Amenhotep III. At least I've got something of his.
Mr. Rich Low Pitch Reply says, off topic, but Tucker Carlson recently interviewed a nun. I legitimately thought it was Benjamin Boyd swearing nuns. Holy shit, dude. Thank you. I'll have to look that up. That'll be fun. Has Boyce been alerted to this? Holy shit.
The only historical relevance it has is that they were the losing side in World War II, and we live in the Boomer Truth regime.
Yep.
Of which
we're all the losing side of World War II.
World War II.
It's important what he brought up there, though, about the Boomer Truth regime being that the start of history is World War II. That's the foundational myth for all of the Boomer Truth regime, which has to do with how fascism is used as a term. All of this stuff, it goes. He also talks about this extensively all of the time if you listen to AA's material. So, and Stellish brings this up too. They've had him on Lotus Eaters multiple times. It's not like a big pool of dissident right-wing people in the UK. So you'd think that he would be aware of all of this framework. Better than he appears to be in his response, because
it's basically AA, Evelyn, and Scrump. That's basically it.
Well, there's other people too, but in terms of like the dissident people, yeah, that's the core of it.
Okay, and the enemy, the vanquished enemy in World War II were the fascists. That is the only historical relevance to the current term, fascism. So it would be an actual waste of time to go back to the fascist, literature, and it would be a waste of time also to go back to even looking at what Mussolini did, which I would say is the most accurate definition.
You've not been able to convince them that it means anything else other than person I don't like who supports things I don't like for the last 15 fucking years that people have been calling everyone else a fascist. I mean, it's really been going on for longer than that, but just the SJW, whatever the fuck you want to call it, trend.
I would rather people just fucking call shit what it is. Like, I don't like this person. I want to smash their skull in with a fucking brick.
Which is what they mean, by the way. You are my enemy. I want to kill you because you are my enemy. That's what enemy means.
The best time.
Well, Bill, do you know what nemesis means?
Righteous.
Well, fascism. Most of the people talking about fascism today don't even know who Mussolini was. So they've got a vague notion that there was a bloke with a big chin once called Mussolini.
In Italy, somewhere. Maybe Italy?
He says, I must admit, I've grown accustomed to enjoying our intellectual rivalry. We have the studio and we have people who can...
That was really cringe.
My brain legit fucking cycled that out.
Yeah.
Like, my brain
okay. I don't want to be mean to Stelios, but...
You're going to.
You're allowed to be mean. You're allowed to be fucking mean. There's no way to...
No, because I've been on LE with Stelios. I don't have anything against him. But AA's on a little bit of a different level when it comes to understanding this stuff, man. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna be honest with you, okay?
Are you gonna say what I want to say? Can someone else say it about our intellectual rivalry?
When you say I don't want to be mean, you think it's to cover yourself, but it makes you sound really patronizing.
I'm not.
I know.
I'm not be patronizing because the point is patronizing.
No. You sound patronizing. It's like I don't want to be mean because it's like you're just saying like I don't think they can handle it. That's how you come off.
Well, no,
just say it.
It's not directed in a mean way, but
we know that.
AA is more well read on this. He's been doing it for way longer. AA was a professor. If that means something to you for whatever reason, he generally speaking knows what he's talking about, and it is not a knock on Stelios personally to say that they are not necessarily on the same intellectual level.
I don't think it's to do with
and that's not me glazing AA.
I know. I don't think it's to do with intellectual. No, I disagree. It's nothing to do with an intellectual level. It's to do with the fact that you're arguing two different things.
Yes,
that's the problem.
The other thing too is that they're having different conversations.
Yes. By the way, I knew just based on what Stelios said in reply, the debate would go nowhere. Basically because he's trying to bring up like the historical thing, and AA's because if you say I'm confused about these terms, into what context? Because it's like I'm confused is different than I see people confused.
Yes.
So if
that is how he worded it. He said, "I'm confused." AA responded with, "Hope this helps" or whatever. You know, it wasn't even that.
Well, did he say, I see a lot of confusion? Oh, he said, I'm detecting lots of conceptual chaos and confusion with terms like liberalism. So, yeah, when you say I'm detecting, it makes it sound like you don't know what it means.
Right, like you're trying to figure it out.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, and so if it's you see confusion, then he's saying, this is what it actually means. And when you say, well, I need historical significance for this, Now it looks like you say, I have less confusion and somebody else is where you're seeing the confusion. You're seeing the confusion in others. So it's kind of weird to me. That's probably where my script, looking at it now, kind of sounds a bit convoluted. It's because I assume that he means...
This is actually quite simple, this whole thing, by the way.
Yes, I know. It's simple for us, but the way that he words it is very confusing. Because if you said, I'm detecting lots of conceptual chaos and confusion, that means like, I don't know what the hell I'm seeing. And then he clears it up for you, like, this is how it gets used. And then when you say, well, I think historical significance would help with this, that makes it sound like you don't have that historical significance either, because if you did, it wouldn't be confusing to you.
Right. No, I think he's trying to say, like, how do I sell it? Also, Ardent has just posted here, thank you for the 5-man. He's going to be reading James Bond novels that are public domain afterwards. If you are looking for someone to listen to, check out our friend Ardent Party stream after this one.
Yeah.
People who can moderate. I'm open to debating this with you. And I mean, I'll just quickly read my reply, and then I'll get back to why I think such a debate would even be a waste of time, and why I think me doing this piece to camera sheds more light on the matter. Okay? I said,
totally agreed,
doesn't care about history. It only cares about now.
Yep.
And political language is the shell game of power. Diachronic considerations, by diachronic I mean through time. Okay? If you want to get to the root of a word, the etymological root of a word, you go back. Oh, how did the ancient Greeks mean it? How did the Romans mean it? You know, you go back through that's the diachronic route, okay? Diachronic considerations only enter into consideration as a synchronic function. Synchronic means right now in this moment, okay? If required history will change, if required, history will change, so don't play their game, okay? What I'm saying, in a nutshell, is all of these terms, liberal, post-liberal, fascist, woke right, are merely displays of or attempts to exercise discursive power in the here and now. They're just different ways.
No, Celtic, it's actually worse than that.
Now, we could talk about the history of liberalism. I could talk about Adam Smith and John Locke, and I even wrote a whole book about this once. If you don't believe me, let me go and get it. 6 years ago, I wrote this book.
By the way, when this video came out, I thought this was going to be the end of it, because this was just, I mean, it's 38 minutes, but like, I think he's laid out pretty, and he goes on to lay it out further, that I didn't think there was going to be any more to talk about, but no.
The defenders of liberty, human nature, individualism, and property rights. Bloody hard to get hold of now. And if you go into the last part of this...
A little bit of a stolen title there, too.
Do you ever get the feeling like you're being proselytized to by someone who is an escaped great teacher Onizuka character? That's the exact vibe I always get whenever I see AA. I don't watch his content very often.
It's not the subtitle of The Machiavellians, The Defenders of Liberty. Is that not it?
Yeah, I think so.
James Burnham's book. It's The Defenders of Freedom. My bad. I thought it was it's the Defenders of Freedom, not Liberty.
It's probably invoked.
I wasn't sure if it was a direct reference or an indirect one. I think it's an indirect one.
The whole last section is all about language games. It's all. In fact, I was saying the same sort of stuff as you're saying, Stelios, right?
This is why I thought there was going to be no more debate over this. He's like, look, I was saying the same thing you were saying years ago.
Show you.
Okay, there's an old adage from Terry Pratchett when regarding to the matter of elves, which is, of course, like one should be wary of words that squirm like a snake. I'm of the opinion that when worms squirm like snakes, they should be killed like them.
Yeah, but this is, again, that's why I thought it would end here. Here's AA in this book he published years ago, at this point, talking about the pointlessness of these, he lays out what these words actually mean in practice and why it's pointless to argue over the semantics of it.
Controlling the frame and winning the language game. Okay, whole chapter by me in this book, where I talked about George Orwell.
Dennis gets informed the man he's dealing with literally wrote the book on the subject.
And linguistic inversion and the Motte and Bailey and gaslighting, and I even gave a whole glossary. Right, you could probably use this now if you want to keep on going down this route. I gave a whole glossary.
If someone's got this copy, scan
what is meant
that
by crisis, what is meant by greed, what is meant by progress, what is meant by terms like here to stay and inevitable and outmoded and social justice and all sorts of things like that. Okay? So I understand exactly what Stelios is saying, being down that road. But now, I feel like I have an even better understanding of what the game is, and how the only way to play the game, if you want, is to do what I've done, which is not to play it at all, not to even fight over the terms, but simply
there's no point
to point out in the starkest possible way what is meant by those terms. When those people use those terms, you need to redefine those terms in plain English as to what they mean.
A system is what it does. Don't go for what they mean. Look what they actually do. Function.
Yes, exactly. This is such a simple. It should be simple to understand. It doesn't matter what the word actually means in terms of its definition.
I will say, in a society where everything is top down and everyone looks at these authority figures, for someone to just go, these things don't actually mean anything, they're complete bullshit, and this is what they actually mean, generally scares the shit out of people, and they don't know what to do with it because it is heretical knowledge outside of the temple of authority.
Right. No, wait, but we've said that this is what it means, so that therefore is... It doesn't. I see what you do with it. I see how you apply it. And therefore that is what it is. Yeah. Not the definition. Again, playing the word games with leftists in particular, because they'll say this is our, program for hope and love and kisses and hugs and puppies. And we're going to read porn to your children and take away all of your individual liberties and put you under this massive surveillance state. The right does that as well. Let's not get that shit twisted. But, we want to destroy we have to destroy the family structure. We have to destroy traditionalism in order to bring about the great, in order to complete our progressive march where we'll end up in fucking utopia. Well, isn't that great? That means everything that you care about and value and appreciate is going to be destroyed to get our utopia. And that's what it means in practice. But doesn't it sound nicer if I say it's equality and love and getting alongedness and hugs? Yeah.
Okay. So liberalism.
The Patriot Act, exactly.
What Ursula von der Leyen wants right now, or what Tony Blair wants. This
exactly.
is a more accurate definition of liberalism than picking up Herbert Spencer writing in the Victorian period or something. Hardly anybody on earth today has read or cares about Herbert Spencer or what he said. Okay, hardly anybody even cares about Ludwig von Mises or what he said, or F.A. Hayek or any of these people, because they're irrelevant. What liberalism is
I hate to say, but it's right.
Justifications for what the government is doing, and they'll sell it to you in a kind of liberal jacket. Okay.
Yep.
Why do I prefer to focus on
justification
rather than on the history of ideas?
Why
do I frame things in this way? Why do I insist on looking at what is and what is right now, as opposed to picking up Political Philosophy 101? Well, it's because I like to focus on
what is
things as they are and not as they ought to be.
There you go.
Because this world is the only one that you can make any changes in. Okay? And the trouble when you get into these sorts of things is that you end up in the situation where you're arguing with a communist who tells me that there's never actually been a communist state. There was a communist state in the Soviet Union, the one established by Lenin, the one taken over by Stalin. That was actual Marxist-Leninism. That was the actual putting into effect of communist policies. And the same is true of liberal states. The French Revolution, for example, was the actual putting into practice of...
This really needs to be hammered home, because I see it all the time. Liberalism, it's a great system. It's just being perverted. No, it is what it does. What you are seeing, the things that you find repugnant, that is liberalism in practice.
Yeah.
And that's why we're post-liberal, whatever fucking word you want to use to describe it as well, is because that you can see what liberalism is by what it does.
Yeah.
Whether or not you think that's perverse and wrong doesn't really matter. That's what it is and what it does.
Rousseau and other thinkers' ideas.
Reality does not care about your definitions. That's the best way I could put it.
Yep.
Theory. Okay. Other states are available. And everybody gets into this game then of saying, well, this was not real socialism, this was not real liberalism.
Thank you, AA.
Real liberalism has never been tried. Even on the media...
Because that really sounds like the path he's headed down. He doesn't say that. He doesn't say that as really, but it ends up into that same kind of path of, no, that's not real liberalism. It acting as it does is not real liberalism.
Libertarian website I know.
Very simple. Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous as wolves.
Saying real
know them
liberalism
by their fruits.
It's actually, this is a good point to bring up with Dev said. I've put my screen away, but I'll just read it. Is that Sargon said on the 11th of August, a couple days ago, he said, liberalism is why our country is filled with Muslim rapists and why people go to jail for speaking out. And Dev responds by saying, no! Exclamation point. Your entire career is becoming this one error! Exclamation point. You and I both know that John Locke would not have invited a million Islamic rapists out of some vague sense that all cultures are moral equals. They are not, and recognizing that fact doesn't make you illiberal. Carl responds, so what? John Locke lived 350 years ago. Liberalism didn't end in him. It was barely born in him. Holy shit. Correct.
Yes.
Thank
Dev
you,
cannot
Sargon.
understand that.
Holy fuck. Thank you, Carl. Accurate. Yes.
Pride and defending this order as it exists now as an example of capitalism actually working. Okay? But the banner case, I would say, is Coca-Cola. The Coca-Cola Corporation. Is that real liberalism? Is that an example of capitalism working? Is that an example of free markets in action? Well, depending on the argument, depending on the mood of the libertarian that day, it is real capitalism and is proof of free markets working. Okay? Until Coca-Cola does something they don't like.
Yeah,
and then it
every time.
A corporation, cronyism, state-backed monopoly.
How do we feel about monarchism in this discussion then? Because the answer is people will point out, oh, there was this. Yeah, it is an open question, but the way that I respond, people are like, oh, there's this, like Razor, European monarchies funded communism, therefore they're aligned with communism. Because some European monarchs made a decision, already noticing that their fucking reigns were ending, by the way, because the age of the monarch was coming to a close, made a decision to fund some of these communists, which... You know, and the rationales too are also not as clear as Razorfist likes to make them, because they funded that. It means that they are in support of that monarchy as a system of governance is in support of communism. No, one of the things about monarchy is that it is individualistic, based on the individual monarch. So yes, it was real monarchy, and I don't need to fucking argue about it or play pretend games that because there are failed monarchies and because there have been bad kings that it wasn't monarchy. No, it was, and yes, it largely was glorious. So I don't need to fuck around with these fucking word games, and it is so much easier to live in that reality rather than fantasize about what I wish my political ideology produced.
What is the what do we have today?
Gayness.
What
gay,
the fuck have we got? We've got nothing. We've got a fucking hollowed out shell of a fucking burning carcass of a society.
Yes. We got, and yes, Alex, America also funded communism.
We're chained to a bed and chained to a lie.
Yep. So exactly, it's just, you know, that's why I like being a monarchist. I don't have to play these kinds of fucking games. I know what system of governance I think works best and historically has proven to work best and doesn't have to engage in this bullshit at all.
And all of the other arguments that libertarians come up with to deny corporations' status as real capitalism. Okay? So, depending on their mood, the USA is an example of capitalism working, or it's very far from being a free market state, it's never been a free market state, etc., etc.
It never will be.
There's never been.
Well, his point is it depends on the libertarian complaining or critiquing or praising what.
Yeah, based on how they want to spin it.
Yep. Again, with monarchy, you don't really have this. You don't have this conundrum. Yes, it was monarchy.
Being free
I am the king and I rule.
Yeah,
so,
it's very simple.
This is a waste of time.
I'll be real. I'll side with whichever side lets me decorate the pavements of hell like a Jackson Pollock painting.
Jesus,
isn't it? It's a waste of time to get into.
Plenty of time to think about it. Way down.
On the basis of unicorn states that have never existed.
Like Gallagher, I guess.
Communist utopia or the libertarian utopia that have never existed. What is the point of that?
None.
Rather, I prefer to look at states as they have actually been. And I look around me in this country, and I look at in America and across to Europe, and I say, well, this is liberalism. This is the result of liberal policies. Mass immigration, open borders, is the direct result of liberal policies. It is lived liberalism. It is the end result of a worldview that cannot differentiate between different groups of people. That uses, where is it? Methodological individualism to see human beings as interchangeable and fungible units.
Hogs, yep.
So it does not matter if it's me or you or some Chinese guy or some Indian guy or some black dude. Everybody exists as an interchangeable cog.
I forgot to use the same word. Yeah, there we go.
That is the end, and the end state of liberalism, therefore, breaks down borders. Liberalism is a radical ideology that breaks down borders and eliminates the distinctions between.
You're an individual just like everyone else, easily replaceable by another individual who is just like everyone else. You have no unique traits, no unique ties to land or history. You are a replaceable component.
People, in the name of a universal order. And my contention has always been, or has been in recent years at the very least, that liberalism, because of this, is totalitarian in nature. It's absolutist. It cannot accept any alternative worldviews without freaking out.
And this is what it makes about James Lindsay, which is why James Lindsay is a fucking psychopath.
Because when you violate this key sort of these key underlying principles of liberalism, that everybody is the same, everyone is blank slate, tabula rasa, and it all just, depend. You can make anyone into a good liberal. They just need an opportunity to. And then you come in and say things like, well, I don't know, look at the, let's say, high rates of cousin marriages going back to that, bring these people from these other cultures. Let's look at also how that's related to lower IQ, or how that has a relationship with it. And these people have, generally speaking, far lower IQs, have higher mutagenetic, higher chance of mutation. All of these things. Well, they're not identical now, are they? They're not interchangeable. And when you have globo homo liberalism, it's particularly fucking insidious. And we see the problems that produces instantaneously.
By the way, Americans, I don't mean to alarm you, but this is essentially your country's founding.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, it's again how it is in practice.
Yes.
Regardless of whatever the founders meant by
equal. No, that is not true. All men are not created equal. Genetics are fucking real, and there's no.
Well, who do you think they meant by they said men?
Well, you know what they meant by that. They meant whites. They meant Europeans, is what they meant by that.
Mostly landowners.
Well, in terms of who could vote, for sure. Yes. They clearly had an understanding of hierarchy. They had the ideas that what is liberalism today, as understood by people who believe in it, is unrelated in large parts to what the founders believed of the United States even. And that's not that fucking removed from the modern state of things in the broad scale of history. So that's how quickly definitions, and therefore what a thing is, can change.
And without seeking actually to eliminate those alternative worldviews. And if you have a look at what the liberal world order has consistently done, it has sought to destroy all alternative modes of life.
Yes.
Traditional ways of life, communist ways of life.
Quite literally, militaristically has done this.
It has declared total war on any alternative to itself. And has sought to quite literally bomb those places into submission, which it did do in the Second World War, to Germany and Japan. And subsequently, the list of countries that quote-unquote liberalism has tried to bomb into being the same as itself, is quite large, quite a long list. So to me, this is the definition of a totalitarian worldview, which has despite the fact that in many other ways, liberalism is a desire to try to escape from politics. Ironically, in practice,
makes every person political.
Expression of Schmitt's friend and enemy, where liberalism is so absolute, it can only process all of its opponents as one totalitarian evil.
Yep.
It is pretty much the only worldview that is so intolerant, it must label all of its enemies as evil.
Absolutely. And there's no differentiation. It's just fascism, communism, it's all the same. Monarchism, it's all the same shit because it's not liberalism, therefore evil. Enemy. Yes, there it is.
Not simply evil to be destroyed and bombed into submission.
Yep.
This is the true nature of liberalism. That's why it tries to turn every single opponent it has into Hitler. or if you want, into Hitler and Stalin, who are two sides of the same totalitarian coin. Which is the ultimate in boomer truth, isn't it? But it doesn't matter what the person believes. If it's not liberalism, they become Hitler or they become Stalin, or both. So Osama bin Laden, for example, also is going to Hitler. Saddam Hussein was Hitler. Slobodan Milosevic was Hitler. Muhammad Gaddafi was Hitler. The Ayatollah now is Hitler. All of its opponents.
And understand, remember, the boomer truth regime, as he defines it, and he is accurate, begins with World War II. So it is the foundational myth of this modern conception. It's year zero for this foundational mythos of liberalism. So therefore, anything that is evil must be related back to the evil Hitler. The Aryan, right?
Watercolor painting.
Yeah.
Keep those bitches behind the counter until we can figure out what's wrong with watercolor painters specifically.
Yes.
Why do they keep fucking up perspective this much?
The Manichaean dualism.
Austrian man who marched into Austria and took out its central bank.
Yeah.
Any opponent of liberalism magically becomes Hitler. You all know this as well. This is the kind of waters that we all swim in.
Everyone recognizes it because they've seen it in practice.
My real question is, what is the point of playing around with these words? You know what they mean. I've explained at length what they mean. Unless you're trying to rescue them in some way, which I think is actually what Stelios is trying to do.
It is.
He's trying to rescue liberalism.
Yes. He says that pretty explicitly. He is trying to salvage it.
From the disaster that he has witnessed his entire life, namely how things have gone in the West. He's trying to say, well, that isn't real liberalism.
Yeah.
What liberalism actually is some other non-failed.
And he then spends 50 minutes doing just that while claiming he's not doing it.
Outcome.
I noticed because I wanted to give him a fair shake in my video, so I wanted to go watch his video that he did with Orn on can we return to classical liberalism. Now the video in question is framed as a question. And so I was expecting to get an answer to that question, and what I got was just a load of fucking waffling about the definitions and what it means. And it made me realize that Stelios is not someone who understands the difference between this is what happens and this is how it's framed. Like, he doesn't understand the difference. Or rather, he doesn't, if it goes wrong, he doesn't understand why.
From listening to his response, I agree with that interpretation.
Yeah, and from what I can tell is globalists have the same mentality, and it's kind of weird. The philosophies bros have the same kind of mentality, which is that globalists seem to think all human beings are exactly the same people. You just need to get them the right code. The same way that the philosophy bros look at that and go, we can just transplant that code from that time and just apply it to ours.
And these are liberal ideas.
Yeah, that's not how it works. That is a philosophy for a time and a place of a people of that time, and it's not jumpable through like eras. That's just not how humans work. And they can't get this. I don't know why. It's fucking obvious.
Because it's a nice idea that everyone is a blank slate and we can just program them. I know. But that's the problem, is that some people like it as an idea.
That's not a problem, that's a privilege.
No, it's a womanly mentality, but it's not just with that, it's with a lot of stuff. It's that people like the idea of communism in principle, of wouldn't it all be cool if we could make sure that nobody gets left out and ends up homeless and poor because, against... They're people who have worked really hard, they've been treated horribly by landlords, and now these other people taking advantage of them. And there's real critique in that a lot of the communist philosophers were making.
I'm cutting to the marrow here. Having a penis is not a privilege, it's a fucking responsibility.
Anyway. That he desires something like this, okay? What I'm saying, I guess, is that I just don't accept that. I don't accept that. I think that this is liberalism. And that arguing over things like the size of the state, welfare, tax receipts,
it's bollocks.
All of the typical things that classical liberals, even me, right, talked about at length, are just a waste of time.
Yeah,
just a waste of time, because they don't get us closer to seeing the actual truth of the situation, which is as I've been describing in this entire video.
See,
this whole
I told you,
debate
I
argument,
fucking told you, is like I said earlier, just because you know those things doesn't actually fucking mean anything.
No, I mean,
it doesn't
obviously
translate
AA knows
into
them as
any
well.
political thing. Yes, that was my... Thank you, AA, for basically reading my script out loud.
It's just that
more words than I did.
He's even illustrated how he's changed his perspective on these things over time and realized this is a losing path to go down. It's a waste of time. And that it is. And it unfortunately we're wasting time on it, but it is an interesting back and forth to illustrate how it's a waste of time.
I'm glad that he did arrive at kind of,
So what I
like
want
how
to
I
do-
feel about the whole matter. It's just like, well, this is a lot of fucking spinning of wheels.
Sure
Yes,
is.
it's cringe and gay.
If you want, is to get beyond these limiting conceptual horizons
Thank
of the 20th
you.
century, endlessly looking to define and redefine liberalism and fascism and communism and so on.
Thank you,
Pointless.
We need to
Stray.
step over all of that. We need to move beyond it.
Fucking
And
base!
see all of those things for what they are and what they were.
Now we're cooking.
To, you know, I've drawn on James Burnham many times in the past. If you have a look, if
Okay, now he's just directly... Yes, the title must be an
you
homage.
zoom out and look at World War II as being a war fought between three different types of managerial state.
Mm-hmm.
All FDR's USA, Stalin's Russia, Hitler's Germany were three
All liberals.
managerial states. And all of them, in their various different ways, were quote-unquote absolutist and totalitarian. Just so happened that it was the Allies who won that. But the actual nuts and bolts mechanics of it, they all
They're
basically
all
had
totalitarian.
similar sorts of ways of organising things. They just justify them in slightly different ways.
And they dress
As I
them up
talked
slightly
about,
differently.
Stalin's
face
Russia
it.
actually sold
Okay,
itself as being
I need to
democratic.
posit this to the boys. The boys of you at home who are near the Hitler camp. Like, is it a particularly is it a decided thing to be like the poor man's Baron von Ungern-Sternberg, or is it just like, is it something about the particular intricacies of like Hitler's?
It's about the fucking uniform.
Exactly, they just look
Okay,
cool.
yes, but I'm sorry. If Baron von Ungern-Sternberg had Hugo Boss on the fucking payroll, and we had a bunch of Mongolian Hugo Boss outfits, we would not be discussing funny Austrian man. We'd have a funnier, more Austrian man to talk about.
Exactly.
Who fucked up the Soviets properly.
Tim France for 5 says that statement by Carl to Dev proves he has grown. He has grown since the days of Murdoch. Yeah,
but not nearly
Sargon no
enough.
longer needs. He needs far less dopamine now. That was very based of him to say that. Yeah.
No, he still needs the same amount of dopamine. It's just takes 6 fucking months to fucking kick in.
The Soviet Supreme, remember? The Supreme Soviet. But I look at Congress, I look at the history of Congress, and I see very similar mechanics at play. Congress simply rubber stamps that which has already been decided by the Politburo.
Yep.
Who happens to be the chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, whether it's Kalinin or some other doofus, doesn't matter. Because he's basically executing the will of the permanent deep state.
AA is focusing a lot on Stalin
Just like
recently.
it doesn't really seem to matter who is the president of America, the agenda just is the same no matter what. Even when it seems such a large contrast between Obama and Trump, as an example, the agenda continues.
Trump's way blacker than Obama is.
The wheels keep turning just as before. It's a different coat of paint, that's all.
As Brian Belletti
Well, guess what, motherfucker? This wheel isn't for turning, it's for braking.
Oof.
Times. You know, the agenda stays the same. And it can be predicted with deadly accuracy by reading the publications of the Politburo, or the Rand Corporation, or whoever it happens to be in America. Whichever policy hubs. You know, recently we've seen videos showing how so many kind of political operatives were actually installed by the CIA. Student publications run by the CIA. This is known. Got a book here, where is it? Who Paid the Piper? Goes into just how many things the CIA controlled.
Yeah, where's my fucking paycheck?
America, decided by fiat.
I can be an extremist.
And
I've been working
carried
with
out.
wholesale food my whole life.
Desegregation as an example. Carried out at gunpoint.
Yes.
Little Rock, 1957. That occurred 8 years before the Civil Rights Act was ever passed.
Understand that shit. Yes, it was put into place via power. And then post facto, we all agreed on this. This is just the march of progress. done at gunpoint.
Wasn't voted for.
They always cut out in those pictures of the integration, the school, end of segregation. They literally cut out the armed guards.
With bayonets, National Guardsmen with bayonets primed at the spines of innocent children.
Yes, they cut that part out of it.
Frog march into desegregation. Fucking despicable fucking cretins.
It is fucking despicable.
And then later, rubber stamp, as it was already decided on by the Politburo. Later, was it rubber stamped by the Supreme Soviet? You understand where I'm going with this? The democracy bit of the American system is as much of a sham as the one in Stalin's Russia. Seems to me. Or, you could put a more positive spin on it, it's as legitimate as the one in Stalin. It was as democratic, as truly democratic, as the one in Stalin's Russia.
Yeah.
This was lived communism, right, and lived liberalism, if you want to put it a different way.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You want to pause, Bill?
I'd chime in. As I've watched more of AA stuff, the more I've realised, I've realised that indeed I have been spoiled because my usual go-to political figure is Jonathan, who used to work at Lotus Eaters, who was ostensibly me but Asian.
Well, he's not was. Jonathan's still around.
I said is.
I thought you said was.
Me. He did work at
yes. Sorry,
he's no longer. But he's essentially me but Asian, and generally watches me eating bone marrow the way I look at Aiden. So that was a magical moment. Oh,
he did seem pretty impressed by how you put that bone marrow away, dude. Jonathan's a great guy.
I don't know what it is. Something about just I know I use the term cutting to the marrow an awful lot, but that's encouraged my general adoration
you were eating
of bone marrow as a food.
Bone marrow out of the bone, to be fair. Anyway.
Yeah.
That place.
These are some things.
That's a chain restaurant in the UK.
I know. How good
Miller and something, isn't it? I don't know.
Yeah, some steakhouse.
Carter and Miller, I think, or Miller and Carter.
They have a beef brisket stuffed bone marrow, and
they're all over the place.
Fantastic. Well, not over here, sadly. In all the
no.
I supply every restaurant on this fucking island, but none of them seem to actually be any good.
It's a chain restaurant in England, though.
Things to think about. Marrow. This has got a very deep kind of caramel flavour today.
He's just discussing the cigar.
Corona Major. Getting deep caramel notes, which I don't usually get in this one. Usually shortbread for an up mumbo. Interesting.
Check the humidor, make sure settings
so anyway, I kind of rambled a little bit here as I want to do in these video monologues.
I think, okay, we got it. I also would like to point out the time. 33 minutes. Okay.
This is like twice there.
However, because we're also going to skip part of Stelios's, and I'm going to show you why we're going to skip part of Stelios's video. One sec. Oh, right. Oh, I changed it. Hang on. Forgot I had to get the YouTube video from elsewhere.
What is the comment section like?
In that?
And in Stelios's one, I imagine it's pretty brutal.
One sec. Okay. Let me pull the video up and get it up on the screen. Whoops. I
don't know why I'm surprised that.
Which is called...
I agree more with the Persian, considering how many of my countrymen over in Alderney are also Mithras worshippers.
So the comments on this are disagreements between Persians and Greeks have a long history is the top comment, by the way. Speaking of.
I had not actually seen that. So
I know, it's just funny.
He looks tired. And
yeah, this will be a shorter video, Stelios said incorrectly, and I'm going to skip part of it for that exact reason.
Jesus fucking Christ. It's
saying the people that the establishment call fascists are only potential allies, not that they identify themselves as fascists. These are getting to his points. It's not being totally torn apart. However, we're going to skip 13 minutes because it is inconsequential. It is him sort of recapping the events. Then he talks about how long AA's video is and says this will be short. It starts somewhere around here.
The criticisms he's making, and I won't tire anyone. I don't think it will take me 38 minutes. I think it will.
He says 13 minutes into it with 51 minutes to go. Is it going to take you longer? Let me speed this up a little bit. We'll see how fast this is.
Say you want about Mr. Parvini and his ancestry, but at least he speaks with a clear-cut, upper-class diction.
Yeah. Well, Stelios is from Greece, so...
More's the pity.
here.
I hope they find a cure.
Points to make and address AA on this, and also address my audience, which I think is really important to address and to thank them for their engagement. And one of the main things I want to say is that I owe them sincerity. Right. So point number one, he said that online debates invariably disintegrate to blood sports, where both sides claim victory and crushing and destroying and defeating the other, and they rarely are bad ideas. Now, I think he has a point. To a very large extent, that's correct. But I want to say that resorting on X and videos doesn't solve this. In fact, it perpetuates this.
Which is why you're also doing it.
If you'd like, if we keep it on X and keep it also in videos, there's more polarization. So this will drag on.
How?
Unless you decide to, which you have done here.
That's not a good
I think
start,
AA was incredibly nice, by the way, in that response.
Considering
Fair,
how snotty
polite.
you were to reply to him with the thing like, well, he debated Dan and Carl, and you said...
Yeah, where's my debate with AA? Was how he sort of framed it.
Yeah, that was quite cringe. Like, I'm actually surprised that AA didn't call you like a spastic or something, because I would have.
That's the thing. AA can be fucking brutal with people, and I think he's had real kid's gloves on with Stelios here.
Yeah.
And so this response is... He also, in my opinion, kind of throws all of LE under the bus at a point in this, which is a bit fucked.
I will say this...
Like look at the debate, for example, or look at the clip earlier. Like AA can get so pissed off he has to go the entire season.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
as he should. Fuck the sun.
Fuck the sun.
Fuck the newspaper and the fucking celestial body. Fuck that big burning bastard in the sky making my life a misery. I shouldn't have to fucking live like this. This is shabby bullshit. Meanwhile, I'm going to watch this asshole who's been trotted out like he's trying to explain to me why precisely that despite the fact we don't have any fucking baguettes in stock, I still have to give them to him.
Hi, Bill.
Really happy to be falsified on this one.
Having a fucking flashback.
Now, my second point is about a framing issue. And when I'm saying framing, I'm not particularly saying...
So, issue one, debates are internet blood sport. They lead to polarization. But he also contends that videos lead to more polarization.
No, they don't.
Which is why he's responding. I don't think so either. I think I totally agree with AA that it's way better to just Look, we are back in the age of the response video. This is actually... Although I think this response is bad and poor, this is more productive than having a debate, which is just a big fucking public show.
This is like the golden fucking age of YouTube as response videos.
Yeah, public.
You can add retort videos and actually would show up on the videos themselves. What does it say that Shoe on Head is currently more right wing than most of the people in this fucking picture?
It means that she watches my channel, and that's probably a great reason for it.
Let's go.
He wants me to go into jail.
She does actually. By the way,
I want to say about the way he describes my view and how this often leads to
in terror of how
the way his
people I used
audience
to watching the shit I come out with.
Is it skipping for you guys? Is it just me?
It did a little judder on my end.
Yeah, it did it quite a few times on mine. Let me try refreshing. Hang on, because it skipped a whole bunch for me. Well, I just don't know if it skipped for Bill too.
It's okay, when we get it. Fucking South Africa's fucking magical goddamn internet being nicer than Guernsey's.
Well,
we were still using the wires the Germans put down like 5 years ago.
Okay. Sorry, now I have to go back to where we were. Okay, we're around 14 minutes.
In fairness, our internet here is okay, but the electricity is maybe shady. I'd rather have shady internet than shady electricity.
This is just the Shire and Hobbiton talking shit to each other. This is fucked. We're slightly hotter there. We're slightly damper there. Everyone's fucking miserable despite living in fucking paradise.
Online debates invariably disintegrate to blood sports, where both sides claim victory and crushing.
Is it not skipping? Is it skipping for you, Bill?
They rarely are bad ideas.
No.
Now,
okay,
I think he has a point. To a very large extent,
we are watching at an accelerated speed.
I want to say that resorting on X and videos.
I think his face just does that.
In fact,
no, it was actually skipping for me.
There is even more.
I'll just try to keep up.
Polarization, if you'd like. If we keep it on X and keep it also in videos, there's more polarization. So this will drag on. I'm really happy to be falsified.
This will drag on. Well, you're accurate about that.
Now, my second.
Yeah, now it definitely
is about a framing issue. And when I'm saying framing, I'm not particularly saying. I'm not saying that he wants me to go into jail or something. I want to say about the way he describes my view and how this often leads to the way his audience receives my views and some misunderstandings about who I am and what I stand for.
This is all about him, though. He's not. Do you see what I mean?
Okay, that has nothing to do with what AA said.
No, you asked for definitions. He gave you definitions.
Yeah, he's not saying how you feel about anything. This is just like he didn't actually mention you
value free. No, he just defined the terms that you said that you were trying to look into. It says value free.
It's not
personal. Sort of an idealist.
No,
I suspect.
Well, that's the thing. The right wing is ostensibly meant to be non-personal. It's meant to be about the examination of the fucking criteria and ideas that are on show.
Yeah.
As opposed to the left, where the only reason that there exists a palanquin to raise someone up is because it doubles as a diocese on which to sacrifice them like a fucking hog.
Yeah.
I suspect. So what I want to say is that I very much am a realist. If by realism,
press play. Okay, cool.
Is what politics is for the most part.
I'm having problems with Wash together.
And that to understand politics,
it just seems like it's me, though.
Frankly, power with an amoralistic dimension. There is also a very ideological dimension to the exercise of power, but I think that on this one...
No, there isn't.
AA and I agree a bit...
No, there actually isn't. It's just power is what the fucking hell they do.
Yes.
Yeah, there isn't actually. That's crock of shit.
Sometimes people with power have ideology that they align with and that they use their power in alignment with that ideology, but power inherently is not tied to any ideology whatsoever, no.
More with each other than AA and others agree on this. Because, for instance, I don't think, let me just give you an example, that the US involvement in the war in Ukraine has anything to do with gay rights in Ukraine. I simply just don't believe this.
Does anyone think that?
Some other people, perhaps some colleagues of mine, think that this is it, and that this is...
He does that several times in this video where he makes allusions to other people in the LE office. It kind of throws them under the bus like that I found strange. So who at the LE office... When I heard that... What made me think, okay, who at the LE office thinks that the war in Ukraine is over gay rights?
I don't know. It's
just a calculated issue.
I can tell you who I don't think thinks that. I can tell you who I know doesn't think that, actually, but...
Let's face it, anything that sounds shady, like it's not actually right-wing views, just assume it's old jug ears.
Well, I guess, yeah. Well, by the way, I don't mind saying...
with the dodgy ears? Fucking...
Connor doesn't work... Does Connor still work at LA? No, he left, didn't he?
I was about to say, I thought he left to work for the Tories.
Well, he's doing his own thing.
So he's working for the Tories.
But look, I won't be imprecise because I don't think it's a problem. I don't think Gary Robinson thinks that. Okay, I'm pretty fucking sure.
It's more ideological. I think it's mostly power politics. Right. So I do think, to a very large extent, I'm a realist. But there are two issues I have to say.
You think to a large extent you're a realist. The only one who thinks that is you. But
that's the problem. He's like, I believe, yeah, but. Okay, explain your realism, how this is realistic.
I'm not a utopian, and I want to say something about the value-free analysis he says he is doing. To a degree, we all have value commitments. So I do believe that such a thing as a value-free analysis, which I think he claims to be doing,
I said as much.
Is possible. I don't agree with those who say that you can't be objective about things. I think you can.
Yes.
But it has limits. And to get to the point, and I think it's not enough, to get to the point where we are arguing about policies, and we are criticizing some while calling for the adoption of other policies, we are making value judgments. So I believe that it's not unrealistic to talk about...
But he's not talking about policy.
He's just talking about the reality of power.
He's talking about the reality of how these terms in particular are what they mean in practice. Which is a value-free analysis of how they are used without applying or assigning a value, good or bad, dichotomistically, to how they function, just describing how they function. That's what value-free analysis is.
About value as well. Or it's not necessarily idealistic or utopian to talk about how considerations about value have to enter into our thinking about politics and how they have to complement our analysis if such an analysis is value-free. Now, I'm a practical man. I love reading, I love intellectualizing, I love armchair philosophy, but when it comes to politics, I'm a practical man. And that means that I have to choose between alternative options.
Okay, this part's crazy.
Come with a baggage of...
So he's going to say that you have to be practical. You have to select an ideology essentially from the list. You have to pick your flavor that you like best. No, you actually don't. You 100% do not need to do that. You don't need to fall within the confines of some established political ideology. Think for yourself. You do not need labels. I mean, labels can be useful for certain things, but again,
like trying to describe cringe homosexuals.
Once you apply labels to something, it happened with NRX, for example. Like, then it became, the scary, NRX, there's an X in it, it's scary, or whatever, like, which is Curtis Jordan, neo-reactionary stuff that we would largely fall into, I'd say.
Yes.
But, like, but the second you apply labels to it, again, it just become people put their own meaning and their own value judgments on it. Just come to your own fucking conclusions and don't give a fuck about labels. Who cares? You do not have to select, and you just think. Think for yourself. You don't need a fucking label. It has some value, some usefulness, but it's minimal.
Pros and cons. So I think that I'm willing to be, let's say, punched on the face with this. And everyone who makes a public stance about what they stand for receives such a hit. In fact, multiple hits. I think if we don't do this, now to several critics, this looks like a weakness. Because when we are arguing for something positive, we are simultaneously adopting the baggage, the intellectual baggage of addressing that position's problems.
But what are the positives of liberalism? What are the positives of liberalism? If that is not how it is being applied, is all of this evil, all of this these negative aspects, then what are the positives of it? Frankly, in the way that he goes on to describe this, his theoretical liberalism, how he wants it to be based on historical definitions. But it's not how it works. That's not how it has worked for a very long time. So that's why it's an open vector for you to be attacked, because people can go and look and see how liberalism is applied in practice and go, but look, this is liberalism in practice, and you still call yourself a liberal. So how do you explain this? Yeah, it's a vector for attack. So rather than being bent out of shape by labels, just abandon them.
Whole thing. It's far easier to criticize a lot. So I will say, and perhaps I'm wrong,
and this has been bugging me for ages. Once you've been to the offices and you've seen the set, that looks like a porn set. I'm sorry, you can't take this fucking room seriously ever again. It legit looks like a fucking wipe clean fucking hotel room in that little like
the big chair
they have. Like the chair's nice, but that's in spite of the room it's in. It looks like if there's a tab at the top of the room to peel the whole top layer off of everything.
No. They've got a nice setup.
Say that to the extent
that room particularly just looks like a gay porn set. I'm sorry.
Position and his contributions. I think he takes the position of a critic.
It's a side room for these one-on-one stuff things.
Now, this is a cutting edge tool because where my stance, and basically almost everyone's stance, is appearing on the one hand as weak because it incurs the baggage of the position they argue for, and that position seems strong. The position of the critic, the intellectual strength or the appearance of the strength of the position of...
He's not just being this sort of claim that he is just a critic. He's not engaging in the realpolitik himself. He's not interested in practical solutions. He's just attacking because of your label and ideology that the label that you're assigning to yourself. No, he's just pointing out, yes, the realpolitik, the actual way in which these terms are applied. And frankly, if it does bother you that much, you need to divest yourself of labels, because it's clearly a hang-up. What you want liberalism to be is not how it is applied. That's what this all comes down to.
He who constantly criticizes without putting forward something positive
He does put out positive things.
So if AA wants to talk about me being unrealistic or a bit ideological...
AA does practical stuff. He makes his videos, he writes books, he goes to conferences and discusses these things. So he is doing something. As much as any of us are doing, and more in many instances. So, yeah, it's not just critiquing. He then goes back and does what he does every day,
Or too utopian, or too naive in such respects. That's his point. I would say that from my perspective, he seems a bit impractical on this. Now, let me...
I'm not sure how.
Because the third bit has to do with something that follows the issue of practicality and impracticality. I'm constantly being criticized by his fans and his friends.
Well, he says, I'm practical, and then gives no examples of the practicality. Right? I'm practical, AA is impractical. Gives no examples of his practicality to compare to AA's apparent impracticality. So again, I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean.
That I'm someone who advocates that true liberalism has never been tried, in the same manner of the communists who say, well, the USSR, Castro's Cuba, or Mao's China weren't real communism. And they'll start saying the very annoying thing, well, Marx talked about the revolution in bourgeois societies, whereas it mostly took hold in agricultural societies, so they weren't true Marxists. I'm not doing this. In fact, that's a projection on me. It's false. I'm actually much more realistic than that, and what I'm saying is every society, realistically looked at, contains a combination of freedom and coercion. So when I'm saying I'm not saying that I shall forever be one of those who imagine a ANCAP utopia or let's say a libertarian or classical liberal utopia where...
But we're still not hearing the practical solution, right?
All ideas of evil have been superseded. None of that. And when I'm saying I reject...
So far, the practical solution, as far as I've gotten, is I need to demystify this by going back to explaining things in historical definitions. Because there's been nothing else given in this entire exchange as to what is the practicality of what he's hoping to do, which is the problem and exactly the thing that AA was telling him.
The idea that the establishment right now is liberal, despite to a large degree calling itself liberal, I'm saying that we have way more coercion than we should have across the board. And we have far less freedom than we should have across the board. When I'm calling for classical liberalism, when I'm saying I am a classical liberal, I'm not saying we should go to any utopian set.
So let's listen to what he's saying here. The problem that he's facing is that what he wants liberalism to mean does not align with the reality of how liberalism is applied. He wants liberalism to mean a maximalization, to a certain extent, it sounds like, of liberty. But that was AA's entire point, is that what you want it to mean or what it meant historically doesn't matter. I really just went over his head here.
Not because I wouldn't like it, but because I don't think it can happen. So yeah, we have to grow up. Utopias don't exist. I'm saying I think we need a greater degree of freedom across the board and a far smaller amount of coercion across the board. That's
I agree with high liberty.
The person to say true liberalism has never been tried. AA is talking about the Mises Institute and saying that people from the Mises Institute have a sort of schizophrenic way of going at things. On the one hand, they want to claim liberal and libertarian victory for the capitalist market right now, and on the other, they're saying true liberalism or true libertarianism has never been tried. I think that this is a way of, you can dispel this if you think in terms of degrees as opposed to an either or. So I think...
So what are you trying to do then? Because again, all you've said is you want to demystify the terms, that AA did so by explaining what they mean in reality, by going back to history. That's like the only practical solution here, which doesn't do shit. Because you can tell, you've been telling people for well over a decade who cry fascism at fucking anything, that's not what fascism means. It doesn't matter. That's how the term is being used.
People from them.
That's what it means that
I can't speak for individuals in the Mises Institute, but I'll speak for myself. When I'm saying I'm classical liberal, I'm arguing for less coercion and more freedom. And when I'm saying the establishment is not liberal, despite occasionally, not always, calling itself liberal, I'm saying that it involves a greater degree of coercion than that which we should tolerate, and less freedom than the freedom we should enjoy. Right, so...
real quick, Eldritch Saga for 2 says, use critical theory as a guide, not morals to win. Use critical theory as a guide, not morals to win. I mean, there's stuff in critical theory that can be useful in terms of the dialectic of trying to break everything down. It can be interesting to break things down into their constituent parts and understand how politics, how things in society function. But it's a lot of it is navel gazing, because again, it doesn't matter if you can figure out the theory, if you can figure out how things work. You have to grapple with what they are doing, what's happening in practice, rather than theoretically what are the driving factors. I mean, that can be interesting and to understand, but it's not the be-all end-all. And Deadpool Kid for 5 says, hey, Aiden, I know you probably get a lot of weirdos on X DMing you, but I sent you a message pertaining to some interesting conversations with Grog. I did see that, actually, man. I haven't gotten around to it yet. Thank you for reminding me, and thank you for the $5.
So let me go to the fourth point. And here is where we get to the language of the mainstream narrative. And this is how we're going to tie in the considerations of the considerations that led us to have this exchange on X. enlightenment to code. So AA says that essentially the language game of the establishment is all that matters. I disagree. I think that this is a very interesting disagreement and actually a very fruitful one, because both AA and I agree that narratives have a very strong way of exerting force upon us, and to a very large extent.
By the way, this is his actual answer. This is the practicality part here.
One of his main ideas, as I said before, is the Boomer Truth regime. Now, from what I've seen, when he talks about the Boomer Truth regime, or what he describes as the Boomer Truth regime, he focuses on two areas where narratives can be used as propaganda machines against us: the factual one and the value-laden or moral one, if you'd like. So I think if I just look at the categories without agreeing with him on specific areas with respect to morality and facts or historical narratives, I will say that he is correct in the abstract on this, but I think that he misses a third category. So he is correct in saying, and his stance can account for factual and morally subversive elements in narratives. Narratives are often a litany of lies, and they're often very much morally subversive. And I think he will
yes.
Agree. So when he is criticizing what he calls the Boomer Truth narrative regime, in fact, he says, here's a narrative, it holds power over us, it holds our imaginations captive to such an extent that it turns basically everyone into a massive boomer. And this makes politics worse, I suspect. It makes the majority of people be tolerant.
No, I don't think he got this part. In this case, he's saying that you too are falling part of this Boomer Truth regime in terms of, at least to an extent, in that what is meant by fascism by the Boomer Truth regime, the starting point of fucking history, is the enemy, is evil, whereas liberalism is good. And you still seem to be falling into that, or at least not understanding what AA is saying by this. And I really think that a lot of this problem just appears that it's like he sees the arguments, but like can't get a grip on them.
Tolerating, let's put it this way, policies that
afterwards head over to Ardent Party. It's still pinned. He's headed over there right now to go get that stream started. We'll head out of here. It shouldn't take too much longer. I've got my notes on it. I'm saying the things that I noted down when I listened to this earlier, more or less.
So my position is that there's a third category, and when it comes to weakening propaganda, we need to use every tool we get, every tool we can lay our hands on, and that is
propaganda.
And people can lie not just by saying this or that.
Who's propaganda?
Office.
His liberal propaganda to convince people that liberalism is the superior choice in systems of governance and society.
Product. Or
if you start indulging in self-sabotage, the enemy won't even bother to fucking interrupt you.
Well, he's going to say that he wants like positive propaganda. Now, this is where you might, again, maybe want to ask Josh. I don't know if he's familiar with this, but I know he has a background in psychology. And the reality is that positive propaganda doesn't fucking work. It doesn't stick. Because people evolutionarily are designed to look out for dangers. So what works is negative, scary propaganda, not hopeful, positive propaganda, nowhere near to the same effect and to the same potency as negative propaganda.
London. There can be, misrepresentation, there can be lies, but there can also be lies with respect to terminology. And frankly, I think if we look at his responses, it's implicit in what he's saying. Everyone knows politicians can lie.
I don't think AA is trying to rehabilitate Stalin, by the way, Kronktard. I think he's trying to show how he used power. I think to call it rehabilitation is also applying a value judgment to what AA is doing when he generally tries to go about things, again, value-free.
The same way they can lie about policies and the outcomes of policies, as well as history, they can lie about who they are. So it feels like with AA's insistence that I should constantly use the language of the establishment.
And that tankies and bread tubers are responding to it positively just means they don't fucking understand.
If you don't examine Stalin, you don't know how to defeat people who are trying to fucking back him up.
Right.
Because
this exact same shit that they fucking did with Hitler, and look at where we are now. Having to fucking deal with people who unironically think an Austrian was correct about something.
Yeah.
Apart from economics, I mean, I'm not a bit fucking stupid,
Yes, and exactly, Dusty Rugburn. Yeah, he's talking about how Stalin correctly used power. When if it comes off as glazing, he's pointing at Stalin and going, "Look at how this guy used power."
Stalin's fucking stranglehold on power in Russia was so aggressive that they were afraid to enter the fucking room with his corpse.
Yeah, crazy stuff, and that should be studied and analyzed and demystified, value-free analyzed.
You don't know how to. You don't learn how to kill tyrants without learning about tyrants.
Yeah, learning. Yeah, know thy enemy. Exactly.
I am sort of sabotaged from saying it or from noticing it. And by the way, I'm not saying that this is an intentional sabotage. I'm not into the business of psychologizing. I absolutely hate psychologizing.
I think maybe you need to look into the psychology that's a problem, because again, you saying like, well, use positive messaging to counter the negative affiliations that come with liberalism. No, like I just said, that doesn't work.
That's just reality.
It's not motivating. Exactly. Like we look at, why does the news only report on negative stuff? Because when you run a news piece about puppies and kittens at the local parade, nobody watches it. It's not interesting. We are designed to look for danger. Yes, to survive. So people don't pay attention to the stories about puppies and kittens. You can't rehabilitate something also where this is the way that it works by telling people that's not real liberalism, which, despite your protestations, is ultimately what you are doing. This is not what liberalism is supposed to mean. Which makes it sound very akin to real liberalism hasn't been tried, which is not what he's saying. I think he's agreeing that it has been tried, but the understanding of liberalism now has been tainted by its application. But that's how it works in application.
I was in academia. I think he was in academia as well. I absolutely hate psychology.
You think Academic Agent was in academia? Sorry, Stelios. Come on, man.
This is one of the ways in which wokeness infiltrated departments. Right, so the terminological one. And I'm not just going to say this abstractly put and generally put in order to say, hey guys, here's a research avenue we should all be thinking about and ask others to do the job for me. No, it had a very actual, real subversive effect and consequence upon society. Whether we like it or not, whether AA likes it or not, whether I like it or not, when the Cold War ended, the collective unconscious of the Western world linked the ideas of liberalism and democracy and liberty with good.
The collective Jungian subconscious did that? At the end of the Cold War. I mean, not at the end of the Cold War, but it wasn't the collective unconscious that did this.
Jungian collective subconscious. Motherfuckers like this is why we can't get good Persona games anymore.
That's a weird thing to say, like a minute after saying you don't like to psychologize thing. That's straight out of Jung.
And ideas that have to do with the Soviet Union as evil. Right. So what I'm saying in this...
That is a crazy thing to say, that the collective unconscious came up with as the Soviet Union is evil.
I don't quite know why he is concerned with the framing. The whole point of AA's videos was the framing isn't bollocks. It's like, this is power.
It's unimportant. Yes. Here's the definitions. Fuck off with the framing.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. The next point is in my opinion, the insane one.
Case is the following. Due to the fact that there can be such a thing as terminological subversion and a terminological element in narrative controls, several people tried to say, the elite, as some elites, as he would probably say, tried to say, right, how can we manage to appear as the defenders of Western civilization?
No.
James Burnham! Yes, no. but it's not... They are couching themselves in the auspices of liberalism. Yes, but that is how liberalism therefore is applied. Yes. No, he's talking about the powers that be, whatever,
yes, that's my point. They're LARPing. They're just trying to use a label and to disguise what the fuck they're doing.
Please read Burnham's.
Yes.
Machiavellians, please.
Like, this is just the way power is.
Yes, please.
I don't know. Dude, you have to get out of this democracy brain. It doesn't work. Like, it's
Elder Saga 2 says, I meant use what worked before, what makes leftists cry. Oh, in terms of the critical... Yeah. They don't like when you touch their pet theories, yeah.
Despite the fact that what we want is against democracy and against liberty. And I'd say against liberalism. So this conceptual...
Yes.
Yeah, because it doesn't work.
That is what we... Because it doesn't work. So yes, what we want is against democracy, is against liberalism, is against... not liberty inherent. It is, in fact, to preserve liberty. In our case, and I think in many people's cases, because what you are being sold as liberty is not liberty.
Notice he hasn't addressed anything that AA has actually said.
No, he hasn't.
Chaos, which is something.
I mean, he sort of has, but he's really just casting aspersions on the terms that AA uses, like value-free judgment, etc. And it's
watch my video on this. It's going to be a hell of a lot shorter. And it's going to make a hell of a lot more fucking sense.
We're 31 minutes into this, and he really has not addressed anything. AA has said substantially.
Talked about before with Josh Enbo. That was on Symposium 20.
Okay, this is the part 2. Hang on, I want to replay this. Was this where he talks about the woke right stuff? I think so, because this was a bit shocking to me.
Despite the fact that what we want is against democracy and against liberty, and I'd say against liberalism. So this conceptual chaos, which is something I have talked about before with Josh Enbo, that was on Symposium 25, I think it's a trap. And I think that one of the implications of AA's approach is, and I'm more than willing to entertain that this is an unwelcome consequence of it, and an unintended consequence, is that we are directly falling into this trap. Right, so
AA has fallen into a trap.
What I'm proposing as a theory, what I think happened, was that a lot of the leftists who are governing society right now are wearing liberalism as a skin suit. And they said, the Western collective unconsciousness.
And AA has missed this, apparently, somehow, that they are wearing it as a skin suit. And what is the alternative? A real liberalism, which sounds like it hasn't been tried, or at least not in a while. You see what AA's critiques were? Because it sure sounds like that. Oh, they've taken over liberalism as a skin suit.
This is why the debate would have gone nowhere.
Yeah, the system is not what it does, apparently.
Collective unconscious associates terms like liberty, democracy, and liberalism with the good. So I am going to appropriate them. So we, the non-liberal elites, are going to appropriate them and mask ourselves and present ourselves as...
He's so close to it, though. Like, he's right there, like, at the doorstep, that they are appropriating this.
Yeah, but that there's... He's obsessed with, like, trying to win back the label.
Yes.
The labels don't fucking matter, my dude.
Labels are meaningless. Ideas...
Labels are meaningless.
Hey,
actions.
The labels
gentlemen.
are for you.
Yeah.
What is the best part about not being into democracy?
The fact that we don't have to pay attention to politics.
About this shit. Yeah,
exactly. Not having to give a fuck what some fucking denthead thinks. I don't have to fucking win out. If I'm not a democracy shill, I don't have to fucking win over every Tom, Dick, and Harold.
Yes.
No, it's not our intent to.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
we did the show
back. It means nothing.
Yeah. Look,
spoilers.
There's been 300 people here consistently throughout the night. It's a little low now because we're getting pretty fucking late. But there's 300 people here to listen to us to shoot the shit and talk about politics and weekly happenings. Even though we're not shilling anything, we're not directing people explicitly in any way.
This is the reality. Watch AA.
Right. Well, yeah, that too. But we're not trying to sell you on monarchy. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to rehabilitate.
Yeah.
We're not trying to rehabilitate monarchy because we don't need to. Because it is monarchy. It was monarchy. We don't need to fucking sell it. If you gel with it and you understand what we're talking about, then based. Or if you don't, fine. Whatever, It's cool.
The defenders of liberty, the defenders of liberalism, and the defenders of democracy. And meanwhile, our liberties are being taken away, the demos is being destroyed, and
it's crazy for him to say it like that when I do not think he's read Burnham.
No.
And we have authoritarian governments who are constantly denying popular will. So there is...
Because the popular will is very often retarded.
Yes, it's
by the way. And it's never been followed. It's never going to be followed because you get fucking mob rule and it's chaos. In that case, I guess you could say it's never been tried, but it has been tried and it's chaos. It's managed democracy.
An element that his analysis misses. And I think my insistence that we should not focus on his definitions as he, quote, posted them.
Oh, also, yes, because apparently Scrump said so. Buy book. It is in the description. Buy Scrump's book. He talks about all of this stuff at length, and Evelyn both.
I hope we're getting some kickbacks for all this, Sean.
Considering I paid for last time we went out and got Chinese hot pot. Yeah, get me back. Buy me Chinese hot pot next time, Scrump.
It can account for this and can shed light upon this extra layer of the onion of deception
that beer we need to
the
get
establishment is trying to throw us. So I think that to summarize here this bit, I think his account can account for the narratival, the dimension of factual subversion and
what the
moral
fuck
subversion.
is he talking about?
You don't know, he's gone off
like
the plot here.
This is just Greek gibberish. Enough of this.
Enough with this Greek nonsense. I really don't know.
Enough of this Stavros nonsense.
Like I will translate it for you from what I got earlier. The solution is to change the narrative surrounding liberalism. That's the point of this whole section.
But that's not going to stop the elite from doing what the fuck they want to do, or understanding how the fuck they move either.
It's not real. It's not realistic.
Not real.
It's not useful. It's point. You are raging against the machine that does not care how you define liberalism. Everyone else sees this is liberalism in action. This is what liberalism means. Is how the machine behaves.
You know what this is? This is someone who is, I am hammer, everything I see is nail.
Yeah.
I do philosophy, and so everything that I see through the world is through a philosophical lens. It's like, dude, no. That's not real.
No. Yep. You just have to be realistic about this stuff. Look, philosophizing and stuff is fun. It is. It's fun to do, but it's not real.
After a while, it makes you sound like a fag.
It's gay. It's gay homeless behavior. I'm sick of this bullshit. I'm going to start a fucking GoFundMe.
It is historically quite Greek, to be fair.
I'm going to start a fucking GoFundMe. I'm going to dig a ravine up and around fucking northern Macedonia so the fucking Mediterranean can go back to fucking separating man from beast. I am deporting Greece from the Western world.
They're doing that themselves pretty well, along with the rest of Europe, unfortunately.
I'm assailed by the opinions of pumped-up Punics, laughing as their ancestors.
Aw. I don't think...
This was gay and homeless.
This was a bit gay. This is gay and homeless. I hope that he learns something from this, and this is a learning experience.
He won't.
Let's hope.
Mass, let's say, narrative control can happen also with terminological means.
Okay, I'm
why this happens, because this particular
I need to drop fucking
language is important.
Some bullshit now. Stavros. I'm first call him Stavros. Okay.
I'm also quite fucking tired.
Let's get through. We'll power through. I want to get to the next one because it's crazy.
If you want people to take you seriously, stop acting like Mitch LARPing as Jordan Peterson, please.
Nobody knows who Mitch is.
Sorry, man. Back in the day.
Yes, Charming Man, 96 or something? 93?
95.
Charming Man 95? Yeah.
He's 95.
He got in trouble because his girlfriend was too right-wing, wasn't it?
That was public knowledge, but good to know you fucking out of that.
That was forever ago, dude. Whoops.
Hey, Mitch, good to see you back if you are out there. I'd like to point out, I kept your secrets, not her.
I thought that was public knowledge.
I think, he disagrees with me on this. Language.
No, he made a video about it. No, dude, he made a video about it. Fuck off. He made a video about that.
I don't fucking watch Mitch's content.
Yes. Dude, he made a video about it.
I just hung out with the guy once or twice. The last time I saw him was the last time I saw fucking Grump. It was at the same event.
Stavros, yeah.
The way we think in terms of concepts, and concepts are expressed in language. So if people control our language, they're controlling a part of how we're thinking.
No.
Also, A8 cut through this like a knife through butter. He just explained to you what the fuck the terms mean. There's no reason to go back and belabor the history of the evolution of the terms and the etymology. It doesn't matter. That's exactly what he did. Is cut through the narrative bullshit.
We're the right wing. We can't have any point unless we belabor it like it's a fucking Caribbean slave in the 1700s.
No, it was real
every
simple.
Single point must be extruded to the most painful extremity. My fucking god, it's like pulling teeth.
Woke right means enemy. That's all it fucking means.
Therefore, they're more
kill me or die
to control our thinking.
Just kill me or die.
Us than they would be if we woke up from their manipulation.
No.
Now let's get to the fifth.
You gotta wake up. You gotta wake up.
This is so fucking.
No, put me to sleep.
It is unbelievable. I mean, this is, speaking of Idubbbz being apparently waking up in 2025 and thinking it's 2015, Stelios is real stuck in some 2015 thinking. And stuff that his own boss doesn't ascribe to anymore, as we read with that quote from Carl earlier. Like, Carl has abandoned this stuff. He just said Locke is 350 years old, doesn't have anything to do with today. Liberalism is broken as a system.
The only lock involved in modern politics is on the end of a chain being swung at someone's head.
Yeah. But it's like even the guy in charge of this organization doesn't agree with this anymore.
Point, which I think is the crucial area.
That he thinks is really crucial. The fifth point's the insane one where I went, what?
Crucial area of self-identification. I'm not going to talk about gender, don't worry. So when it comes to self-identification, there's I think an unintended consequence of his standpoint. Right, let's focus on what he says here.
This is the unintended consequence of AA's standpoint, which was explaining how the terms are used in practice.
That properly understood, fascism is what Mussolini did, and liberal democracy is whatever Western powers have done. Now, let me say this, and also bear this in mind with what he says, that fascism means an enemy for the establishment. Now, let's say that I want...
What else is it? How else is it applied to?
Okay, why is this... Why is he constantly referring to himself?
I brought this up at the beginning. I don't know. But every sentence starts with me or I or my feeling, my belief, my interpretation. Whereas again,
and AA never once
didn't do that at all.
Ever.
No.
Like, no, this is just the reality of the way it is.
Yeah.
To think about my proposals because I'm a practical man and I want to think of alternatives and I want to judge them each by pros and cons. And I'm not just someone who's going to sit down armchair theorizing.
Democracy brain.
But that is what you're doing, though. You're armchair theorizing about what democracy, or excuse me, what liberalism is supposed to be, comparative to how it is in practice. That's armchair theorizing.
So I have to come up with an alternative. So I don't like the current establishment. I don't like the mainstream narrative. I think it's intended to make us less free. So I have to think of myself and describe of myself as embracing an ideology.
No, you don't.
Why?
Which point 2 is incorrect, as we already covered. You do not have to ascribe an ideology to yourself. You can just be Stelios, and it's fine. You don't need a label.
And I'm more than willing to accept that this is an unintended consequence of his framework, is that it doesn't seem to allow me to not identify as a fascist if I reject the establishment.
What?
You know what? No, I'm just gonna say it. Stelios has had a tooth removed from his left-hand side up a left quadrant.
Dude, what? You can't agree, you can't recognize the things that AA is saying are correct without identifying as a fascist? I'm not a fascist, I'm a monarchist. I mean, it's another, like, weird right-wing ideology, I guess, or whatever, but... No, you absolutely do not have to be a fascist to understand what AA is saying.
If the heading is that broad, then all that you've reported is how broad your definition of fascism is. It means fucking nothing.
In which case, you are doing the exact thing he's talking about, is you are going, you're my enemy, I am not in your group, I don't want to be affiliated with people in your group who are fascists, so you have the big stink of fascism on you. You are engaging in the friend-enemy distinction that he was exactly fucking talking about, because you don't want to be affiliated with the term fascism. Dude, I don't know how he's lays it out for you carefully and without any aspersions or anything, and then just go, but your people who listen to AA are fascists. I am not a fascist, they are my enemies.
In accordance with this, I again will be pointing out that he's had a tooth removed from his upper left side.
Okay.
His incisors are very slightly off place.
I would never have noticed.
He's had a tooth removal upper left side. I would probably guess a premolar.
What the fuck, dude?
Actually, wait, no, given his mouth shape, maybe a canine.
What are you engaged in armchair dentistry, dude?
Oh, well, the canines are the cornerstones of the face, and with it, phrenology there from Springs.
Oh my god, you didn't need phrenology to know he's Greek.
If the goal from his standpoint is destroy the establishment and it's only friend and enemy of the establishment, and don't talk about anything else, unless I identify as a fascist, I am pronounced by his framework as his enemy.
No, you.
Not even a little bit.
How did you get to
pause.
that?
I don't know. This is where I was like, what?
No, this image is what I feel about the entire situation. A sweeping jerk-off motion. Just there is no jerk-off motion big enough in the world or in the human soul necessary for the one that sits within my psyche to describe this autism.
He is so stuck in this dualistic thinking, which is exactly what AA was describing. It's that if you're either for liberalism or you are against the establishment, as AA is, and therefore a fascist, because only fascists are against the establishment. What? And so this is Manichaean dualism. Again, it is good versus evil, and the fascists are evil. I'm not a fascist, so I can't agree with the logical things that he is saying that are not affected by value judgments, because fascists agree with him. That is a losing strategy, friend.
So there doesn't seem to be any other way of putting
silly.
it. So I think that his account doesn't allow me to identify as someone who isn't a fascist.
I agree with AA. I'm not a fascist. That was easy.
Without being called sort of an establishment stooge. And I owe myself and to the audience sincerity.
No, you're being called an establishment stooge because you are promoting the exact same establishment. Yes, and only caring about this framing of it. Just what you want liberalism to be is not how it acts in practice. That's all it is. And you need to abandon getting hung up on these pet ideas. That's all that's about.
I'm not a fascist. I'm a classical liberal.
No one asked.
I've said so many times.
No one cares.
So I'm going to stick with sincerity. And
I don't give a shit what you want. Say what you don't give a shit what I am.
Allow me, to do so.
So many me's and
I's.
I's.
True to myself and to my audience.
Myself.
I have to reject the frame.
My audience.
So counterpoint, and let's just try to be more charitable. He could come up and say, let's invent new terms like sensible centrism or sensible nationalism or sensible.
What's the point? There's no point. These are just fucking labels. Just abandon the labels. Believe whatever the fuck it is that you believe and advocate for why you think that your beliefs will win out or why you think that they're better than others, than the alternative hypotheses, which you're really not doing here. And creating more labels like woke right, which he's going to explain is a term for people who annoy him. How is that a useful term? How is coming up? You can see in real time. You have watched over the last 2-3 years in real time a new term be created, immediately act in a way in which it was intended for, which is disparagement of people who are too right-wing, people who are not Zionists and too right-wing. Specifically, it happened instantly because that was what the meaning of the term was, to be fair, but also, that's how it works in practice. Whatever you want woke right to mean or not to mean, or whatever James Lindsay does, we know what he wants it to mean, which is what I said. That's what it ends up being in practice. So that's the only thing that's worth talking about.
Or sensible Corbynism or whatever. Right? I'm not a Corbynite. I have heard that some people have started arguing that Corbyn could be a good solution. I'm not one of them. Right. So I think.
What is AA? I don't want to put labels on him either. But so I don't know. I don't know if he uses a label for himself.
I'm with Sonny Jim in the chat. Just make this a wrestling event.
Yeah.
So these two fight. It'll be so much less autistic and so much less gay.
Yeah, true.
This is the best.
Did he be the ref? It'll still be this gay.
It severs the ties between the overwhelming
Persian versus Greek wrestling event.
Whose minds liberty.
Nothing changed in 3,000 years.
Good from being able to quickly latch on to what I'm saying. So I don't see why I should do it. Also, I think it's a good thing to read history and also be aware of historical history and how.
And AA has read a hell of a lot of history.
Just summarize this point. I think perhaps an unintended consequence of his way.
He knows that too. He has to know how well read AA is. That his initial academic interest is not politics. He studied and taught Shakespeare. Just to be clear about what AA's academic background is in.
Man, every time I watch this fucking tripe with you guys, all that jumps to mind is Coriolanus. And the idea that at least AA is out there thinking the exact same things. That's a small moment of fucking solemnity that I can pull upon. Yeah.
At least he's also thinking about Coriolanus.
Seem to allow people to not identify as fascists without being called establishments.
Who gives a fuck what people call you? Who cares? People will call you all sorts of names. That's just how reality works.
I'll do some right now.
That's life. People will call you names. They're going to call you a fascist no matter what. That was part of AA's point. They're going to call you a fascist no matter fucking what. So just become unbothered. Get moistured in your lane. Flourishing, my dude. Get unbothered.
Some slurs. Here, I'll help.
Labels. Yeah.
stooges, or without being somehow
One of got harmed by a word.
Establishment stooges. Right. Now let's go to the sixth point, the woke right controversy, which is a very juicy and spicy controversy. Now, let me say
where you're gonna say some shit you probably shouldn't have said.
Shit. What the fuck?
Yes, let me explain the juicy controversy. James Lindsay wanted to create a term for conservatives who weren't very fond of Israel. There you go. And who were waking up and becoming post-liberal and realizing the exact same things that A is trying to describe to you. That liberalism is what it does.
One thing. In the office of the Lotus Eaters, there have been people who did come up with the term the woke right.
No, they didn't. Everyone knows the term is popularized by James Lindsay. Like, everyone.
This is bizarre. So the two most bizarre parts to me were, one, claiming that you cannot agree with anything that AA says, essentially, without either being a fascist or being labeled a fascist due to the affiliation. Not that you should care about the latter, and not that the former is true. And now, he's taking credit for the term woke right, which is a massive fucking embarrassment.
Now,
if I had invented the term woke right, you could not get that shit out of me with a nail gun and a blowtorch.
I know. I mean, it's a massive embarrassment. Everyone makes fun of James Lindsay for it because it is embarrassing, and seemingly wants to take credit for that. Like, that casts a big cloud all over all of LE if they appear, because the way he describes it too is that, like, we were discussing this in private at Lotus Eaters. It makes all of Lotus Eaters look like they're a bunch of gossipy, like, gay little subversives. Yeah. You look subversive now, dude. You have made Lotus Eaters, and more broadly, all appear more subversive by saying that kind of stuff.
If you had a PR manager, he'd be shitting broken glass.
Yep.
I mean, dude,
you guys really should get one.
This was the part where, like, dude, I don't think anyone signed off on this, and they're allowed to do pretty much what they want, as far as I understand. But, like, that it really is throwing the entirety of their organization under the bus, and making them all look like subversives. Yeah.
And I'm not going to name them, but when it started, it was more an issue of, right, let's look at some very annoying behaviors.
Let's look at annoying behaviors.
Let's see if we can describe them without essential reference to leftist beliefs, and let us abstract this and ask ourselves whether some right-winger is doing.
So let us look at annoying things the left does, and then find annoying things that those further right from us do.
This is such a confusing cringy version of what fucking James Lindsay does.
It is. It's
somehow even gayer than
lower
what
resolution. He does. More simplistic than how Lindsay approaches this at all. I know. The only one who's cool is Callum. Harry is also very cool. Josh is cool. Though, like, apparently Josh was involved with this, but I don't know. I feel like he's kind of again throwing everybody else there under the bus.
Have the same sentimentality.
I know the exact word that Harry used in retaliation for this incident. It was 3 letters long. It's not the one you think, is it?
Okay.
Cheap seats. It's not the one you're thinking of. It's an old term. Western Oriental gentleman is the. What's that? Fuck you. Doing this time.
On a podcast, it's right. Let's look at. There are some people who are very annoying, and let's look at them. They're very annoying.
Yeah, me.
Stop being annoying. Right? That's what we did. And we did 2 contemplations episodes.
So their whole... I had not seen these podcast episodes, but your whole way of going about what is woke right is who annoys me? It's a very useful term, huh? It has a broad application to anyone outside of yourself. People who annoy me.
People who annoy you.
You're right. Starts with an N. I remember this episode of South Park.
On right-wing wokeism, and we defined the woke right as we understood it there. Now, there was no essential reference to any discussion about Israel.
That's great. That's not how James Lindsay is using it. And regardless of bizarre for you to say that you're going to take credit for the term, but James Lindsay is widely but like that's just the reality that he is seen as inexorably tied to the term woke right. It's his term, and he thinks it does have a lot to do with Zionism. He seems to think that the core of it is Zionism. So again, we are confronted with the exact same issue of Stelios not liking the way a term is used in practice versus what he would like it to mean.
To be fair, James Lindsay also thinks that martial arts means moving like a fucking freight crane with cerebral palsy. So
that's true.
Any discussion about Zionism?
My goodness, that man's a worse. That man is legit a worse martial artist than Hassan Piker, and that's really saying something.
Why is he? AA just told you this is what the term means. This is the function. Why are you fucking talking about the genesis of the term?
Because I think he wants credit for it. That's how it comes off to me. I don't know how else to read this. Actually, we came up with this term in private first. And we defined it as people who annoy us. A very useful term.
Leave it to a Greek to fall back on etymology.
That's what this whole thing has been about, hasn't it?
So what we did was we came up with a term. When terms are coined in such a manner, they're technical terms. They haven't been adopted by mainstream language to the extent that
this is fucking gay and homeless.
But your technical definition was people who annoy me. Yeah, what the fuck? You can't apply that broadly because you're one person. Other people will not have your frame of reference, and the same things might not annoy them.
A conventional meaning has been assigned to them, and what you see this regularly in philosophy, for instance. You see lots of terms that we use currently are terms philosophers invented. And in other cases,
doesn't matter.
In other research papers, let's say, or any books and monographs and papers, articles, you see people defining their terms, and they come up with what is called a stipulative definition. Now,
oh my god,
do you think AA watched this and went, "This is why I didn't fucking bother"?
I mean, that would be
because I completely understand if he actually does feel that way. Because this is I don't know why he's trying to make this almost sound like esoteric, and it's really not.
I don't know either.
It's really
I don't know.
Not. What are you ultimately trying to do here?
I think he wants credit for inventing woke right, which is I mean, if you want to have that boil, the pustulant boil on you, go ahead, fight James Lindsay over it.
Watching those two fight would be amazing.
Fighting for dominance over
watching a man who looks like a lost Miliband brother try and argue.
Who gets to inherit this cancerous pustulant tumor?
What I'm watching is Ed Miliband debate JonTron. This is fucking depressing. This is fucked. What the hell's happened to my life? I'm looking forward to fucking making 300 kilo of chips now. This is better than slogging through this fucking morass of
Yeah, we're almost done.
Dealing with actual spuds.
As opposed to fucking potatoes.
As opposed to spiritual ones, yeah. Yes.
And he immediately started saying anyone who uses the term woke right is essentially someone who, I think essentially he meant puts Israel first.
That's how it's used. That is what it means, because that's how it's used.
That's how it's used, yes. How do you not understand this concept? A word is what it is. It's used to describe.
Yeah,
It's not what it meant 400 fucking years ago.
Woke right didn't exist 400 years ago. It didn't exist 4 years ago. And what it has meant since its inception is someone who's not too keen on Israel. That's it.
Yes.
I suppose. Right. So I don't think that this is true.
It's great.
Stipulative definitions are a thing. And
that's great that you don't think it's true.
That's great. It is true. That you think that's just not what everyone else. Man, you're so up your own fucking ass.
Which is the entire. It's just been this entire thing is okay, but I don't think that's true. I don't like that. Great, good for you, buddy. But it doesn't fucking matter to anybody outside of yourself. This is so egocentric in that sense.
Same thing happens with liberalism. The same thing, someone else.
Yes, I've noticed that you've done the same thing with liberalism as well. Yes,
it's just an issue of how discourse and language can work. So when I want to say this, I want to say that when I posted about this last year, I had a swarm of people going against me, and a lot of them they misrepresented me and they tried to project views on me that I don't hold. And I will say that this was precisely the behavior I was talking about.
I don't know if you have any fucking room to talk about projecting ideas onto anybody after you said that you can't agree with AA lest you be or be labeled a fascist.
as a fascist myself, I'm just going to interject. The motherfucker in the chat who says he's addicted to goose fat potatoes, add some semolina flour to the outside and make them nice and crispy.
There you go.
There you go. You got something out of this fucking disaster of a fucking talk.
Does not listen to what you are saying. I even had people quote posting me saying
a little bit of semolina flour,
not even being aware that I'm a critic of mass migration and that I have taken a public stance.
It doesn't matter.
You're Greek. You are mass migration.
It doesn't matter. Their critique was about the term and how it's being applied. And you came out in support. I don't even know what the context is here. I'm guessing he came out in support of the use of the term woke right from the sounds of it. And then people applied things that James Lindsay says to that because James Lindsay is perceived as the progenitor. And if you're going to apply a label like that to yourself, then yeah, you're going to have all of the baggage. He keeps being upset with the same thing of, I must choose labels to identify myself, and then I don't like the baggage that comes with labels. Then just stop using labels. It is that simple.
Against mass migration in England, which you can say has come at a great cost. So there is such a thing as swarm behavior on X, and there is such a thing as, let's say, brainless behavior and attempts to use groups to cancel people and attempts to use groups to sort of play.
Is AA doing any of that?
Or not deviate from the counter narrative other people want to put forward. So I'm going to say.
And by the way, he is going to claim it. It's not AA doing it. It's the people affiliated with him and his viewers and followers, whatever, who do this. So, but which he does say specifically, it's not AA. But it's like, well, AA is their leader, so he's dictating them to behave in this fucking fashion. No. That's what the term means, and that's why people are reacting to it the way that they're reacting to it, because that's what it means.
I'm going to stand my ground. I'm going to be honest to myself and to the audience, and I will say that I think that to a very large extent, there's a lot of projection, and lots of people are rushing straightforwardly to portray me as saying things I haven't said, and to tie me to, and to try to portray me as a sort of enemy of themselves. And
you portrayed him and anyone affiliated with him as a fascist. So I don't know where that's it. Like, there's no more of this, like, well, you portraying me, after that, I'm sorry. Like, whether or not he is or anyone who likes AA is, it doesn't fucking matter. What that word means, as he explained, means my enemy. Means a bad, evil person. And you did that as well. So there's no room here. And yeah, and AA was completely right to turn down the debate because look at where it has ended up. Anyone who agrees with AA is a fascist, or might as well be. And I don't like people putting negative labels on me when I choose a label for myself, like anti-woke right or whatever.
I'll happily label myself a fascist if I can get out of this fucking conversation.
It's almost over.
And I'm not talking about AA here. When it comes to people who constantly say crush your enemies and the only purpose in politics is power and crushing your enemies, and then
yes,
it is.
That's the truth.
That's it.
That is just reality. Is. All politics is power politics, and if you don't recognize that, it's why you're stuck on these labels. Because and can't just accept AA's definitions. The use of power. The words are being used for these purposes as a manifestation of power.
And they photograph people.
I wonder. Okay, this is a real question. It's a real actual inquiry, which is, I wonder if the major impetus behind Britain's issue with knife crime is that it's too close to what politics really are. Knife point.
Yeah.
Because they're not playing.
Gay liberalism is what it is.
Which
trying
actually,
to keep people controlled.
There's no other way of saying it.
Look, if you were the liberal government in charge of the English, you think you'd also want to take away all their weapons, you know what I mean?
Only two sides.
You see what they'll do to the world when given half a chance.
I say we should make at least small.
You get Baz too riled up, he'll go conquer a fucking continent, man. Just for spices.
Who profit from using the language of the establishment are the establishment and fascists. So if you don't identify as either of them, you want a third way of identifying.
Oh, third positionism. I see. Sorry. Sorry. I can't help myself.
Playing the language game.
I assume everyone knows what third positionism is.
Of the establishment, or adopting the language game of the establishment, or adopting the terminology of the establishment, doesn't allow people who don't want to go either fascist or establishment, the establishment way, from.
It's not a dichotomy. It is not Manichaean dualism. It is not a dichotomy between fascism, evil, and liberalism, good. It just isn't. That's what he's trying to explain to you, Dro.
Talking to themselves and talking to each other. And it's profoundly mistaken to say that the language game of the establishment.
Stavros calling him Stavros.
We who are critical of the establishment need to talk to each other as well.
No, you
and
don't.
The last bit I will say, because towards the end of his debate, he reminded me a bit of 1984, because he was saying basically that liberalism is very.
Descendant is pure autism at this point.
Yeah, we watched the video. Was anyone reminded of anything particularly Orwellian in that? No.
The casualness was somewhat reminiscent of Snowpiercer a little bit.
Yeah. It's nothing Orwell. He was just, it's like the most harmless I think I've ever seen AA when responding to someone.
And it crushes different ways of life. It's so bad that it uniquely calls all its enemies evil. Right, so this reminded me.
Which you've done.
Oh my fucking God. It's not uniquely bad. What he is saying, it is totalitarian in the sense that it tries to crush anything that doesn't conform to its worldview, which it fucking does.
And what has he done to illustrate, apparently, the alternative? The exact same thing, labeling anything that is not liberalism as fascism, therefore evil.
Or communism, therefore evil.
That's exactly.
Why do you think you have the phrase woke left or woke right? It's because it's trying to get rid of everything that isn't outside of its framework, for fuck's sakes.
To debunky AA, you have gone out and performed the exact thing he was describing. Bizarre, dude.
Orwell's, war is peace, freedom is slavery, quote.
No.
So, no, I want to say that this is not the case. And I will say that this is not the case.
No, it isn't.
I don't know where he got that from AA whatsoever. AA is telling you the truth. That stop getting wrapped up in labels and philosophy and high ideals and understand how power fucking operates or how politics operates, which is power, which is the application of things like word games. Yes, that's part of it. So don't get fucking involved with the word games. That's distractionary on purpose. So we'll waste time like we're doing right now.
And Perhaps you want to join me in saying that, to the extent that the establishment is doing such a thing, and is very trigger happy to name people who don't follow the line as enemies that are evil and need to be crushed, it is totalitarian and it is absolutist. But liberalism was never about totalitarianism and absolutism.
Oh, it's not real liberalism. It's not real. It's not real liberalism. We have come back to the fucking point.
Oh God, this is.
It's almost over, but thank you for not getting it. Whoosh, right over the head.
In fact, as a tradition, it was generated in opposition to absolutism.
Who cares?
A lot of the criticism that comes from leftists against classical liberalism is that it is too paranoid with respect to totalitarianism. So I will say that there seems to me to be a contradiction here, and this is the point I will end with. There seems to me to be a contradiction in that I am simultaneously being photographed.
Yeah, it's in the sound dip was in the video itself.
Yeah. Who may be his fans, as someone who is an obstacle to the quote unquote the right exerting power. And on the other hand, I
mean, what else are you doing? By advocating, it's like, let's just have the same thing but call it a different name, or do a couple things a little bit differently, or expect different results, the definition of insanity. Okay. What?
Presented as a supporter of an ideology that is so trigger happy to use power and crush people who disagree. So which is it? Am I the person who supports an establishment that wants to crush all opposition, or am I someone who is as they said,
the problem is you're still struggling to understand that these definitions do not align with their application in reality. It doesn't seem to realize that you can be a stooge for the system unwittingly either. She gets into here in a minute.
Using power. It's not at all an issue of being against using power. Everyone uses power. But the question is, for what purpose? And I will say that to a very large extent, I get people coming from particular sides who are trying to say I'm particularly naive and realistic, idealistic.
You are. I'm sorry. It's unrealistic. It comes off as naive. Absolutely. Particularly when it's been explained to you directly. And then you just went and did the exact same thing that AA was warning you about. He clearly watched AA's video because he's responding to it directly. He makes direct references to the things that AA said. So this is a response, and yet just doesn't get it.
Utopian when I'm talking about about classical liberalism, and they're saying, well, you're essentially an obstacle to the right using power. If you are claiming that some policies are bad and destroying our societies, and other policies are good and will be beneficial if implemented, you are making value judgments. This is 101.
But he wasn't. He wasn't there, though. He was talking about the meaning of these terms with no value.
Basic common sense 101. If you do this, you're making value judgments. So don't come and attack the Stelios for utopianism and idealistic.
He didn't attack you at all, first of all, by the way. He gave you some advice as to what those terms mean because he thought you were asking. And then you have kind of spurred out here and attacked him repeatedly, including saying that anyone who agrees with him is a fascist, which you view as evil through this Manichaean dualism.
And now we've been forced to watch it, so that makes it our fucking problem.
Yeah.
All of them! All of us! Boo this man!
So, excuse me, AA is not a moralist, but everyone on AA's side is a moralist, but also politics is a good-evil dichotomy. Which one is it?
And moralism. And, utopian moralism. Don't do this. It's not going to work. It's going to backfire. Right. So when it comes to this, we are all in a realm of power. We're all in a realm of power. The question is, that's not the only... How are we going to use power? Are we going to use power for good purposes, or are we going to use power for bad purposes?
Oh my
Some
God.
people may be complete amoralists and say it doesn't matter. No, I will say, well, for all intents and purposes, I'm taking a different stance. I am a moral realist. I want to see society improve. I am a practical man. I will continue.
You've given no practical solutions here, besides inventing new terms. How'd that go out? How did that work with woke right, which you claim to have invented?
And taking the hits for defending them, and I will not stop from moralizing. So all this, you are talking about you can't understand power. No, I can. Right?
No, you can't.
You have not demonstrated that.
You have not demonstrated that, like, in the slightest.
I really was trying to go into this nice, but at the end, really, like with the direct, the insults, the broad group level labeling, and then that like voice and stuff. Like he's clearly tilted by this. Okay.
No, I think the issue is that he's tilted by the fact that now Colin's gone. He's the least popular person there, and he has to differentiate himself all of a sudden. So I'm going to differentiate myself with this video. Oh no, you differentiate yourself as the biggest cunt in the room.
Yeah, and throw his co-workers under the bus a bit.
Understand how value judgments work, and potentially hypocrisy. Right. So
Harry is at the window watching this, mouthing slurs. I know, because that's what I'd be doing.
To my audience, I owe sincerity, and I want to thank AA for doing his video. What I say is in good faith, and I...
No, it ain't.
No, you seem pretty tilted. All right. Oh my God, that took forever and was... this is my second time listening to it today.
I'm going to drink diesel!
That is a good idea, Bill. It's time for us to drink diesel and go to sleep, because that, even though I thought we were making good pace, whoa, that took forever. And I hope all I could...
chips.
Well, yeah, you were going to stay up all night to make chips anyway, though. Look, I hope Stelios learns something from this. I hope this is a learning... Carl did. Sort of. Like, he just... Again, we just talked about that earlier, that he said, no, liberalism's fucked. Locke was 350 years ago. If Carl can learn, then Stelios can learn. So I hope he does, and I hope that because he's clearly been affected by this, because there at the end in particular he's clearly angry or frustrated or something. I do not think, Stelios, if you happen to listen to this, I do not think that AA was in any way attacking you or being rude. I think you actually attacked AA quite a good deal.
Yeah. I, on the other hand, am attacking you. Fuck you, Stavros.
Hey.
Get a fucking proper job.
All right. And by the way, I was on with him, wasn't I? I think I was on a panel with him one time I was on LA. So yeah. I was pretty sure, making sure I didn't go insane.
Nature conversation, but goodness fucking Christ, there's only so much we can do.
And I don't know him enough to have any opinions on him personally, but this was poor fucking form, man.
Yeah.
Yikes, dude. That was rough. Anywho, guys, it is approaching 1 in the fucking morning here, and 2 in the morning, or is it 3 nearly for Spoon? So we are going to head out. All right. Yeah. Thank you all so much for all of the support and all the super chats. Be sure to go. I still have the link to the Rumble stream for Ardent Party's stream, and then also go check out Dragon's Treasure Tea, which is linked in the description below. See if we can help him reach his goal so that he can donate some money to that temple that was destroyed in the hurricane last year. And just thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you all next week. Cheers, and bye-bye.
If you want to see more from me, watch Geeks and Gamers in the near future.
Oh yeah, Bill's gonna be back on Geeks and Gamers, potentially playing D&D. My Star Trek video is almost done. Do you have anything to show?
D&D this time.
Oh right, it's not. It's Wild West game, yeah.
No details.
Okay.
I don't know how much I'm allowed to talk about. I'm saying,
all right.
if you want to see more from me, watch Geeks and Gamers just in case.
All right, and Spoon, you got anything you want to show before we head out?
If I did, I'm too sleepy to remember what it is now.
All right, go check out Spoon's channel then. Whenever he does something, when he does the